In the East Asian Revolutionary League's District 11 lies the beleaguered city of Tokyo. In the dead of night, the streets, washed by the rain, gleam under the vibrant reflections of distant neon lights. Several cameras scattered throughout the alleyways lay shattered, their fragments strewn across the ground, while an elongated LED display at a convenience store incessantly flashes a stark red message. Citizens are urged to return home promptly and limit outdoor activities. Ishii rises on her toes, deftly sidestepping a pool of water stained crimson with blood. Behind her, the street bears the scars of a recent tempest, remnants of destruction scattered everywhere. Lifeless bodies, disfigured and unrecognizable, lay strewn across the ground, their garb suggesting they were once soldiers. A sudden cough interrupts the stillness, causing Ishii to halt in her tracks. Turning back, she witnesses the only corpse clad in casual attire abruptly sit up from ground. In Ishii's perception, this figure, like the other slain soldiers, should be irrevocably deceased. Yet at this moment, it has inexplicably returned to life. Cough, cough. Fang Cheng struggles to rise, propping himself against the wall, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been squatting in his home bathroom. Engrossed in a mobile game now, he finds himself in an unfamiliar street, having inexplicably swapped bodies. The scene before him leaves him dumbfounded as he unwittingly stumbled into a battlefield, or perhaps a film set. A faint numeral 4 flickers in his line of sight, so subtle it is easily overlooked. Rubbing his eyes, Fang Cheng looks around anew. The desolate, ravaged street, the scattered corpses, and a striking woman with golden hair and crimson eyes, standing several meters away. This woman appears to be in her 20s, her eyes resembling rubies, her features flawless with a delicate nose and lips, her figure embodying the perfect golden ratio. Her long golden hair cascades like a waterfall to her waist, shimmering faintly in the night. Clad solely in a pure white gown, she emanates an aura akin to a goddess descended from the heavens. Noble, enchanting, and beyond reproach. Instinctively, Fang Cheng reaches for his phone. Such beauty must be captured and shared with his friends, to let those colleagues who edit their photos to the point of unrecognizability witness what true beauty looks like. What it means to be a muse, but he swiftly realizes that he has transcended to another realm, never to see those trivial individuals again. Moreover, his phone is nowhere to be found. Instead, he encounters a sticky substance. Looking down, he discovers his hands drenched in blood, staining his once pristine white t-shirt a vivid red. What on earth is happening? Has he already been breached? You are not quite right. A captivating voice suddenly resonates beside him. In an instant, the golden-haired woman stands by Fang Cheng's side. He instinctively recoils, yet his body becomes rigid, immobilized to the point where even his fingers refuse to budge. You should have perished. How is it that you still live? The words that spill from Ishii's lips are in immaculate English, comprehensible even to Fang Cheng, with his rudimentary grasp of the language. At this moment, he finds himself utterly frozen, with only his mouth able to articulate a response. I do not understand what you mean. What else could he say? Claim that he had traversed time and returned from the dead? Ice's fingers glided gently across Fang Cheng's cheek, descending to his chest, yet found nothing. She recalled vividly that this unfortunate soul had merely stumbled onto the battlefield, only to be struck in the chest by a stray bullet, leading to his demise. Why had the bullet hole vanished now? Isis raised 2 fingers and effortlessly pierced Fang Cheng's chest, searching within his thoracic cavity. The scene was far too stimulating, more thrilling than an unexpected competition with a charming companion. Fang Cheng opened his mouth to scream, yet no sound emerged. Before long, Isis extracted a bullet from his chest, a testament to the reality of her vision. She smiled, about to speak, when she suddenly lifted her gaze towards the darkening horizon. In the pitch-black sky, something seemed to be stirring. Isis displayed a hint of impatience, taking a step forward, resting her hand on Fang Cheng's shoulder and leaning close to his ear. Little brother, allow me to present you with a surprise. No sooner had she spoken than she sank her teeth into Fang Cheng's neck, her slender fangs piercing the artery, warm blood gushing forth, eagerly drawn into her mouth. Fang Cheng felt as though he were an innocent little pond. While this woman was a powerful pump, he yearned to resist, yet an invisible force held him captive, rendering him immobile. As his blood flowed away, his strength rapidly waned. Damn, to die so soon after crossing over? Would that mean my journey was in vain? This singular thought consumed Fang Cheng's mind as darkness encroached and his consciousness began to fade. Isis released her grip, and Fang Cheng collapsed like a heap of mud, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the night sky, mouth slightly agape, desperately seeking fresh air. Isis licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression tinged with disappointment. Mundane flavor, rather mediocre. Half-conscious Fang Cheng, upon hearing the blonde woman's critique, felt a surge of rage within him. How dare you complain after taking advantage of me? Isis crouched beside Fang Cheng, her ruby eyes intently observing the changes in his body, eager to ascertain whether he could still recover. It seemed that some form of confinement had been lifted, and Fang Cheng's body finally regained movement. His gaze fell upon the golden-haired woman, and with the last remnants of his strength, he slowly raised a hand towards her chest. Isis, witnessing Fang Cheng's gesture, was not angered. Instead, she smiled broadly. What a little lecher, even on the brink of death. You wish to touch your sister. She did not evade him, her eyes twinkling with amusement, permitting his hand to approach. Just as Fang Cheng's hand was about to make contact with Isis' chest, it suddenly accelerated, swiftly jabbing upward, two fingers poking into her nostrils. Isis, having lived for countless years, she had encountered innumerable men intent on various pursuits with her. Yet, she had never before experienced someone poking her nose. So unexpected was the act that for a moment she failed to evade it. Isis suddenly reappeared at Fang Cheng's other side, her fingers already pressing against the location of his heart. She lowered her gaze upon Fang Cheng and smiled. Little brother, do you realize what you are doing? Fang Cheng responded with a feeble smile. Gonlin mother. Isis' smile vanished as she pressed her finger down gently, causing Fang Cheng's heart to shatter into pieces in an instant. The brilliance in his eyes swiftly dimmed, his breath ceased, and he lay lifeless, beyond the realm of death. After slaying Fang Cheng, Isis did not depart immediately. Instead, she observed intently for a moment, discerning no signs of revival was irrevocably dead. With a touch of disinterest, she rose, clasped her hands behind her back, and with a light-hearted stride, vanished into the profound night. The pitch-black street returned to its eerie silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, Fang Cheng, lying on the ground, abruptly sat up, clutching his chest and gasping for air as if a drowning man had found fresh breath. He scanned his surroundings, only to discover that Isis had long since disappeared. Not dead, Fang Cheng looked down at his blood-soaked body, momentarily bewildered, as the wound on his chest began healing at a visibly rapid pace. Just as he attempted to rise, a muffled groan escaped him, and he sank back down, his head throbbing painfully. That a torrent of unfamiliar memories flashed violently in his mind, akin to watching a video on a 100-fold fast-forward, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. After a considerable time, he finally processed the memories belonging to the original owner of this body. Supporting himself against the wall, Fang Cheng stood up, feeling utterly weak and drained, as though his very essence had been overexerted, barely able to walk. Once he discerned the direction, he slowly departed from the scene. Above the street, a small drone glided silently by. Guided by the memories in his mind, Fang Cheng returned to the home of this body, a small, cramped apartment. Upon returning, his chest wound had completely healed, and his strength gradually returned to a normal level. He shed his blood-stained clothes and entered the bathroom, bathing himself under the shower. The icy water gradually calmed his agitated heart, and the chaotic memories in his mind finally began to untangle. He came to understand the nature of the world he had entered. This world bore similarities to Earth, yet it was infused with supernatural powers and bizarre creatures, leading to a divergent history. In the face of ideological upheaval and an increasingly perilous living environment, nations sharing similar cultural backgrounds formed political alliances to confront the looming crisis. Currently, East Asia, Western Europe, and North America stood in a delicate balance of power, simultaneously competing and cooperating with one another. The political entity of East Asia was the Alliance of Human Innovation, with Japan designated as Zone 11. That this body belonged to an ordinary high school student attending school in Zone 11. In accordance with tradition, he shared the same name as Fang Cheng, had lost his parents, had no siblings, and lived alone. The original owner had spent an entire day gaming at home, only to venture out at night in search of food, unwittingly stumbling into a battlefield where government armed forces pursued monsters, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of a stray bullet. According to this world's classification of supernatural species, the blonde woman was likely a vampire, a creature of considerable peril. Fang Cheng couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the original owner, who, in his lifetime, had been bitten by a woman for the first time, only to die without witnessing the event. As the moment of silence concluded, Fang Cheng approached the mirrored, In the mirror stood a slender youth with long hair, which he had swept aside to reveal a handsome, symmetrical face, pale complexion, and dark circles under his eyes from sleepless nights. Not too shabby, possessing a tint of my former allure otherwise, I would lack a sense of immersion, Fang Cheng mused, tilting his head and caressing his neck. The two puncture wounds from the female vampire's bite had already healed, yet the haunting sensation of blood loss lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. When leeches feast on blood, they secrete anesthetics to lessen the pain of their feeding. This vampire was even less refined than a leech. Yet astonishingly, his body had been resurrected, the wounds healed. Had he transformed into a vampire? Fang Cheng recalled her promise of a surprise gift. Could this be it? What a true surprise it was. Should they encounter one another again, he would be inclined to offer her a lucrative business proposition in gratitude for this surprise. Fang Cheng noticed a faint numeral 3 in his field of vision. Leaning closer to the mirror, he discovered that the reflection in his left pupil indeed displayed a 3. What on earth? A flicker of alarm surged through him during his previous transition. It had been a 4, and now it was 3. In the interim, he had been slain by that female vampire and resurrected. Could this number signify the count of his revivals? While he pondered this, a subtle sound caught his ear from outside the bathroom. Since his resurrection, his senses had sharpened considerably. Despite the faintness of the sound, he distinctly perceived the click of a door lock being disengaged. His first thought was that the female vampire had followed him home. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Given her propensity for casual murder, she would not resort to stealthy entry, even if she had pursued him. Moreover, the original owner of this body was a genuine orphan, devoid of family or friends. There were no childhood companions or late-night confidants seeking him out. Could be a thief? Fang Cheng scanned the bathroom, finding no suitable weapon. The only item at hand was a toilet plunger, its brownish-yellow patina exuding a certain menace. With his clothes discarded outside, he could only use a towel to shield his modesty. Though it was rather small and covered only a fraction of him, one hand grasped the towel, while the other wielded the plunger as he cautiously opened the bathroom door and stepped outside. The apartment layout was simple. Beyond the bathroom lay the living room, which connected to the kitchen and bedroom. As he emerged, he beheld a girl standing in the living room. She appeared to be around 17, clad in black camouflage and a tactical vest, with thick-soled combat boots and fingerless gloves, resembling an armed officer. However, an officer could not possibly be of such tender age. Was she merely a lost cosplayer? Kanzaki Rin was surveying the apartment, her first impression being one of darkness and disorder, a quintessential dwelling of a solitary male. As her gaze turned toward the bathroom, her eyes met Fang Cheng's. Both froze in astonishment. Fang Cheng finally discerned the striking visage of Kamizaki Rin, and his first thought was one of beauty, quickly followed by a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered her before. Before he could ponder further, Kamizaki Rin, upon spotting the unexpectedly revealed naked man before her, furrowed her brows and coldly exclaimed, "Perverse monster." With a sudden flourish, she snapped her fingers towards Fang Cheng. Accompanied by a sharp crack, a brilliant and searing flame erupted from thin air, hurtling towards Fang Cheng with menacing intent. Holy crap! Fang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively bent down to evade the fiery onslaught. The flames whizzed past his back, colliding with the wall behind him, where they splattered like tumultuous waves, producing a muffled explosion that charred the surface black. His back seared with intense pain, yet he paid little mind to the possibility of burns, hastily hurling a toilet plunger at the girl. Kamizaki Rin's attention shifted to the flying plunger upon recognizing it. Her expression shifted slightly as she swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. When she looked up again, Fang Cheng had already scrambled back in the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Kamizaki Rin pursued him to the bathroom door, but refrained from barging in, instead calling out, "Come out." Leaning against the bathroom door, Fang Cheng gasped for breath. Quickly turning to inspect his back in the mirror, he noted visible burns, but to his relief, the wounds were healing at a remarkable pace. Hearing Kamizaki Rin's voice outside, Fang Cheng lost his composure, his anger flaring. He shouted through the door, "Who the hell are you?" Having just traversed into this world less than an hour ago, he found himself first toyed with by a vampire, and now being chased and scorched by a girl who had materialized out of nowhere. Surely, even a death row inmate would not endure such inhumane treatment. The crux of the matter was that he had committed no heinous acts at all. Was this not sheer bullying of the innocent? After a moment of silence, Kamizaki Rin's voice resonated again, this time calm and collected. "Come out. I am with the countermeasures department. As long as you cooperate, I will not harm you." Fang Cheng spat defiantly at the door. He was not a fool. How could he trust the words of a woman who had intruded into his home and attempted to incinerate him? She claimed she would not harm him. Yet here he was, cornered in the bathroom with no means of escape. The sole window in the bathroom was merely a small ventilation hole, far too narrow for him to squeeze through. After a brief pause, Kamizaki Rin's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "Do you think hiding in there will save you? If you don't come out, it'll dismantle the door." Fang Cheng, overwhelmed, retorted, "You're the one who should leave. This is my home. If you don't leave, they'll call the police." His words were a ruse, as he had no idea where his phone had gone. However, she likely did not know he was without a phone. Who takes a shower without their mobile device these days? Upon hearing Fang Cheng's insistence that she leave, Kamizaki Rin's expression remained impassive as she raised her hand towards the bathroom door and snapped her fingers lightly. Brilliant flames erupted from her fingertips, more ferocious and intense than a flamethrower, crashing violently against the closed bathroom door. The door trembled with a resounding thud, while through the glass, Fang Cheng could see the flames raging outside. Startled, he wondered if this woman intended to set fire to him. Such audacity is beyond reckoning. Does she not realize that this apartment building harbors other residents? However, Fang Cheng, engrossed in his own plight, prioritized self-preservation over the concerns of others. He hastily positioned a bucket beneath the faucet, turning on the shower gel and shampoo, pouring them into the bucket without hesitation. The aluminum bathroom door melted rapidly under the searing flames, the glass within it shattering with a cacophonous crack. The temperature in the bathroom surged, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Fang Cheng's forehead as his gaze remained fixed on the imminent destruction of the door. He was not entirely certain of his invulnerability, and even if he were, he had no desire to experience the agony of being incinerated alive. At last, with a piercing explosion, the glass of the door shattered, and the entire door succumbed to the flames, collapsing into a molten heap. In that fleeting moment, Fang Cheng seized the bucket and hurled it outside with all his might. As the bucket soared through the air, Kamizaki Rin deftly sidestepped, evading both the bucket and the deluge of water it unleashed. Having heard the sound of the faucet running, she had anticipated Fang Cheng's watery counterattack and was mentally prepared. Yet, the bucket contained not merely water, but a tempest of froth. What? Kamizaki Rin had only anticipated the use of water, not the chemical onslaught that followed, and her vision was immediately obscured by the billowing foam. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Cheng grabbed a toothbrush cup and darted out of the bathroom, colliding shoulder first into Kamizaki Rin. His assault was devoid of restraint, sending her sprawling, while he too lost his footing and tumbled out. Kamizaki Rin landed in the living room, quickly flipping over. Though her vision was still somewhat blurred, she could vaguely discern Fang Cheng's position and raised her hand to snap her fingers in preparation for an attack. Fang Cheng, having regained his footing but maintaining some distance, retaliated by hurling the cup at her, knocking her hand aside. Then, like a ravenous hound pouncing upon its prey, he lunged onto her. Kamizaki Rin, evidently trained in combat, instinctively raised her knee to strike Fang Cheng's abdomen while delivering a series of powerful punches to his face. The barrage left Fang Cheng seeing stars, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Out of nowhere, Kamizaki Rin produced a silver dagger, plunging it into Fang Cheng's heart. He opened his mouth to utter a curse, but all that escaped was a faint damn, before he succumbed to weakness, collapsing against her. Kamizaki Rin pushed him aside, half sitting and gasping for breath. She had initially expected to confront a mere unfortunate soul-turned-vampire, never anticipating the challenge he had posed. Casting a glance at Fang Cheng, sprawled helplessly on the ground, she silently uttered an apology in her heart. She recognized the innocence of this boy, her contemporary, yet he had transformed into a vampire. His fate now lay between confinement or a rampage leading to extermination. What had begun as a simple mission to retrieve him had devolved into an unforeseen struggle. After sitting in a daze for a moment, she steadied herself with both hands, preparing to rise. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Fang Cheng sprang back to life, tackling Kamizaki Rin to the ground once more. Fang Cheng's sudden revival left Kamizaki Rin momentarily bewildered. She had firmly embedded a silver dagger into his heart. How was it possible that he still lived? Silver is a potent weapon against vampires. Although high-ranking vampires can disregard the effects, for lower-tier ones, particularly novices like Fang Cheng, silver is undoubtedly a deadly poison. Thus, After plunging the silver dagger into Fang Cheng's chest, Kamizaki Rin had let her guard down, and his unexpected resurrection caught her off guard. After a brief moment of confusion, Kamizaki Rin swiftly regained her composure. However, it was too late. Fang Cheng tackled her and entangled her body like an octopus. Kamizaki Rin's limbs were agile and powerful as she grasped Fang Cheng's elbow, attempting to wrench free. Yet, Fang Cheng, remembering the recent lesson, endured the agony and refused to let go. The two became a tangled mass, rolling from one side of the living room to the other, their breaths echoing in tandem. The struggle did not last long when Kamizaki Rin managed to break one of Fang Cheng's arms. He seized a moment to yank the dagger from his chest and press it against her throat. Their movements halted simultaneously, faces mere inches apart, their exhalations brushing against one another. Yet the atmosphere was far from intimate. Both glared at each other with fury, Fang Cheng's sweat trickling down his nose onto Kamizaki Rin's face. He was not fatigued, rather, it was the pain from his broken arm that caused him distress. Kamizaki Rin clenched her jaw in silence, her mind racing with strategies. Minutes later, Kamizaki Rin found herself bound and tossed onto the sofa, secured with a traditional technique known as the tortoise-shell bind. Fang Cheng, clad in his clothing, had finally concealed his vulnerabilities. The number in his line of sight remained unchanged at 3. Kamizaki Rin believed she had vanquished Fang Cheng. However, her dagger had merely grazed his heart, leaving no fatal injury, and once removed, his wounds began to heal. He approached her, wielding a baseball bat, looking down upon her with the predatory gaze of a wolf eyeing a lamb. Though her mouth was unbound, Kamizaki Rin refrained from screaming, instead meeting Fang Cheng's gaze with defiance, her pink lips pressed together in a resolute expression. This display of unwavering spirit ignited a blaze of frustration within Fang Cheng, who, after all, was the true intruder. While his broken arm had healed, the pain was not easily forgotten. Fang Cheng raised the baseball bat and delivered several forceful jabs to her abdomen, nearly causing her to regurgitate the contents of her stomach. Then he struck her head sharply with the bat, producing a resounding thud. "What is your name?" he demanded. Kamizaki Rin's head throbbed with 2 swelling bumps, yet she remained stoic, coldly fixing her gaze upon Fang Cheng. "You would do well not to act recklessly. I have teammates waiting outside, ready to come to my aid at any moment." "Are your teammates so impressive? I can easily start a game with 4 of my own," Fang Cheng retorted, studying her face. The more he looked, the more familiar she appeared, until he bore an expression of disbelief. "Kamizaki Rin from Class A, Grade 2 at Kashima Academy?" Kamizaki Rin froze, the words slipping from her lips. "How do you know?" Fang Cheng knew all too well, for they were classmates. Fang Cheng also attends Kashima Academy High School, similarly in his second year, albeit in a different class. Kamizaki Rin is an exceptionally renowned beauty at Kashima Academy, consistently topping the charts for desired female classmates, and the Ice Queen one wishes to be insulted and trampled by since her enrollment. It is no wonder that she seemed familiar to him earlier. However, the original owner's memories were somewhat muddled, causing Fang Cheng to momentarily forget. "How would I know?" Fang Cheng scoffed coldly. "I penned a few love letters to you. So, how could I possibly know?" Indeed, Kamizaki Rin was one of the original owner's secret crushes, and a photograph of her still lay hidden in a folder on his computer, tucked away for purposes that any man would understand. Fang Cheng could not help but let out a deep sigh. The woman who had intruded upon his home at midnight and burned him was, in fact, his crush. Was there anything more ludicrous than this? Kamizaki Rin, upon hearing that Fang Cheng had written love letters to her, widened her eyes in astonishment. Even more surprising was Fang Cheng's lack of subtlety in expressing it outright. Writing love letters to a crush, only for the recipient to not only fail to respond, but also not remember him at all. This scenario would be an undeniable black mark on any other boy's history, something he would never admit to. Yet, Kamizaki Rin truly did not recall she received dozens of love letters daily, enough to fill a recycling bin by the semester's end. She never bothered to open them. How could she possibly remember who had written to her? However, the fact that they shared the bond of being classmates somewhat relieved Kamizaki Rin. She had been worried about how to extricate herself from the situation. "Thank you for the love letters," she said, softening her tone and striving to appear more gentle. "However, I must apologize, as I am not currently interested in pursuing a romantic relationship." Fang Cheng nodded in understanding. "Then shall we marry directly?" Kamizaki Rin. Is this person out of his mind? Fang Cheng could read Kamizaki Rin's expression and knew she was likely cursing him in her mind. He exclaimed in surprise, I was merely joking. Did you take me seriously? Is your brain functioning properly? Kanzaki Rin clenched her teeth, feeling her blood pressure rise and her chest grow heavy. Bang! Fang Cheng struck her on the head again, causing a small bump to form. Kanzaki Rin glared at him in pain. You, what about me? Honestly, what were you doing in my house in the middle of the night? Why did you burn me? Wait, how could you use fire? Are you even human? Fang Cheng fired off several questions, unable to sleep until he figured it out. Who isn't human? Exactly. Kanzaki Rin, suppressing her headache, retorted, why is your chest injury healed? Do I need to elaborate further? Fang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He had only been bitten recently. How did this woman know? He recalled that the street cameras had all been disabled by that vampire. How did you find out? My drone has been monitoring you, she replied. Fang Cheng was speechless. He had noticed drones flying overhead on his way back and had not realized they belonged to her. Kanzaki Rin continued, you have been transformed into a non-human entity by a vampire, and I am here to retrieve you. Fang Cheng was thoroughly displeased. What business is it of yours if I've turned into a vampire? Shinji Rin, unfazed, regarded him with a look akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged. Are you unfamiliar with the Natural Disaster Response Headquarters? Fang Cheng paused momentarily. Taken aback, having recently transitioned, his memories were still somewhat nebulous. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to retrieve the recollection of the Natural Disaster Response Headquarters from the recesses of his mind. In response to the menace posed by supernatural entities, governments worldwide have established specialized law enforcement agencies. The agency formed in Area 11 is known as the Natural Disaster Response Headquarters, abbreviated as the Disaster Response Division, dedicated to addressing incidents related to supernatural creatures. This department holds a significant status, equipped with armed forces independent of the police and military, known as the SAT Mobile Unit, which originated from the counterterrorism forces of Area 11. IT possesses a higher priority than standard criminal cases, allowing it to summon and detain citizens for up to 48 hours unconditionally. The soldiers who had previously engaged in battle with the vampires were likely members of the SAT Mobile Unit. If Shinji Rin truly belonged to the Natural Disaster Response Headquarters, her actions in apprehending Fang Cheng would indeed be legitimate. Simultaneously, Fang Cheng recalled that several operatives within the Natural Disaster Response Headquarters seemed to possess supernatural abilities, a topic that had been extensively discussed online. Without a prompt, he would have struggled to extract the desired information from the memories of the original owners spanning over a decade. Are you genuinely affiliated with the Response Division? Fang Cheng regarded her skeptically. But you're just a high school student, aren't you? Could it be that government agencies employ child labor? Shinji Rin returned his gaze with equal skepticism. Are you mocking me? Iman international. She suspected Fang Cheng was deliberately trivializing her by posing questions that were common knowledge. Thankfully, as an intern, she was unarmed. Otherwise, she might have shot this insufferable individual. Fang Cheng, reminded by her words, recalled that the Natural Disaster Response Headquarters indeed had an internship program designed to cultivate talented individuals, though the identities of these interns were kept confidential. This left Fang Cheng in a predicament. If Shinji Rin were merely a petty thief breaking into homes, he would feel no moral qualms about confronting her. However, with her official background, her actions were lawful, and he had to carefully consider the repercussions of capturing her and turning her into a slave. After a moment of silence, Fang Cheng inquired, "What would happen if you took me back?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Shinji Rin's eyes, attempting to gauge whether she would deceive him. Shinji Rin met his gaze calmly. "You have no criminal record, so it's highly likely you would be detained." Fang Cheng was incredulous. "I haven't done anything. Why would I be imprisoned?" Shinji Rin lowered her gaze and replied softly, "Because you've become a vampire, and vampires, in order to survive, are bound to attack humans. Thus, you must be confined." Fang Cheng was left with a multitude of questions. Why would I attack people? Can I just buy blood? Although he currently felt no desire to consume blood, he reasoned that one need not bite others to acquire it. Surely, artificial blood donations would suffice. If all else failed, perhaps pig's blood or duck's blood could serve as alternatives. Fang Cheng still relished dishes like sauerkraut and pig's blood stew with vermicelli. Like tea this moment, Kanazaki Rin fell into silence, for she had not truly contemplated this dilemma. However, even if blood could indeed be procured, the law enforcement agencies would undoubtedly never tolerate a dangerous entity roaming freely among the populace. Amidst the awkward stillness, Rin suddenly felt a slight vibration from the miniature communicator at her collar, indicating an incoming communication request. Fang Cheng also noticed this and reached out to touch the communicator, confirming its tremor. The atmosphere grew tense. The instant he made contact with the device, Fang Cheng realized that Rin was not lying. She indeed had allies and was attempting to establish contact with them. This revelation thrust Fang Cheng into a predicament. Should he release Kanazaki Rin, allowing her to connect with her team, only to be apprehended himself? Or should he eliminate her and confront the impending capture by the disaster response department? Alternatively, could he abandon her and embark on a journey of escape? None of these three options appealed to him, yet he found himself at a loss for alternatives, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Kanazaki Rin fixed her gaze on Fang Cheng, her heartbeat quickening, resonating like the sound of distant drums. She understood that Fang Cheng's forthcoming choice would determine her fate. The communicator continued to vibrate, seemingly urging Fang Cheng to make a choice. He hesitated, yet the longer he delayed, the greater the risk of exposure became. Meanwhile, Kamazaki Rin's heart sank further with Fang Cheng's indecision. Should her teammates sense something amiss and terminate the communication request, it could lead to the gravest consequence, her potential demise at his hands. Sweat beaded in her palms, and her muscles tensed, akin to a crouching leopard poised to pounce. If the worst were to occur, she would fight with all her might. The ropes binding her were not entirely constraining. If she could endure just a little longer, her teammates could come to her aid at any moment. From their previous encounter, it was evident that this vampire, though resolute and purposeful, lacked any combat skills. Given another opportunity, Kamazaki Rin could easily subdue Fang Cheng. Each fleeting second stretched into an eternity, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the two. Kamazaki Rin felt overwhelmed by the mounting pressure. Just as she was on the verge of rebellion, Fang Cheng finally made a move. Her heart momentarily halted in rhythm with his actions. Yet, he merely opened the communicator's extension, stepping back slowly and gesturing politely towards her. Ultimately, he opted for the least risky choice. Rather than unleash his fury, securing his own future took precedence. With a sigh of relief, Kamazaki Rin felt her undergarments dampened by sweat. "Kamazaki, are you all right?" A young male voice crackled through the communicator, laced with concern. After taking 2 deep breaths, she replied, "I'm fine." The male voice exhaled. "That's good to hear. I was worried since you hadn't answered for so long." Fang Cheng also breathed easier. It was clear that Kamazaki Rin was astute and aware of her predicament. Even if she summoned her teammates, that interval might provoke Fang Cheng into a desperate struggle. The male voice inquired again, "Kamazaki, did you capture the target?" Fang Cheng's heart raced once more. Kamazaki Rin glanced at him, responding coolly, "I did not find the target." "Do you need me to assist you?" "No, I'll be down shortly." With that, she took the initiative to switch off the communicator with her chin. Fang Cheng stared at her in astonishment, pondering her intentions. "Let us make a deal, shall we?" Kamazaki Rin expressed, displaying no awareness of her captive status. Instead, she exuded an air of dominance, suggesting, "If you let me go, I shall pretend I never saw you." Fang Cheng's mouth fell slightly agape. Is that even an option? Reclining comfortably on the sofa, if one overlooked the bindings that restrained her, she appeared entirely at ease, embodying a relaxed demeanor. Why not? This city harbors countless monsters and anomalies. Capturing one more is inconsequential. I am not one to adhere to absolute justice. The notion of absolute justice refers to those who are intolerant of imperfections, unyielding in their principles. Such qualities, though rare, are not non-existent, particularly among the youth who have yet to face the harshness of society. Fang Cheng regarded this woman with newfound respect. Despite her youth, she exhibited remarkable finesse. Here, the term lubrication refers to the realm of thought. Do not misconstrue it. If I let you go, what shall I do if you turn back and summon others to block my path? Fang Cheng harbored considerable doubt towards her. Kanazaki Rin smiled faintly. Exuding confidence, "You have no choice." Fang Cheng maintained a stern expression, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness, for indeed, there was no alternative route available. Having only recently traversed into this world, he had yet to evolve into a being capable of decisive and unflinching violence. Furthermore, this woman possessed governmental ties, and her comrades were waiting outside, ready to intervene at any moment. To act out of momentary anger and eliminate her, only to be pursued by the authorities and forced into exile in this unfamiliar realm, was hardly a wise decision. As an adult, the ability to endure and adapt is instinctual. Preserving oneself for future retribution is paramount. The two engaged in a silent standoff, their gazes locked, until Fang Cheng suddenly smiled and turned to leave the living room. Upon his return, he held an old mobile phone and a bottle of yogurt. This phone had been discarded by its previous owner last year, yet charged, it was still functional. Fang Cheng smiled at Kanazaki Rin, stating, in principle, "I concur with your proposal. Do you mind if I take some precautions?" The sight of the phone unsettled Kanazaki Rin. Yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. "What are you planning to do? What do you think a man and a woman alone together at this hour could possibly do?" Fang Cheng approached, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. Kanazaki Rin's expression transformed dramatically. "What are you doing? Stop!" she shrieked, contorting on the sofa like a distressed caterpillar. No matter how clever or cunning she was, maintaining her calm in such a moment was implausible. "Do not move. I mean you no harm," he reassured her. "Get away, you perverted scoundrel. Do not touch me." After considerable effort, Fang Cheng managed to loosen her collar, revealing her delicate collarbone, before tugging down her trousers to unveil a pair of thighs that resembled exquisite art, enough to drive leg enthusiasts into a frenzy. He then opened the yogurt, took a sip, and poured the remainder over Kanazaki Rin. Realization dawned upon her regarding his intentions. She glared at him. Fury etched across her face, mentally cursing him. This man was utterly perverse and shameless. She vowed to never fall into his clutches. Fang Cheng lifted the phone, capturing several angles, preserving the beauty of Kanazaki Rin. As he clicked away, he couldn't help but express admiration. This creation was simply flawless. The white yogurt, the open collar, the artistically arranged attire, the dazzlingly fair thighs, and Kanazaki Rin's expression of rage tinged with embarrassment, all elements harmoniously resonated. Anyone witnessing such a scene would hardly perceive it as a jest. After completing the photographs, Fang Cheng returned to the bedroom and uploaded the images to his computer. "I am willing to make a deal with you, but I do not trust you. I have uploaded the photos to my personal account, setting them for timed release. I shall now let you go. Should you reconsider, these images will be disseminated online, particularly on the official website of the Countermeasures Department. I am certain that netizens worldwide would relish the opportunity to appreciate such artistic masterpieces." Fang Cheng smiled at Shinzaki Rin and said, "If you obediently leave and refrain from harassing me in the future, I can assure you that these photographs will never be seen by a third party. What do you say?" With no other option, Shinzaki Rin could only suppress her anger and reluctantly agree. Fang Cheng untied the ropes binding her, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Shinzaki Rin silently fastened her collar, avoiding eye contact with Fang Cheng, and strode toward the door, seemingly eager to escape this place. Fang Cheng fixed his gaze on her retreating figure as she paused at the entrance and turned back. "Do you think this is the end?" Shinzaki Rin's tone was laced with mockery. Fang Cheng's expression shifted. "Are you having second thoughts?" "Of course not. I am a person of my word," she replied with a slight smile. "But you might not be aware of the identity of the vampire who bit you. Her name is Isis, known as the Blood Queen, a truly dreadful creature." A vision of a blonde woman flashed through Fang Cheng's mind. Surprised to learn of such a melodramatic moniker. "What does that have to do with me? Am I considered hers just because she bit me?" "You guessed correctly," Shinzaki Rin replied, her tone tinged with schadenfreude. "The Blood Queen has a notorious habit of creating numerous vampires wherever she goes, leading them to slaughter one another until only the strongest survives. I cannot fathom how many vampires she has spawned in Tokyo, but the number is undoubtedly significant, and they will soon come knocking at your door. You are doomed." Fang Cheng frowned at her words, appearing quite distressed. Shinzaki Rin crossed her arms. "Are you frightened now?" Fang Cheng glanced at her and scoffed. "That's a concern for another day. You should leave quickly and shut the door behind you." "What do you mean by you? Hurry up and scram." Shinzaki Rin shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave, slamming the door shut behind her. "What a lunatic!" Fang Cheng shouted at the door. Once he confirmed that Shinzaki Rin had truly departed, he exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the sofa. After Shinzaki Rin exited Fang Cheng's home, her expression swiftly returned to calm, revealing no trace of anger. She arrived at the base of the apartment building, where a young man dressed in black combat attire awaited her. He was handsome and composed, yet only around 17 years old, a high school student like Shinzaki Rin. "Shun." The young man approached with concern, visibly relieved to see her unharmed. They were both interns from the strategy department and partners for the evening's operation, tasked with handling novices like Fang Cheng. The tumult caused by the Blood Queen would naturally attract more formidable adversaries. "Aoki, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I failed to locate the target," Shinzaki Rin replied calmly, her expression and tone betraying no signs of deception. Aoki Yusuke quickly responded, "No worries. Once these monsters emerge to attack, their whereabouts will be revealed, and we can deal with them then." Kanzaki Rin nodded and said, "Let us proceed. The command center has summoned us for assembly." She stepped forward, and Aoki Yusuke was about to follow when he caught a whiff of something peculiar, inquiring, "What is that scent of yogurt?" Kanzaki Rin's expression stiffened, and her pace quickened. Aoki Yusuke glanced at her hurried retreat, then turned back to the apartment building, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Upon their swift return to the operations command center, the majority of the interns had already assembled. The interns, predominantly youthful, had an average age of no more than 15, their faces still bearing the innocence of youth. Upon her arrival, Kanzaki Rin noted a palpable atmosphere of tension within the command center. Everyone moved with urgency and wore solemn expressions. Aoki Yusuke called out to one in turn, "Kuju, what has transpired?" Kuju Wataru glanced at Kanzaki Rin before replying in a hushed tone, "The SAT mobile team has suffered significant casualties. Many were slain by the Blood Queen." Both Kanzaki Rin and Aoki Yusuke were taken aback. The SAT mobile team, an elite armed force of the Disaster Response Department, was well-equipped and rigorously trained, boasting combat capabilities far surpassing those of a typical military unit, truly the Sea Army de la Sea Army. Upon discovering the Blood Queen's presence in Tokyo, the Disaster Response Department had swiftly dispatched the SAT mobile team for expulsion, emphasizing expulsion rather than elimination, as the latter was deemed impossible. They had not anticipated such dire casualties even in the process of expulsion. Kuju Wataru's complexion paled slightly as he murmured, "Indeed, monsters of disaster level are truly terrifying. The Blood Queen still roams Tokyo. Will we, the interns, be dispatched to confront her?" Just as Aoki Yusuke was about to respond, a middle-aged commander emerged. Bellowing at the three of them, "Yulad, cease your whispering and assemble at once." "Yes," they replied in unison, promptly jogging to the assembly point. This night in Tokyo was destined to be anything but tranquil. Fang Cheng was roused from his slumber by an overwhelming pang of hunger. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already the next morning. His stomach growled ferociously, as though he hadn't eaten in a fortnight. Fang Cheng's complexion turned pale. The intensity of his hunger was debilitating, leaving him dizzy and weak. Struggling to roll off the bed, he crawled on all fours to the kitchen, flinging open the refrigerator and devouring everything edible within. As he gorged himself, Fang Cheng noticed a line of small text materializing in his field of vision. Eating one. In a moment of astonishment, he almost forgot to swallow the food in his mouth. The words appeared swiftly before vanishing just as quickly. Yet they were unmistakably clear. Instinctively, he swallowed the food down, and another line of text emerged. Eating one. This was likely not a mere hallucination brought on by starvation. However, Fang Cheng had no time to ponder such matters. He continued to voraciously consume the entire contents of the refrigerator. The hunger abated slightly, and he regained some strength. Lying on the floor, Fang Cheng finally had a moment to reflect, having just crossed over the previous night only to be slain by the Blood Queen. And upon returning home, almost meeting his demise at the hands of Kanzaki Rin, only to eventually succeed in driving her away, he had collapsed into a deep slumber from sheer exhaustion. In retrospect, it seemed as though his body had resurrected from a gunshot wound even before being bitten by the Blood Queen, who had remarked upon his peculiar state. Coupled with the numbers in his pupils and the notifications that appeared while he was consuming food, Fang Cheng had ample reason to suspect that his immortality was not merely a gift from a vampire, but rather a consequence of some other phenomenon. Might it be a built-in advantage of his translocation? With great enthusiasm, he endeavored for a while, yet failed to summon any sort of system. Soon, his stomach emitted a rumbling sound. The food he had previously ingested had been completely digested, leaving not even a trace. Reluctantly, Fang Cheng took his wallet and stepped outside in search of sustenance. Having never visited Tokyo in his previous life, he could discern that the city bore considerable differences from what he had known. The buildings were denser and taller, and when viewed from the ground, the sky appeared fragmented into irregular squares, resembling a cage that evoked a sense of oppression. Fang Cheng felt the city had begun to take on a cyberpunk essence, particularly with the high-rises adorned in vibrant neon lights and signage, alongside the omnipresent steel piping. This transformation was largely due to the encroachment of supernatural creatures upon many habitable areas in the 11th district, especially in rural locales, where entire villages had vanished during the most severe incidents. Faced with such threats, humanity had no choice but to concentrate in major cities, resulting in increasingly towering structures and dwindling living space. This phenomenon was not confined to the 11th district, but echoed across other nations as well. Occasionally, police drones zipped through the skies. Upon detecting illicit activities, they would descend to issue warnings, while more advanced models were armed. Fang Cheng felt uneasy at the sight of these drones, recalling that it was such a drone that had led Kamizaki Rin to his home the previous night. Her visage flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered her warning about the Blood Queen creating numerous vampires, who would embroil him in a deadly conflict amongst themselves. Whether this was a genuine threat or merely an attempt to intimidate him remained uncertain. If the former were true, it would indeed spell disaster. He casually entered a ramen shop he found on the roadside, ordering an enormous portion of noodles, devouring 5 bowls in quick succession, leaving the proprietor astounded. Unperturbed by the gazes of others, he immersed himself in his meal, repeatedly witnessing the notification eating one in his field of vision. Once he had consumed all 5 bowls, the text transformed into satiated one. The gnawing hunger in his stomach finally subsided, leaving him approximately 8/10 full. By the original owner's standards, not only 5 bowls but even a single bowl would have sufficed to fill him to the brim. He had consumed at least 20 times his usual portion. After departing the ramen shop, Fang Cheng made a trip to the bank to check his savings. The account held a little over 3,000 East Asian yuan, the currency of the Eastern Asian People's Revolutionary Union. While the purchasing power of the yuan was relatively strong, 3,000 was still a paltry sum. Fang Cheng mentally calculated his expenditures for the day and felt a surge of anxiety. If he were to eat as he had just done at every meal, it would not be long before he devoured his finances entirely. Even if he limited himself to one meal a day, the two would not last for long. The inheritance left by the protagonist's parents was considerable, sufficient to support his university years. However, the allure of spending on virtual companions consumed a significant portion of his savings. Glancing at his dwindling funds, Fang Cheng could not help but let out a deep sigh. After a life spent striving for survival, he had not anticipated that even in this new world, he would remain ensnared by the fate of a wage slave. Thoughts of Kamizaki Rin and the vampires faded from his mind. It was time to consider how to earn a living. Upon exiting the bank, Fang Cheng returned home with a heavy heart, oblivious to the shadowy figure lurking a short distance behind him. Kamizaki Rin, clad in a black hoodie, stood at the street corner, her gaze fixated on Fang Cheng's retreating silhouette. Having honored her promise the previous day not to report Fang Cheng's identity to her superiors, she felt no obligation to let the matter rest. The vampire's thirst for blood surpasses any human desire, compelling them to emerge periodically to attack humans and create chaos. This was especially true for newly turned vampires, who urgently require blood to enhance their powers. Rin did not consider Fang Cheng an exception, so she had taken to surveilling his vicinity early that morning, intending to catch him in the act. To her astonishment, Fang Cheng did not assault anyone. Instead, he indulged himself in a ramen shop. Vampires were not incapable of consuming food. Rather, ordinary sustenance could not alleviate their hunger, only blood could. Yet, it appeared that Fang Cheng had sated his hunger with ramen. Furthermore, he exhibited no fear of daylight. Typically, vampires avoid venturing out during the day, as it causes them discomfort, even when the sun has yet to rise. All these signs suggested that Fang Cheng did not conform to the characteristics of a vampire. Rin nearly doubted her identification of him, but she was certain that Fang Cheng had been bitten by the Blood Queen and resurrected, only to endure a dagger piercing his chest yet remain animated. However, he seemed immune to silver daggers, which could easily slay newly turned vampires. This contradiction puzzled her. In any case, Fang Cheng was shrouded in enigmas that Rin could not ignore. Moreover, the photographs that filled her with shame remained in his possession. The mere thought of Fang Cheng potentially using those images for dubious purposes sent shivers down her spine. She had to devise a way to reclaim them. As Fang Cheng walked further away, Rin pulled her hood tighter and followed him at a leisurely pace. Upon returning home, Fang Cheng began experimenting with his body's condition. He inflicted harm through various means, cutting with a knife, burning, and even touching electrical outlets, to observe the healing speed of his wounds. After a series of trials, he discerned several key points. First, as long as the injuries were not fatal, the numbers in his pupils would not diminish. Second, the healing speed could be controlled. Accelerating recovery significantly drained his stamina. Third, once injuries healed, a sense of hunger would emerge. Additionally, during physical exertion, notifications indicating exercise 1 would appear for different body parts, resembling a gaming interface. Fang Cheng found himself perplexed by the nature of his immortality. The numbers in his pupils might represent the number of revivals, and depleting them could spell his doom. The matters concerning his health could be addressed later. The issue of finances took precedence. Fang Cheng had no desire to experience the sensation of starvation. He returned to his bedroom and powered on his computer, eager to explore any job openings available online. Securing employment, even temporarily, was essential. After a thorough search, he discovered that job listings were scarce and predominantly sought highly skilled personnel. Following the substantial influx of rural populations into urban areas, the labor force had surged unprecedentedly, resulting in fierce competition for each available position. Hardly any opportunities remained for a high school graduate like him. After over an hour of fruitless searching, even for temporary work, Fang Cheng felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. He opened a hidden folder and retrieved the artistic photographs he had taken of Shinjo-rin the previous night. Pondering as he stroked his chin, selling these artistic photos to the boys at school might yield a handsome profit. The images he possessed could undoubtedly command a lofty price. However, this thought filled him with hesitation. While selling them would be simple, the consequence would be incurring Shinjo-rin's wrath. Furthermore, these photographs served as a potent deterrent against her. Once sold, their power would dissipate. Nevertheless, this notion sparked an idea for Fang Cheng. If he truly found himself in dire straits, perhaps he could sell the photographs to Shinjo-rin instead. She would likely be interested. Just then, a notification from a social media application on his computer interrupted his thoughts. A friend had sent him a message. Curiously, he opened it to find a single line. Fang, have you made your decision? Decision regarding what? Intrigued, Fang Cheng perused their previous conversations, and a long-buried memory surged forth. His eyes brightened with the realization that he had stumbled upon a potential path to prosperity. Chapter 6. The Path to Wealth of the Immortal Body. The individual who sent the message goes by the online pseudonym Wager Medical Insurance Agency and is an agent for a medical insurance intermediary. Fang Cheng's connection to this insurance agency stems from the medical insurance his parents paid for. Following their demise, he became the beneficiary of the policy. However, he was required to continue making payments. As a high school student with no income, the original owner found it impossible to afford the exorbitant annual premiums, leading him to contemplate surrendering the policy. Just as he was preparing to withdraw, the insurance intermediary approached him, hoping he would reconsider and instead opt for a transfer, which would grant him an additional sum in transfer fees. Although Fang Cheng was somewhat tempted, the amount offered was inadequate, resulting in prolonged negotiations. Fang Cheng's primary concern was not the medical insurance itself, as he had no need for it in his current situation. Rather, he contemplated an alternative solution that might alleviate his financial dilemma. Mr. Fukuda, I would like to request your assistance with something, he typed in response. If successful, the medical insurance can be transferred to you. Upon receiving this message, Taro Fukuda, seated in a CAF, was instantly invigorated. He hastily set down his cup and replied on his laptop, Please, do go on. I will do my utmost to assist if I can. However, when Fang Cheng articulated his proposal, Taro Fukuda's expression shifted dramatically. Fang Jun, this kind of arrangement is illegal. Seated before his computer, Fang Cheng chuckled at Fukuda's assertion, for he had said it was unlawful rather than impossible, indicating that such dealings indeed existed, thus rendering the feasibility of his plan plausible. Ah, Mr. Fukuda, is the transfer of medical insurance truly lawful? Fang Cheng queried. Medical insurance is inherently non-transferable, and Taro Fukuda's intent to purchase Fang Cheng's insurance was, by nature, an illicit endeavor, a venture within a gray market. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Cheng responded, If we succeed, the medical insurance can be transferred to you. Additionally, I will provide you an extra commission. Should you decline, I will seek out another party. Reflecting on his family, who were in dire need, Taro Fukuda ultimately resolved to assist. Fang Jun, I can help you, but I hope you will not come to regret this decision. Rest assured, there will be no regrets. Can you arrange this for me today? Absolutely. I will contact the clinic right away. After agreeing on the time and location, Taro Fukuda drained his coffee and exhaled heavily. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng smiled at the unexpected ease of the situation. Should it prove successful, this would pave a sustainable path to wealth. Rin Kanzaki followed Fang Cheng home and resolved to stake out outside, planning to monitor him throughout the day. A fledgling vampire, unable to resist the craving for blood, would inevitably take action within a short span, certainly not exceeding 2 days. By the afternoon, when Rin Kanzaki observed Fang Cheng leaving his residence, she promptly trailed him. Fang Cheng, taking the subway nearby, appeared vigilant, yet Rin's adept tracking skills ensured she remained undetected. After 2 stops, Fang Cheng exited the subway into a bustling area filled with people. This increased the difficulty of tracking, yet it posed no challenge for Rin Kanzaki, who found herself intrigued by Fang Cheng's purpose for being in this location. Could he possibly be planning to commit a crime across regions? Before long, Fang Cheng entered a small car parked by the roadside, driven by a middle-aged man resembling a weary corporate worker, somewhat pudgy around the middle. Good afternoon, Mr. Fukuda. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Fang Cheng said, taking the passenger seat with a beaming smile, extending his hand to Taro Fukuda. Fukuda blinked in surprise, hesitating before he grasped Fang Cheng's hand. No, I just arrived myself. Have we settled on the price? Yes, it's been finalized, Fang Cheng replied. Then let us depart. Time is of the essence. Fukuda's mind had yet to catch up, and after a few exchanged words, he found himself at Fang Cheng's mercy, starting the car. After a short drive, Fukuda finally regained his senses, his mind filled with questions. Was this the same high school student who had always kept his head down? Too timid to make eye contact? If not for his unchanged appearance, Fukuda would have almost believed he had mistaken the person. The two soon arrived at a clinic named Hirano Health Management Center, entering through a small door at the back. Meanwhile, Rin Kanzaki had also arrived nearby by taxi. Thankfully, she had temporarily summoned a patrol drone. Otherwise, she would have been left behind. Standing outside the clinic, she was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Fang Cheng's reasons for visiting a clinic, given that he had survived a stab to the heart. He seemed destined to remain far from hospitals for the rest of his life. Was it possible he had come to procure blood? After lingering outside the clinic for a while, Rin donned a mask and entered. A few minutes later, she emerged, having found no one. Yet she noted that the operating room within was in use. Just then, her phone rang, revealing a call from Yusuke Aoki. Aoki, what is it? She answered. Rin, the third training session has been moved up this year, and I've already filled out your registration form. I do not intend to participate. Do not submit the form. What? You're not participating? Aoki's tone betrayed his surprise. In previous years, Rin had never missed a session. Why the sudden change? The training is of little benefit to me now, Rin explained, though this was only part of her reasoning. She needed to continue monitoring Fang Cheng and had no time for training. But you should participate, Aoki. Your fundamentals are still rather shaky. Indeed. And that is why I have already registered, Aoki replied with a wry smile, his laughter laced with disappointment. Whether it stemmed from his own shortcomings or Rin's decision not to enroll was unclear. Rin, I inquired this morning about last night's events. The SAT mobile unit reportedly lost at least 300 personnel. They may be selecting reserve members this year, Aoki said, his tone growing serious. The Blood Queen, Isis, had slaughtered 300 elite soldiers and brazenly departed, treating Tokyo as her personal restroom. The disaster response department was infuriated yet utterly powerless, with many even breathing a sigh of relief at Isis's departure. The disparity of power within this situation breeds a sense of despair, leaving the interns with heavy hearts and diminished morale. Despite their relentless training, they could not withstand even a mere finger from the monster. Thus, what purpose does their arduous effort serve? Kanazaki Rin wished to avoid discussing this topic with Aoki Yusuke. Do you have something to attend to? She asked. Well, this morning, I happened to win 2 movie tickets and a lottery while shopping. It would be a waste not to use them. Would you be interested in sharing? A hint of tension laced Aoki Yusuke's voice. However, Kanazaki Rin coldly declined. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. I have something of great importance to attend to. Aoki Yusuke feigned nonchalance, chuckling. Ah, yes, of course. One should only watch movies they are interested in. Well then, you take care. See you tomorrow. After Kanazaki Rin hung up, Aoki Yusuke gazed at his phone, letting out a deep sigh. He pondered when he might finally capture the heart of his goddess. A prospect that seemed infinitely distant, yet he remained resolute in his determination. Kanazaki Rin lingered outside the clinic, waiting for an extended period before she noticed Fukuda Taro assisting Fang Cheng as they exited through the back door. Fang Cheng appeared pallid and weak, yet wore an expression of sheer joy. After helping him into the car, Fukuda Taro departed with him. Kanazaki Rin, feeling the weight of her wallet, gritted her teeth and summoned another taxi. Fukuda Taro did not take Fang Cheng elsewhere, but delivered him directly home, attentively ushering him to his bedroom and reminding him to rest before leaving in high spirits. As Kanazaki Rin returned in the taxi, her expression was grim. She had spent the entire day watching without gaining any insight, and had even lost money on 2 taxi fares. Upon her return, she spotted Fukuda Taro emerging from the apartment building, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Just as Fukuda Taro opened the car door, he felt an immense force from behind, causing him to spin and crash to the ground, his hands pinned behind him. Who are you? Let me go, he shouted in panic. Answer my questions honestly, or dire consequences will ensue. A low, ambiguous voice echoed from behind him, accompanied by the sensation of a sharp object pressing against his waist. Terrified and stiffened with fear, he pleaded, please don't hurt me. I can give you money or anything else you want. What did you and that boy do at the Hirano clinic? Fukuda Taro's heart raced. It became clear that the inquiry was directed at Fang Cheng. Without hesitation, he betrayed his companion. He went to sell a kidney. He sold his kidney at the clinic. Sell a kidney? Kanazaki Rin was left utterly speechless, nearly losing her grip on her fluctuating voice. She had spent the entire day racking her brain to decipher Fang Cheng's intentions, exhausting countless brain cells, only to find out he had gone to sell a kidney. A vampire selling a kidney? Kanazaki Rin felt her worldview shattering. You, a vampire, instead of causing chaos or biting people, choose to sell your kidney? Can you possibly amount to anything? Shaking off her shock, Kanazaki Rin pressed further. Did you not notice anything amiss while they were removing his kidney? The regenerative abilities of vampires are remarkably potent. Even when their abdomen is violently opened, it is exceedingly difficult to swiftly extract their kidneys. Even if one could manage to remove them, it appears that a vampire's kidneys hold no value for humans. No, there is nothing amiss. Taro Fukuda incessantly rationalized his actions. It was not I who coerced him. It was his own decision, and I merely claimed a modest intermediary fee. Rin Kanzaki retorted coldly. Are you not afraid of him dying at home, having just undergone surgery? Taro Fukuda, of course, felt no trepidation. The death of such an orphan, devoid of parents, would elicit no concern, and the apartment would consequently become a property without an owner. However, he dared not voice this thought and could only beg for mercy. It was his own persistent desire to return home, not my insistence. Rin Kanzaki replied icily. You are deliberately waiting for him to perish, are you not, in order to covet his inheritance? Taro Fukuda quivered in fear, unable to respond. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, only to find that the surroundings were devoid of any presence. He could not afford to exhale in relief. He scrambled into his vehicle, fleeing in haste. Chapter 7. As long as one does not die, one should strive vigorously. After Fukuda Taro's departure, Fang Cheng, who had been languishing on his bed, sprang up with renewed vigor. He removed his clothing and unwrapped the blood-soaked bandages. The surgical incision on his side had healed completely, and his excised kidney had miraculously regenerated. The surgical ordeal had unfolded with unexpected ease. As Fang Cheng meticulously controlled the rate of healing to avoid any premature closure of the wound, lest he be regarded as a monster, the rewards were bountiful. He sold a single kidney for 50,000 yen, allocating 2,000 yen to Fukuda Taro as a commission, thus securing a substantial profit of 48,000 yen. According to Fang Cheng's experimental findings, the bodily tissue excised from him would gradually vanish, with the rate of disappearance proportional to its volume. The kidney left at the clinic would likely disappear without a trace within 2 days, and the clinic would remain oblivious to the true cause. Mistakenly believing it had been stolen, Fang Cheng was reluctant to be hospitalized for fear of exposure. He bore no moral qualms about exploiting this illicit medical industry. His stomach grumbled once more, signaling the onset of hunger as his body healed. Fang Cheng rubbed his belly, letting out a slight discontented sound. He realized he would need to embrace the role of a voracious eater, hoping not to become an indolent glutton. Nonetheless, his spirits were buoyed, having resolved his financial predicament. Whistling a cheerful tune, he changed his attire and ventured out to satiate his appetite, purchase a new mobile phone card, and trim his long hair, which lent him a revitalized appearance. On his way home, he stopped by the supermarket to procure a variety of non-perishable food items, intending to prepare meals at home. Although he was momentarily free from financial worries, he understood the importance of prudent spending. Cooking at home would help mitigate unnecessary expenses. After placing the groceries in the refrigerator, Fang Cheng took a refreshing shower, returned to his bedroom, and opened his computer to create a new blank document. While the financial issue had been addressed, Fang Cheng's current situation remained far from optimistic. He was not a hapless and aimless high school student. Within his youthful frame resided a mature soul that necessitated thoughtful foresight and meticulous planning for the future, particularly after being shadowed all day by that peculiar woman. A sense of urgency began to envelop him. Indeed, Kanzaki Rin thought her stalking went unnoticed, but Fang Cheng had detected her furtive presence when he left in the morning. Their previous encounter had been far from pleasant, and he was skeptical that she would generously allow him to escape unscathed. With Kanzaki Rin lurking nearby, Fang Cheng dared not let his guard down. He began to refine his thoughts in the blank document, quickly outlining 3 essential matters. The first concern was money, the more, the better. Thus, his opportunistic exploits should continue, and he must seek alternatives beyond Fukuda Taro, for Tokyo was not devoid of other intermediaries engaged in similar dealings. However, this approach would yield only short-term gains. A long-term strategy was imperative. The second concern was the threat posed by Kanzaki Rin, the specter of the so-called vampire she mentioned, and the broader societal dangers that loomed over someone like him. Therefore, it was crucial to acquire the means of self-defense in the immediate future. Fang Cheng harbors no ambition for supremacy, yet he cannot allow himself to be easily dispatched like a mere pawn. At the very least, he must aspire to be a sleek sports car. The third matter at hand is self-exploration. To ascertain the origins of his immortality, whether it stems from vampiric influences or other causes. Particularly, he must investigate methods to increase his resurrection count. For this is far more paramount than monetary wealth. Upon completing his writing, and while reviewing for any omissions, a friend named Fu Ping reached out to him via social media. Fang Jun, why is your phone unreachable? Teacher Hu Chuan has been inquiring about your status. Are you coming to school soon? The memories of the original owner, spanning over a decade, were somewhat overwhelming for Fang Cheng, making it challenging to recall without prompts. It was only upon seeing Fu Ping's message that he remembered he was currently a second-year high school student and had been persistently skipping classes. Fu Ping, a classmate, had been quite considerate towards him. I lost my phone and have since acquired a new number. Please take note. As Fang Cheng began to type the words I am not attending school, he hesitated, ultimately deleting it and replacing it with, let's discuss school matters tomorrow. He had yet to contemplate his future course of action. School affairs felt trivial, yet he could not entirely forsake them. Fu Ping replied, I understand. I hope to see you at school tomorrow. Good night. Instantly, a vision of 2 rabbits tenderly wishing him good night surfaced in Fang Cheng's mind. Wait, why rabbits? He rubbed his forehead and saved the document. Leaving his bedroom, he rummaged through the storage closet to retrieve a pair of dumbbells. These dumbbells had been purchased by the original owner during middle school, but soon fell into disuse alongside a baseball bat, as gaming was deemed far more entertaining than exercise. Fang Cheng grasped the dumbbells in both hands and began a slow workout in the living room. Exercise 1. Exercise 1. Exercise 1. Occasionally. A line of prompts would appear in his line of sight, roughly every minute of exercise. Fang Cheng harbored doubts regarding his physical condition, suspecting it might be related to the mobile game he played prior to his transmigration. In that game, the characters also faced limits on their resurrection counts, with prompts appearing during eating and exercising. Thus, he intended to use exercise to validate his suspicions. Outside the apartment building, a drone silently approached the floor where Fang Cheng resided. The drone's camera appeared through the window, capturing every movement of Fang Cheng in the living room. Subsequently, the footage was wirelessly transmitted across much of Xiqing district, relaying in real time to a room within a luxurious apartment. Kanzaki Rin, clad in a delicate nightgown, reclined on her bed with a notebook before her. As she munched on potato chips, her gaze remained fixed on Fang Cheng's figure engaged in exercise. Approximately 20 minutes later, Fang Cheng, panting heavily, set the dumbbells down and sat on the floor to rest. Humph. Kanzaki Rin let out a light scoff, seemingly mocking Fang Cheng's perseverance. Having emptied the bag of chips, she absent-mindedly licked her fingers, only to realize she had consumed the entire packet. With a hint of lingering satisfaction, she fetched a bowl of cold noodles from the side, savoring it in small bites. In the video, Fang Cheng had finished his rest and resumed his workout. As he performed push-ups, he counted each repetition in his mind, entirely oblivious to the excruciating pain coursing through his arms as if they were on the verge of breaking. The advantage of being immortal lies in the complete absence of concern that rigorous exercise might inflict injury upon the body. Thus, Fang Cheng adhered to the philosophy of pushing oneself to the limits, fiercely extracting every ounce of strength and muscle endurance. Kanzaki Rin, who had been savoring a chicken leg, gradually ceased her meal, astonished to realize that Fang Cheng had been exercising for over 2 hours without her noticing. Aside from brief moments of rest, the entirety of that time had been devoted to intense physical exertion. Although a vampire's body possesses the ability to recover, the accompanying agony and fatigue remain palpable. One must possess considerable willpower to endure such a lengthy session. Such resilience is indeed exceptional among the interns at the Disaster Response Department. Watching Fang Cheng's rhythmic movements, Kanzaki Rin murmured to herself, pondering the nature of this individual. She could not fathom how an ordinary high school student could exhibit such remarkable drive and determination. Running off to sell his kidney the very day after becoming a vampire, while also maintaining a disciplined regimen of strenuous exercise. Even during their encounter the previous night, Fang Cheng displayed a level of maturity and composure that belied his age, devoid of the childishness typically associated with high school students, save for his penchant for sharp-tongued banter. Yet, he had remained inconspicuous in school, otherwise Kanzaki Rin would have recognized him. Throughout the course of the day spent observing him, Kanzaki Rin found herself not only lacking a deeper understanding of Fang Cheng, but also accumulating a myriad of unanswered questions. Chapter 8. Do you have an older sister? Fang Cheng was utterly taken aback to find Kanzaki Rin still peering at him in the dead of night. His mind was a blank slate, and he was merely persevering through sheer willpower. By the time he completed his 400th push-up, his hands felt as though they were not his own, completely numb. At last, a change appeared in his field of vision. Stamina 1. Upon seeing this notification, Fang Cheng finally relented, his hands giving way as he collapsed onto the ground like a spent dog, sweat thoroughly soaking the carpet. Suddenly, amidst his heavy breathing, Fang Cheng burst into laughter. He had not been mistaken. His body had indeed transformed to resemble that of a game character. Exercise yielded tangible rewards, granting him 1 point of stamina each day. Even transformed into a vampire, 2 hours of arduous training could not possibly elevate his stamina, yet the game character was different, with a feedback mechanism that was evidently clear. Consequently, Fang Cheng only needed to engage in daily workouts to gain 1 point of stamina, which encompassed strength, speed, endurance, and resilience, leading to a comprehensive enhancement. Moreover, the total amount of stamina a game character could acquire was limitless. Theoretically, with perseverance, one could evolve into a balding superhero. This also confirmed that Fang Cheng's immortality had no connection to vampirism. Kanzaki Rin had incessantly claimed he would go out to attack people. Yet Fang Cheng had yet to experience any urge to feed. However, this fortunate ability was one he could not disclose, allowing others to continue mistakenly believing he was a vampire. The expansive prospects filled Fang Cheng with delight, and after a brief rest, he hummed a cheerful tune as he headed to the bathroom for a shower. On the other side of the city, Kanzaki Rin swallowed the last piece of sushi, temporarily concluding her surveillance of Fang Cheng. She pulled out her phone, logged into the game, and began to play, though her gaze occasionally flickered to the monitoring screen of her notebook, ensuring Fang Cheng had not stealthily slipped out of the house. After finishing his shower, Fang Cheng returned to his bedroom, lying on the bed as he retrieved his phone. He located a mobile game strikingly similar to League of Legends, logging into the original account to begin playing. Though inexperienced, the familiar gameplay coupled with the original owner's memories allowed Fang Cheng to navigate seamlessly through the game. After competing in 2 ranked matches, he encountered a player named Super Cute Super Strong God, while his own in-game name was God Slayer. The coincidence of their usernames felt rather fateful. Fang Cheng played as ADC while the other played as support, venturing down the bottom lane together. However, it was not long before Fang Cheng sensed his blood pressure rising, as the support refused to purchase any gold-generating items and was even secretly last hitting his minions. God Slayer, you are pushing it too far. Super Cute Super Strong God. Fair competition. God Slayer, I can't believe this. Fang Cheng took a deep breath, striving to ignore this troublesome teammate, focusing intently on last-hitting minions to deny him any opportunities. Soon, the opposing jungler arrived to gank, and as Fang Cheng adeptly dodged a skill, he prepared to counterattack, only to turn and find his support had used their flash to flee. God Slayer, why aren't you shielding me? Why are you running? Super Cute Super Strong God. Better for one to die than for both. The God Layer. I am utterly exasperated by the betrayal of my ADC and support, resulting in a swift downfall of our lane and leading to an early surrender at the 15th minute. Fang Cheng, overwhelmed, exited the game, fearing a cerebral hemorrhage should he continue. He opened a search engine to delve into information about vampires and other creatures, inundated with results that necessitated a painstaking review from the beginning. The following morning, Fang Cheng rose with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Last night, while researching vampire lore, he encountered a well-written article spanning hundreds of thousands of words, which captivated him until nearly 4 in the morning. It was only at the end that he realized the article was actually a setting for a lengthy series of novels, a most unfortunate revelation. Upon waking, Fang Cheng instinctively checked his phone and discovered a text from an unfamiliar number. Fang Jun, I am Chao Xiang. Here is my number. Please remember it. Chao Xiang Ming Wei. The friend who had messaged him the previous night had chosen to wait until morning to send the text, perhaps as a gentle reminder for him to attend school. Fang Cheng perceived the tender intentions behind Chao Xiang Minghui's actions. She was a kind-hearted girl, considerate of others. Although Fang Cheng had not yet contemplated the idea of school, he refrained from responding, opting instead to save her number under the whimsical name 2 Big White Rabbits. Wait, why 2 rabbits? He pondered briefly before dismissing this trivial question and proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face, preparing a sumptuous breakfast for himself. While it may be a glitch for the male protagonist to possess culinary skills, Fang Cheng took pride in his abilities. Thanks to a close friend who graduated from a culinary school, not only did this friend impart his culinary knowledge, but he also taught Fang Cheng the art of flipping a pan with an excavator. Having finished breakfast, Fang Cheng realized he was running late and decided to take a stroll to familiarize himself with the surroundings. It was somewhat pitiful that despite having lived here for several years, he was unfamiliar with even the nearby streets. As he exited, Fang Cheng glanced around, relieved not to spot the obsessive girl he had dreaded encountering. However, the moment he stepped out of the apartment building, his expression soured as he noticed a patrolling drone audaciously following him. Tampering with drones could land him in serious trouble, and Fang Cheng had no desire to provide Kanzaki Rin with a reason to apprehend him, thus he swallowed his frustration. He turned back towards the apartment, and after a short while, re-emerged dressed in his school uniform, a backpack slung over his shoulder. The only place that could deter the patrolling drone was the school itself. Fang Cheng reasoned that engaging in a few days of classes might alleviate Kanzaki Rin's scrutiny, while simultaneously demonstrating that he was a vibrant, law-abiding student with no vices. Following his recollections, Fang Cheng took the subway to the vicinity of Kashima Academy and walked a short distance to arrive at the relatively prestigious private high school. Before his parents' untimely demise, they had barely managed to reach a middle-class status, affording the tuition for a private education, though his academic performance hardly warranted such an exorbitant investment. At this moment, the first period of school had concluded, and during the intermission, a throng of students wandered through the campus. After entering the school, Fang Cheng glanced back to see the patrolling drone that had followed him for 2 subway stations finally halting outside the campus. He smiled and waved at it before heading towards his classroom. Class 2C was located on the 3rd floor, and as Fang Cheng entered through the back door, most of his classmates were already inside. Several students cast him astonished looks, seemingly curious as to why this habitual truant had chosen to attend school at this hour. With his short hair and absence of glasses, coupled with his handsome features, many female classmates were surprised to discover that this usually inconspicuous student was rather charming. However, that was the extent of their interest. The original owner of this identity had few friends in class, not due to intentional isolation, but rather a lack of companionship. Despite East Asia having formed a unified political alliance, the concept of nationhood had been diminished, yet regional discrimination persisted. Families like Fang Cheng's, who had settled in the 11th district, were not uncommon, yet fully integrating into the community proved to be exceedingly challenging. The original owner preferred to use his given name rather than a Japanese one, highlighting the profound disconnect he felt with his surroundings. It was indeed remarkable that he could find any friends at all. His designated seat was at the back of the classroom. Though it was not by the window, the coveted spot was occupied by a delicate-looking youth with a gentle demeanor. Just as Fang Cheng settled down and placed his backpack on the floor, a beautiful girl with frameless glasses approached him, smiling. "Fang Kuan, I thought you weren't coming today." This enchanting girl was Asaka Akiheim, the one who had messaged Fang Cheng the previous night. Her Chinese name was Yi Yuqing, and being of mixed Japanese and Chinese heritage. She seemed to take special care of the original owner, ensuring he was not completely isolated or bullied. Upon seeing Asaka Akiheim, Fang Cheng understood why the image of two large white rabbits would come to mind whenever he thought of her. It was simply too fitting. What's wrong? Asaka Akiheim tilted her head slightly, sensing the strangeness in Fang Cheng's gaze. Yi Yuqing, Fang Cheng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Do you happen to have a sister named Yi Yuqing? Or perhaps Yizime? Chapter 9. Charming, perhaps Yi Yuqing? Yizime? Chao Xiang Mingwei appeared bewildered. No. I am an only child. Did Fang Jun forget? Fang Cheng retracted his wandering thoughts and replied, I must have misremembered. Chao Xiang Mingwei then complimented, Fang Jun. Your current hairstyle suits you very well. Fang Cheng casually ran his fingers through his short hair, responding without reservation, I believe so too. Initially, I intended to interact with you all as a reclusive nerd, but the result was estrangement. Thus, I revealed my true self, showcasing my handsome visage. Chao Xiang Mingwei covered her mouth, her eyes narrowing with laughter, while simultaneously astonished by Fang Cheng's change in demeanor. Previously, he would never have uttered such narcissistic remarks. After all, he was seated, and she stood before him, her view nearly obstructed. It may sound somewhat inappropriate, but Fang Cheng was unabashedly a lecher. So he candidly stole a few more glances. The male classmate in the protagonist's seat, a weak and timid boy, sneered at Fang Cheng's self-praise, casting him a furtive, envious glance, seemingly admiring his ability to appreciate beauty openly. Chao Xiang Mingwei also noted Fang Cheng's unabashed gaze, her cheeks warming slightly as she instinctively stepped back. Just then, the class bell rang, and she whispered to Fang Cheng, Fang Jun, let us have lunch together later. I have something to discuss with you. Sure, Fang Cheng nodded. Dining with a beautiful girl was always a delightful prospect, possibly even beneficial for digestion. Once Chao Xiang Mingwei returned to her seat, Fang Cheng turned to the timid boy in the protagonist's seat and asked, Sato, do you have feelings for Chao Xiang Mingwei? Sato Hayato was still astonished that Fang Cheng had initiated a conversation with him. Upon grasping Fang Cheng's question, he immediately turned pale, exclaiming, and no, that is not the case. Fang classmate, please refrain from saying such peculiar things. Fang Cheng chuckled. So, should I inform her that you do not like her? No. Sato Hayato instinctively protested. And under Fang Cheng's knowing his face visibly reddened. The one who likes Chao Xiang is not me, but a friend of mine. Is that friend you? Sato Hayato fumbled, clasping his hands together and bowing his head towards Fang Cheng. Fang classmate, please do not mention me in front of Chao Xiang. I beg you. What a pity, I initially intended to play matchmaker for you and Chao Xiang Mingwei. Really? Sato Hayato raised his head in excitement. Just kidding. I knew it. He lowered his head in disappointment. However, I have recorded our conversation and will show it to her shortly. No. Just kidding. Ah. Sato Hayato clutched his hair and let out a cry of despair, retreating to a corner. Trembling as if trying to escape the clutches of the devil that was Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng felt a surge of delight, wishing that Kanazaki Rin were equally naive. The teacher soon arrived, but unfortunately he was not a stunning unmarried woman, but rather a greasy, overweight middle-aged man. The greasy teacher instructs mathematics, and Fang Cheng is completely unable to keep up with the pace, having to start from the very beginning. Fortunately, he graduated from a reputable university before his time travel, and he has not entirely forgotten his high school knowledge, so self-study should not pose a problem. The matter of attending school holds a relatively low priority in his mind. Yet he cannot entirely abandon it. If circumstances permit, Fang Cheng would indeed like to obtain a university diploma, at the very least to avoid being deemed illiterate. Possessing a diploma could serve as a safety net. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be able to find employment to sustain himself. Moreover, the status of a student acts as a shield for Fang Cheng. Without concrete evidence, an official like Kamizaki Rin cannot overly act against a student. The remaining 3 classes of the morning swiftly passed during Fang Cheng's self-study. During the lunch break, most students pulled out their homemade bento boxes. With empty hands, Fang Cheng had no choice but to purchase food from the cafeteria, as he was unaccustomed to cold dishes. Asaka Akiheim seemed genuinely eager to speak with Fang Cheng, fearing he might slip away, so she followed him closely after class. The two found an unoccupied spot on campus to sit down, and Fang Cheng turned to her, inquiring, Is there something you wish to tell me? Asaka Akihime smiled gently. Fang Cheng, let's talk after we eat. Very well. As they dined, their conversation meandered through commonplace topics and snippets of gossip within the campus. Fang Cheng observed that Asaka Akihime's bento was quite simple, with the only protein being a scant amount of egg. Coupled with her usual attire, it was evident that her family's circumstances were quite ordinary. The deeply buried memories of the original owner of this body began to resurface, revealing that Asaka Akihime once came from a middle-class background, which had turned precarious following her father's passing. How much of her extra care for Fang Cheng stemmed from a shared sense of sympathy? After finishing their lunch, they finally broached the subject at hand. Asaka Akihime nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt, her gaze fixated on the ground as if trying to discern patterns in it. Fang Cheng, is your recent absence from school due to me? Fang Cheng pondered for a moment before realizing what she was referring to. That incident had indeed caused the original owner to skip school. He shook his head, responding, No. I have been occupied with my parents' health insurance matters and have not had the time to attend school. Asaka Akihime instinctively turned her head to assess whether Fang Cheng was being sincere or merely putting on a brave face. She found no signs of tension or pretense on his countenance. He appeared completely at ease. I see. Then I was being overly sensitive. I apologize for causing you any embarrassment. Asaka Akihime was uncertain whether her current feelings were of disappointment or relief. After exchanging a few more words, she rose to leave. Just as Fang Cheng was about to depart, a familiar figure unexpectedly emerged from behind a nearby flower bed, Kamizaki Rin. She donned the school uniform with minimal embellishment, yet radiated an undeniable allure. Her sleek, long black hair, flawless skin, exquisite features, and curvaceous figure encapsulated a goddess-like presence, explaining why countless boys were enamored by her. However, upon seeing her, Fang Cheng felt a wave of revulsion, akin to spotting a fly. Why are you everywhere? Ignoring Fang Cheng's unfriendly gaze, Kanzaki Rin turned her attention to the departing Asaka Akihiro. Fang, do you have feelings for her? Since arriving at school today, Kanzaki Rin had perused Fang Cheng's records, gaining insight into his behavior and character. Although the file contained a considerable amount of text, it ultimately conveyed but two words, ordinary. So ordinary that he faded into the background, indistinguishable from the masses. Yet, the more mundane Fang Cheng's past appeared, the more convinced Kanzaki Rin became that a hidden secret lay beneath the surface. She refused to believe that an unremarkable individual could suddenly exhibit remarkable determination and vigor. Fang Cheng's unexpected presence at school today surprised her, and witnessing him act in broad daylight further unsettled her perceptions of his vampiric identity, compelling her to steal a glance. Kanzaki Rin's question struck a familiar chord with Fang Cheng, as if he had encountered it recently. He too glanced at the silhouette of Asaka Akihiro vanishing around the corner and replied, "A graceful lady, a gentleman's delight. Please provide me with a reason not to admire her." Kanzaki Rin, reveling in mischief, retorted, "But your progress seems rather faltering." She had been eavesdropping from behind a flower bed, absorbing every word. Fang Cheng, unperturbed, shrugged and confessed, "Indeed, I wrote her a love letter, only to be met with rejection." Asaka Akihiro was a gentle and kind-hearted girl, always willing to help, which easily led one to wonder if she harbored affections for him. The original owner had fallen into this trap, sounding the trumpet of romantic pursuit with a love letter, only to be swiftly defeated, leading to a decline in spirit and a tendency to skip school. He failed to recognize that Asaka Akihiro was the type to be warm and accommodating to everyone. Her special consideration for Fang Cheng stemming from particular reasons unrelated to romantic feelings. As Kanzaki Rin prepared to mock Fang Cheng for his embarrassing revelation, a sudden thought struck her, and her expression froze. "Fang, have you not also penned a love letter to me?" Chapter 10, truly infuriating indeed. Fang Cheng cast a sidelong glance at her. "Is there a problem?" Kanzaki Rin felt her blood pressure surge. "Of course there is. Do you not find your actions shameless? To love someone, one must be wholeheartedly devoted. How can one write love letters to two girls?" Fang Cheng looked at her in astonishment. "What is shameless about this? If you can receive dozens of love letters daily, why can't I write to several girls? This is a double standard." Kanzaki Rin's face darkened, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yet Fang Cheng persisted. "Surely no one believes that in the 21st century, a man must be devoted to one woman while a woman can dangle a multitude of suitors, waiting for the highest bidder? This is discrimination against men. Do you not possess even a shred of the concept of gender equality? It is truly infuriating. What must we men do to satisfy you, and when can we truly rise up?" Fang Cheng continued his relentless verbal onslaught, while Kanzaki Rin's expression grew increasingly dark and grim. "Be quiet. Stop spouting nonsense. Is this all you can do? When you can't win an argument, you resort to silencing me? You are infringing upon my freedom of speech. Enough." Kanzaki Rin was on the verge of exploding. radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance, as if she might charge at Fang Cheng in a fit of rage at any moment. Fang Cheng, however, wisely chose to remain silent. It was not out of cowardice, but rather a fear that this woman might lose her composure and engage him in a public brawl at school. Winning or losing was one thing, but being the spectacle of a circus was undesirable. Kanzaki Rin quickly reined in her emotions. She was, after all, of a calm disposition. Yet she found it impossible to maintain her composure in front of this fellow. She could only attribute her frustration to Fang Cheng's shamelessness. Having never encountered anyone like him in her life, the two exchanged silent glares for a moment, before Fang Cheng scoffed. I believe it is you who has had enough. Kanzaki-san, do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? You seem to monitor my every move, even following me to the restroom. While such behavior might be seen as endearing, I am not fond of infatuated girls. Such sardonic remarks had lost their power to ruffle Kanzaki Rin. With arms crossed, she replied coolly, monitoring you, a potential monster, is a duty bestowed upon me by the government of District 11. You have no right to refuse. Your statement sounds akin to a Walmart cashier claiming to be an indispensable employee of a Fortune 500 company, Fang Cheng retorted with a smirk. Yet, beneath his dissatisfaction with Kanzaki Rin's constant surveillance, he preferred this arrangement to being captured and confined by the Disaster Response Department. Kanzaki Rin's refusal to breach their agreement left Fang Cheng puzzled. She had no reason to allow him such freedom while expending time to keep an eye on him. Fang Cheng was baffled as to her true intentions, while Kanzaki Rin remained unable to obtain what she desired, hesitant to probe further for fear of provoking him, thus resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, Kanzaki Rin asked, have you felt any urges to feed in the past few days? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Fang Cheng deliberately responded ambiguously. After all, he had not transformed into a vampire, so how could he experience such impulses? However, the secret of the golden finger must remain unspoken. One must first masquerade as a vampire before revealing the truth. Kanzaki Rin clearly harbored skepticism, believing that Fang Cheng was merely putting on a brave front. Yet, given his peculiar demeanor, she could not be entirely certain. But if there was no need to drink blood, could one still claim to be a vampire? Fang Cheng spread his hands, stating, believe it or not, I abide by the law. You, who secretly sells your kidneys, dare to claim adherence to the law? Kanzaki Rin thought to herself, feeling quite exasperated. She shot Fang Cheng a glance before turning away without a word. Fang Cheng raised his middle finger at her retreating figure. Just then, Kanzaki Rin unexpectedly turned around and caught sight of his gesture. The atmosphere momentarily stiffened as she fixed him with an impassive gaze. Fang Cheng slowly retracted his finger, poking it into his nostril for a moment. Is there something else? Kanzaki Rin regarded him with a look of disgust. My surveillance of you, in a certain sense, is also for your protection. You needn't go out of your way to avoid me. Just mind your own business. With that, she strode away, eager to distance herself from this repugnant individual. Protect me? Fang Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that her warning about vampires seeking him was not mere hyperbole, but a serious concern? Yet, she had no reason to protect him. The afternoon's 3 classes rushed by, and during the breaks, Chao Xiangming we did not approach Fang Cheng to converse. It was not due to the incident at lunch, but rather her keen awareness that frequent interactions might lead to misunderstandings. Fang Cheng was content with the absence of distractions, allowing him to gradually reacquaint himself with the high school knowledge he had long neglected. After school, students either returned home or engaged in club activities. And as Fang Cheng prepared to leave, a male classmate suddenly called out to him. Fang Cheng, it's your turn to be on duty today. Checking the duty roster. Fang Cheng confirmed it was indeed his turn, and not merely a push from someone else. He had no inclination for special treatment and dutifully stayed behind to fulfill his responsibilities. Once the tasks were completed, the school was nearly empty, save for a few students still involved in club activities. Fang Cheng, carrying his backpack, approached the shoe cabinet to change his shoes. Just as he finished, 2 tall and imposing students suddenly appeared, sandwiching him in between. Are you Fang Cheng? Our captain wishes to see you. Without waiting for Fang Cheng to respond, one student grasped each of his arms, hoisting him away. Fang Cheng considered resisting, but he realized that he was no match for their strength. Last night's workout had only marginally improved his physical condition, insufficient for revealing extraordinary power. Who is your captain, and why do they wish to see me? He inquired, still being carried along. Our captain is Morishita Yamato. You must have heard of him, replied the student on the left with a smirk that was anything but kind, his tone dripping with mockery. After a moment's reflection, Fang Cheng recalled who Morishita Yamato was, the captain of the school's basketball team. His image in his memory akin to that of a brawny gorilla. In the school, Yamato Minashita undoubtedly occupies the apex of the social hierarchy. A figure so formidable that he can assault teachers without facing expulsion. He is known for his overbearing demeanor and comes from a well-established family background. Ordinary students dare not even breathe in his presence. Naturally, an inconspicuous individual like Cheng Fang would never provoke Yamato Minashita. Otherwise, he would have long ceased to exist. Thus, he is now filled with curiosity as to why the latter wishes to meet him. Could it be related to Rin Kanzaki? Before long, Cheng Fang is escorted to the indoor basketball court. He anticipated a confrontation with a group of imposing figures, but to his surprise, there are only two people present. One of them is Yamato Minashita, practicing his shots. True to his nickname of Kashima Gorilla, he stands nearly 2 meters tall, his physique bulging with muscle, rendering his loose jersey akin to a second skin. With his rugged features and fierce gaze, he could easily portray a villain without the need for makeup, instilling fear in children with his mere presence. The other individual is a flamboyantly dressed female student, adorned with sparkling accessories, exuding a style reminiscent of Shibuya's trendy girls. Cheng Fang recognizes her as Minashita's girlfriend, Masami Miyamoto, another individual regarded as untouchable within the school. Masami is undeniably beautiful and possesses an enviable figure. However, her Shibuya-inspired attire leaves much to be desired, at least from Cheng Fang's perspective, who maintains a respectful distance from such aesthetics. Chapter 11. The trouble brought by Kanzaki Rin director. We have brought the person, declared Morishita Yamato, who did not cease his basketball practice, gripping the ball with both hands, his gaze firmly fixed on the hoop. Miyamoto Ayami, holding a cup of milk tea while fiddling with her phone, glanced up at the remark, her eyes gleaming slightly. Isn't he rather handsome? Fang Cheng suddenly felt that aesthetic differences were inconsequential. At least this woman had an eye for beauty. Bang! Morishita Yamato launched a three-point shot, perfectly swishing through the net. He then stepped aside to grab a towel to wipe off his sweat, casually inquiring, Fang Cheng, someone saw you meeting with Kanzaki today, right? Fang Cheng was not particularly surprised. He had long suspected it was related to Kanzaki Rin. He smiled and replied, yes, we met. Is there a problem? Morishita Yamato tossed the towel aside and turned to face Fang Cheng, his expression serious. What is your relationship with her? Fang Cheng answered honestly, we have no relationship. We merely know each other. Oh, how did you come to know each other? We attend the same school. Isn't it normal to know each other? Normal? Morishita Yamato's lips curled into a rather intimidating smile. Do you have any idea how many people wish to know her but cannot? He stepped closer to Fang Cheng, exuding an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Most students would likely have quaked in fear at this moment, while the two members of the basketball team tightened their grips on Fang Cheng's arms, wary of his potential escape driven by fear. Standing directly before Fang Cheng, Morishita Yamato looked down at him, his voice low and menacing. I don't care how you managed to get lucky enough to meet her, but from now on, you are not to approach Kanzaki Rin even a single step, nor are you to utter a word to her. Do you understand? Fang Cheng fully comprehended. It was a blatant threat, devoid of any room for negotiation. He nodded in agreement. Of course, I completely concur with your suggestion. But it would be futile to say this to me. You must convey it to Kanzaki Rin. If it meant distancing himself from Kanzaki Rin, Fang Cheng would gladly comply. But the issue lay in the fact that she persistently clung to him. The gorilla had indeed targeted the wrong individual. Unfortunately, Fang Cheng's sincere response appeared to Morishita Yamato as mere evasion. Did he imply that Kanzaki Rin was the one pursuing him? There should be limits to one's shamelessness. Morishita Yamato was taken aback, realizing that among ordinary students, there was someone daring enough to openly defy his will. In that moment, he resembled an enraged beast, his eyes radiating ferocity, his demeanor shifting ominously. While Fang Cheng remained unfazed, the two bystanders tensed up, having witnessed Morishita Yamato's wrath before. He had once dared to assault even the gym teacher. Why waste words with him? Suggested Miyamoto Ayami, reveling in the unfolding drama, with a mischievous grin. Why not just give him a good beating to teach him a lesson? Morishita Yamato evidently approved of his girlfriend's suggestion, stripping off his jersey to reveal his well-defined muscles, deliberately puffing out his chest. He relished the opportunity to display his formidable physique before others, particularly relishing the fear reflected in their eyes and their trembling demeanor. Although Fang Cheng had not exhibited any signs of fear thus far, many of those whom Sangxia Daong had previously subdued had initially appeared quite defiant. Yet, in the end, these individuals invariably succumbed to tears, pleading for mercy beneath his fists. Wait, I have something to say. Fang Cheng gently pulled away, and the two flanking him instinctively released their grip, unconcerned about his potential escape. Fang Cheng had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he took 2 steps forward to stand before Sangxia Daong, their height difference nearly that of a head and neck, and the disparity in their physiques made them resemble an adult standing beside a minor from a distance. Are we truly going to resort to violence? Fang Cheng's tone was tinged with resignation. There were countless troublesome matters awaiting him outside, and he sincerely wished to avoid any altercations within the school. Moreover, given that both sides had identical objectives, why should conflict arise? What do you think? Sangxia Daong snarled, gripping Fang Cheng's shoulder menacingly. You, a piece of trash, dare to approach Kanzaki-san? Before he could finish, Sangxia Daong suddenly emitted a blood-curdling scream, doubling over as his eyes bulged nearly from their sockets. Fang Cheng had caught him off guard, delivering a fierce knee strike between Sangxia Daong's legs, although no sound of breaking eggs was heard. The intensity of Sangxia Daong's scream was genuine. No matter how robust a man might be, this particular area remained vulnerable. The other three were left in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Fang Cheng to take such decisive action while alone. As they stood bewildered, Fang Cheng seized the moment, launching a head but that collided forcefully with Sangxia Daong's hanging head. He held nothing back in the strike, pouring all his strength into it, eliminating Sangxia Daong. The strongest and most dangerous of his adversaries was imperative for any chance of victory. It was also a testament to Sangxia Daong's overconfidence that he allowed Fang Cheng to get so close, enabling the successful ambush. With a resounding thud, Sangxia Daong was sent crashing to the ground, bloodied and with a nose bent askew. He could scarcely emit another scream, his massive form sprawled out, unable to utilize his prideful muscles as he had been struck at his most vulnerable points. Fang Cheng's forehead was also cut, and he felt himself sway, nearly succumbing to a concussion from the impact. However, in contrast to the fallen Sangxia Daong, Fang Cheng's dizziness and injuries quickly began to mend. You scoundrel! The two basketball team members finally shook off their shock, roaring in unison as they lunged forward. Fang Cheng swiftly turned, launching himself at the member on his left with another rocket-like headbutt. The opponent was entirely unprepared for Fang Cheng's audacious exchange of blows. In their panic, they failed to evade, and their heads collided with a sickening crack, blood splattering. In the thunderous sound reminiscent of stone striking stone, both fell to the ground. Fang Cheng, dazed and disoriented, was covered in blood, his own and that of others, while his adversary curled up on the ground, clutching their head. The remaining members of the basketball team stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden downfall of their leader and companions. Did this person possess no regard for his own life? Yet, soon enough, anger quelled his fear. He approached and hoisted Fang Cheng off the ground, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. Bastard! How dare you do this? He shouted, raining down blows upon Fang Cheng's midsection. With a resounding crack, the final punch landed, but his hand was ensnared tightly by Fang Cheng's grip. Fang Cheng lifted his head, a sinister smile spreading across his bloodied face. That hurts. Are you done yet? The smile was ghastly, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, sending a chill of fear through his opponent. In a swift retaliation, Fang Cheng drove his knee forcefully between his adversary's legs, a decisive strike to a vulnerable point. The opponent doubled over, mouth agape, rendered voiceless by the sudden agony. With both hands, Fang Cheng seized the man's head and delivered a fierce, hammer-like strike, sending him crashing to the ground. It was not that he relished this technique, but with his current strength, mere fists were insufficient against this group of muscular brutes. Only by targeting their weaknesses could he hope to prevail. In the blink of an eye, three powerful adversaries lay sprawled on the ground, leaving Fang Cheng as the sole victor. Yet, he felt no pride. Had it not been for his remarkable regenerative abilities, he would have succumbed alongside Yamato Morishita after that initial headbutt. Chapter 12, at last. I found you as the effects of the concussion began to fade. Fang Cheng exhaled deeply and approached Yamato Morishita, who was curled up in a ball, the agonizing pain in his lower body and the lingering dizziness rendering him nearly semi-conscious. Fang Cheng crouched down and seized his head, delivering a resounding slap to rouse him from his stupor. Who sent you to trouble me? Was it Rin Kanzaki? Yamato Morishita offered no reply, merely fixing Fang Cheng with a fierce glare. He yearned to retaliate against Fang Cheng, but the searing pain between his legs and the disorientation in his mind robbed him of strength. You refuse to speak? Fang Cheng tightened his grip on Morishita's head and forcefully slammed it against the floor. With a thud, Morishita let out a scream as the wounds on his face reopened. Yet, Fang Cheng showed no mercy. He continued to strike Morishita's head against the ground, the sound of repeated impacts echoing as blood pooled around them. No. No one sent me. I did this on my own. I wanted to keep people away from Kanzaki. Morishita cried out, terror finally gripping him as he feared this madman might truly kill him. Then if you have the guts, go ahead and take her down. It has nothing to do with me. Fang Cheng struck him twice more, leaving Morishita wailing in agony. Still, Fang Cheng was relentless. I suspect you are acquainted with some outside gangsters. They will surely come looking for me later. Why not let me kill you now and spend a few years in prison? What do you think? As he spoke, he continued his assault, leaving Morishita screaming like a pitiful 200-pound child. No, I don't know any gangsters, and I won't trouble you again. Really? Then I shall trust you. But do not let me down. Finally, Fang Cheng relented, rising to his feet as the remaining two members of the basketball team lay on the ground, feigning death, too terrified to confront this madman for their leader's sake. Was Fang Cheng truly insane? Perhaps. For a touch of madness was the only thing keeping him from lying down today. Yet, aside from Fang Cheng, another individual remained standing, Yasumi Miyamoto, seated in the audience. Since Fang Cheng's explosive counterattack, she had worn a dazed expression, still in shock. She was accustomed to witnessing Yamato Minashita brutally assault students, teachers, and disobedient subordinates. But this was the first time she had seen him pinned to the ground and beaten, and by an ordinary student at that. One who was neither particularly strong nor imposing. The stark contrast left her utterly bewildered. It was not until Fang Cheng approached her that Yasumi Miyamoto snapped back to reality. Recoiling in terror as if she had seen a ghost. "Do not move." The moment Fang Cheng spoke, she froze, her voice trembling as she asked, What are you going to do?" Without answering, Fang Cheng seized the milk tea from her hands, removing the lid to reveal that it was still mostly full. He poured the milk tea over her head, soaking her completely. Yasumi trembled, whimpering softly, yet she dared not move an inch. Fang Cheng splashed the last remnants of the milk tea onto her face, tipping the cup upside down atop her head. He wiped his face clean with a tissue he retrieved from Miyamoto Yami's backpack, erasing the blood from his head and face, and then picked up the discarded bag before turning to leave. The basketball court fell into a profound silence, with 3 muscular figures lying on the ground feigning death. While Miyamoto Yami remained motionless, her head propped against a cup of milk tea. It was as if whoever moved first would have to accept the shame of defeat. This embarrassing stillness was only interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. A handsome young man entered the basketball court. Dressed in a student uniform that exuded not a sense of youthful innocence, but rather an aura of maturity and composure. Aoki Yasukuri. The epitome of success within the student hierarchy was the student council president, the son of a school board member, and a figure rumored to be secretly involved with Kanzaki Rin, commanding even the respect of Morishita Yamato. Upon seeing the 3 sprawled on the ground, Aoki Yasukuri frowned slightly. The 2 members of the basketball team, no longer daring to feign unconsciousness, quickly suppressed their dizziness and helped Morishita Yamato to his feet. Aoki Yasukuri did not inquire about the trio's unfortunate state. Instead, he asked, "What did he say?" Morishita Yamato looked remorseful. "I'm sorry, Yasukuri. We didn't get the answers we sought." That guy denied having any special relationship with Kanzaki and wouldn't disclose how they knew each other. Nor would he agree to stay away from her. Aoki Yasukuri responded kindly, "It's all right. You've worked hard. I'll take it from here." He instructed the 2 basketball members, "Quickly take Yamato to the infirmary. The school nurse should still be there." Nodding in agreement, the 2 helped Morishita Yamato as Aoki Yasukuri turned to depart. Supporting Yamato towards the infirmary, the silence was finally broken by one of them who couldn't hold back. "Captain, are we just going to let this go? Let it go?" The previously silent Morishita Yamato suddenly resembled an enraged lion, his hands clenched tightly, his expression fierce. "No. This is just the beginning." When Fang Cheng exited the school, his injuries had completely healed, although his uniform bore numerous bloodstains. Fortunately, the students had long since dispersed. Averting attention. Today's ordeal was utterly unexpected. Although he had temporarily dealt with Morishita Yamato, Fang Cheng felt no sense of relief. He harbored no belief in Yamato's words. There was undoubtedly a puppeteer behind this gorilla, but regrettably, Fang Cheng had no means to unearth him for the time being, except to ascertain that it involved Kanzaki Rin. Moreover, Morishita Yamato would certainly not abandon his vendetta against Fang Cheng. The earlier submission was merely a ruse, and retribution would come in due time. These matters were beyond Fang Cheng's control. All he could do was to strengthen himself swiftly to ensure his own protection. Emerging from the subway station, the sky had darkened, and the neon lights illuminated the city in a kaleidoscope of colors. Stifling his hunger, Fang Cheng quickened his pace homeward. As night descended, the number of pedestrians dwindled rapidly. Unless in the absolute safety of the city center, citizens had grown accustomed to returning home by nightfall. What is that smell? On a deserted street. Fang Cheng suddenly caught a whiff of a scent reminiscent of fresh blood emanating from a nearby alley. A couple of pedestrians hurried past, seemingly oblivious to the odor. Or perhaps aware yet unwilling to intervene. Fang Cheng's gaze fell upon the darkened alleyway, but ultimately he chose to turn away. He had enough troubles of his own and had no desire to invite further complications. As he turned to leave, a graceful female figure emerged from the shadows of the alley. She appeared to be a woman in her mid-20s, possessing a charming and delicate visage. Dressed in the attire of a white-collar worker, she fixed her gaze on Fang Cheng's departing silhouette, her crimson tongue gliding over her lips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "At last, I have found you." Chapter 13. The Malevolent Asa. After an intense workout, Fang Cheng lay on the ground, panting heavily. The word's physical ability had just faded from his vision, marking today's achievement. He could distinctly feel his body growing stronger. 2 hours of high-intensity exercise had proven to be considerably easier than the previous day. Fang Cheng had already provided his new contact number to his homeroom teacher, and now, as the clock approached 9 in the evening, no phone call had come from the school. This indicated that Sanxiade had refrained from exposing the incident of the beating, likely intending to take his revenge personally while avoiding any loss of face from leaked information. This was precisely the scenario Fang Cheng had hoped for. Should Sanxiade resort to his familial connections to settle the score, matters would become quite complicated. Outside, a drone continued to surveil, prompting Fang Cheng to draw the curtains. He proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, then returned to his bedroom, lying down and picking up his phone to resume playing games. He had begun to develop a fondness for this mobile game, finding it a suitable outlet for the pent-up pressure and frustration within him. After several ranked matches, he encountered a familiar ID, super adorable and super powerful god. "Oh, it's you again," Fang Cheng muttered irritably, yet he did not exit the game. He remained as ADC, while the opposing player continued in the support role, both teams advancing down the bottom lane, following a successful defense against the enemy's assault. As Fang Cheng retreated beneath the tower with low health, super adorable and super powerful god seized the opportunity to secure a cannon minion. Gutslayer. Super adorable and super powerful god. Fair competition. Fair competition, my foot. Fang Cheng exclaimed in frustration. After a series of chaotic skirmishes, he found himself in a crucial team fight. "For heaven's sake, give me a shield. What kind of support hides behind me?" he shouted. "Heal me, heal me. For heaven's sake." Amidst Fang Cheng's furious cries, super adorable and super powerful god cast their ultimate ability on themselves and blinked away. Meanwhile, the unfortunate ADC, exposed in the fray, was swiftly eliminated by a barrage from the enemy team. Damn it. Watching the base explode on-screen, Fang Cheng vented his anger, hurling his phone onto the bed with force. After several moments of catching his breath, he took a few deep breaths to suppress his rage and rubbed his face. Whatever. It's just a game. There is no need to take it so seriously. He calmed himself and picked up his phone to charge it. Time for sleep. Turning off the lights, Fang Cheng nestled into his blankets and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Half an hour later, he abruptly awoke, his bloodshot eyes wide open. That damn support player. I can't stand it. The next day, Fang Cheng rose with an ethereal aura. Reaching for his phone beside the pillow to check the time, 6:30 a.m., he yawned. Having had a particularly restless night filled with dreams of capturing that infuriating support player, the opponent begged for mercy, yet Fang Cheng, with a sinister grin, pressed them to the ground in triumph. Just as he was reveling in the moment, he suddenly awoke. If he were to face that incompetent support once more, he would ensure that they would never wish to touch ranked matches again. With such poor skill, why not just play against bots? Imagining the sight of the other party weeping and declaring their intent to abandon the game, Fang Cheng finally rose from bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and prepared a breakfast before stepping out with his backpack. The police patrol drone lingered ominously, persistently hovering above his head, unafraid of being noticed, boldly following him. Fang Cheng chose to disregard the drone's presence, proceeding with his day as planned. He had contemplated lodging a complaint but ultimately dismissed the thought, unless absolutely necessary. It was prudent to avoid interactions with government officials. Moreover, in an increasingly perilous external environment, the significance of privacy rights paled in comparison to a sumptuous lunch. No one seemed to care about such matters. Fang Cheng arrived at Lejima Academy, smoothly entering his classroom without encountering any obstacles. In the corridor, he crossed paths with several members of the basketball team, who were engaged in their morning exercises, their expressions unchanged, not sparing him a glance. It appeared that Morishita Yamato's efforts at secrecy were commendably effective, as no one seemed eager to exact revenge. Yet, this was not necessarily a positive sign. The longer the wait, the more intense the retaliation would likely become. Given Morishita Yamato's temperament, it was conceivable that he might covertly hire someone to encase Fang Cheng in cement and sink him into Tokyo Bay, if circumstances permitted. Fang Cheng would prefer to take proactive measures to eliminate potential threats. The current passive defense was born of necessity. After all, apart from his invulnerability, he was essentially a mere weakling, with the relentless presence of Kanzaki Rin looming over him. Just as he settled into his seat, Asaka Akiheim approached with a smile. Greeting him warmly, "Good morning, Fang Kuan." Fang Cheng's gaze was initially drawn to her spherical allure before it rose to meet her face. "Good morning." Despite the notorious Asasaki being rather unpleasant, he found it impossible to detest this girl who consistently brought him little joys each morning. Asaka Akiheim. With her understanding of human hearts. "Fang Kuan, have you had breakfast? I know a place with delightful pastries. I recommend you try it." Asaka Akiheim rambled on about various topics before suddenly adding, "Oh, by the way, if you find anything unclear during class, I can lend you my notes." Having observed Fang Cheng, unusually attentive and awake in class yesterday, she felt a touch of emotion, as if her once careless younger brother had finally come to his senses. "Thank you. I'll be sure to ask if I have questions," Fang Cheng replied with a smile, his attention suddenly caught by a red mark on Asaka Akiheim's wrist. "What happened to your hand?" Asaka Akiheim lifted her wrist to glance, hastily covering it with her sleeve, raising a finger to her lips and winking. Shill. Don't spread the word. I accidentally scratched it last night. It looks so unsightly. Seeing her maintain a casual demeanor, Fang Cheng chose not to press further. I heard saliva can disinfect. Do you need me to help with that? Asaka Akiheim laughed, covering her mouth. How disgusting. No need for that. After she departed, Fang Cheng was unsurprised to notice the envious, furtive gaze of his classmate Sato. Sato, your stare is too obvious. You'd be caught immediately if you were a stalker. Who would want to be a stalker? Sato Hayato retorted instinctively. Fang Cheng chuckled lightly. It seems that Sato-kun is quite envious of the close bond one share with Asaka-san. Sato Hayato hurriedly denied. I am not. Do not speak nonsense. Is that so? What a pity, Fang Cheng replied with a faint expression of regret. I was actually planning to share some tips on how to cultivate a good relationship with Asaka-san. Sato Hayato opened his mouth as if to speak but hesitated, his expression betraying a desire for knowledge tempered by apprehension. Ultimately, he could not contain himself and whispered. A friend of mine is very eager to know. Fang Cheng did not mock him, but instead inquired, what kind of person do you think Asaka-san would like? After a moment of contemplation, Sato Hayato responded in a hesitant tone, she likes someone who is charismatic? Fang Cheng retorted. Is there truly no other option in the 11th district aside from this wretched charisma? How absurd. Have you been so influenced by anime that you believe charisma alone can win a girl's heart? Such naivety. He shook his finger disapprovingly. From my observations, Asaka-san admires brave individuals who dare to express themselves. Your timid and indecisive demeanor is utterly inadequate. If you like her, you must confess your feelings. If that fails, pursue her subtly. Without the courage to face potential rejection, what do you possess to woo a girl? Sato Hayato looked speechless. Isn't that a bit extreme? How can you know it won't work if you never try? Fang Cheng countered. Do you have Asaka-san's line ID? No, I don't. Precisely. Asaka-san's line signature reads, are there really heroes in this world? She longs for someone with a heroic spirit. To win her favor, you must undertake the deeds expected of a true man. Fang Cheng then proceeded to inundate Sato Hayato with a barrage of romantic platitudes, filling his mind with notions of love. The young lad listened intently, his gaze gradually brightening. A heroic spirit? I understand now. I will become a man of valor. With newfound determination, he declared loudly, no more whispering. I shall embody a man of heroism. Fang Cheng smiled approvingly and patted him on the shoulder. I look forward to your performance. Sato Hayato, invigorated as if fueled by a surge of enthusiasm, began diligently working on his exercises. Fang Cheng sighed, youth is truly wonderful, and took out his own books to commence studying. Chapter 14. Dying again in the ensuing days, Fang Cheng led a tranquil existence, adhering to a monotonous routine of attending school diligently and returning home each evening to engage in rigorous exercise. Each workout bestowed upon him a singular point of physical enhancement. However, the duration required for such exertion increasingly extended. Initially, after 2 hours of high-intensity training, he could gain 1 point of stamina. But now he found himself needing 2.5 hours to achieve the same result. Presently, he had accrued 4 points of stamina, enabling him to effortlessly lift the family sofa with one hand and bend steel rebar with ease. This remarkable surge in strength was a tremendous surprise for Fang Cheng, who had not anticipated such significant effects from his physical training. The next time he encountered Sengxia Dahu, he would no longer need to exchange injuries to bring the group of bullies to their knees. During this period, Sengxia Dahu had not been seen at school, likely still recuperating from the injury on his head. Yet, in his absence, the subtle machinations of Sengxia Dahu had already commenced. Each day after school, Fang Cheng sensed that someone was lurking in the shadows, even noticing a small car following him from a distance as he made his way home. The observer presumed Fang Cheng was oblivious, but his heightened senses, developed alongside his physical prowess, made him acutely aware of any prying gaze. He refrained from acting impulsively, feigning ignorance as he navigated his daily commute, patiently waiting to see when the other party would reveal themselves. Kanazaki Rin also ceased to appear before Fang Cheng, though she could occasionally be glimpsed traversing the campus, resembling a radiant spectacle that attracted countless gazes. Nevertheless, the surveillance drones remained a constant presence, leading Fang Cheng to suspect that Kanazaki Rin was likely aware of the unfolding events concerning Sengxia Dahu. On the 5th day following his altercation with Sengxia Dahu, Fang Cheng returned home from school as usual. Upon reaching the entrance of his apartment building, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. It appeared that someone had discarded several dead chickens at the foot of the stairs, leaving a pool of blood and a white banner emblazoned with the words, repay the debt. The entire family shall perish. It was unclear which unfortunate soul in the building had incurred such a debt. Fang Cheng wrinkled his nose and sidestepped the dead chickens as he entered the building. As he approached his door, he could still detect the lingering metallic odor. He sniffed his hands and then retrieved his keys to unlock the door. However, As he lifted his leg to cross the threshold, he abruptly halted. In that fleeting moment, his keen senses detected someone watching him. Just as he turned to investigate, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A hand had thrust through his back, grasping his still-beating heart. "Damn it," was all Fang Cheng could muster before darkness enveloped him. And his breath ceased. With a forceful pull, his assailant withdrew their arm. Fang Cheng's lifeless body collapsed forward, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood erupted from the impact, splattering the entrance hall. As the corpse fell, the figure behind it was revealed, a young woman of striking beauty, her hair styled in a doll-like fashion. Clad in a black athletic ensemble. Her name was Yagawa Ryuka, who just days prior had been a corporate employee, and now she had transformed into a vampire hidden from the light of day. Ryuka Yagawa cautiously gazed at Fang Cheng's lifeless body for a moment. And upon seeing no signs of resurrection, she let out a sigh of relief. Vampires are known to be immune to most forms of harm, possessing formidable regenerative abilities, and are universally recognized as immortal beings. However, they are not without their adversaries. Numerous threats exist that can endanger vampires, with the most significant peril stemming from their own kind. Attacks from fellow vampires inflict genuine harm upon them. The greatest enemy of one vampire may very well be another. At the top of their food chain is invariably their own kind. Vampires appear to be a species predisposed to infighting, engaging in lethal hunts against one another, with the victor extracting and consuming the heart of the vanquished to seize their power. Prior to her transformation, Ryuka was merely an ordinary office worker, devoid of any means to comprehend such matters. Yet, after becoming a vampire, this knowledge manifested spontaneously in her mind. A primal desire surged from within her, propelling her to seek out and hunt other vampires. After meticulously cleaning the bloodstains at the entrance and dragging the corpse indoors, she secured the door. Once these tasks were completed, Ryuka fixated on the heart in her hand, as if it were an exquisite delicacy. A smile of excitement crept onto her face, one she could scarcely contain. The ease of her endeavor was astonishing. Ryuka had not anticipated the young vampire's vigilance to be so low. He had shown no signs of defense, allowing her to ambush him effortlessly. When vampires draw near to one another, they can perceive a distinctive scent of blood emanating from each other. Ryuka had discovered Fang Cheng's identity just days prior, thanks to this very trait. She had been trailing him covertly for several days. While she was intrigued as to how he could roam freely during daylight, there was no doubt he was a vampire, as the intoxicating scent of blood radiating from him was simply too enticing. After several days of restraint, she could no longer resist taking action, employing a few dead chickens to mask their respective scents. She had assumed the success of this tactic would be minimal, yet the process unfolded with surprising ease. Fortunately, he had been so unsuspecting, allowing her to claim the most precious first heart. Talking to herself as she gazed at Fang Cheng's corpse, Ryuka felt compelled to express her exhilaration. "I shall remember you fondly, cherishing your strength as I strive to live on." With that, she eagerly lowered her head to bite into the heart, devouring it ravenously, each bite echoing in the silent living room. The only sound was the unsettling crunching as she consumed the heart, quickly finishing it and leaving her mouth stained with blood. Satisfied, she let out a contented belch. "Thank you for the feast." One hand caressed her belly while her eyes narrowed slightly, a peculiar flush rising to her cheeks. However, her expression soon soured as she furrowed her brow, for she felt no surge of new power within her. This contradicted the knowledge in her mind. Instinctively, she believed that consuming the heart of her kin would grant her immediate access to their strength. Yoshikawa Ryuka reopened her eyes and turned her gaze toward Fang Cheng's lifeless body, speaking to herself in a bemused manner. "Am I meant to consume his entire corpse? I certainly do not possess such a voracious appetite." As she uttered these words, she inched closer to the body, a predatory glint akin to that of a wolf flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, a resounding bang shattered the stillness, abruptly interrupting Ryuka's movements. The living room windows erupted in a cacophony of shattered glass, and amidst the chaos, a small ball was hurled inside, rolling to Ryuka's feet and swiftly releasing a cloud of thick smoke. Coughing, Ryuka barely caught a glimpse of a drone hovering outside before she found herself enveloped in the billowing haze. The acrid, stinging fumes assaulted her eyes and throat, causing tears and mucus to erupt uncontrollably. Chapter 15. The villain falls victim to their own words. Bang. The door slammed open as the fully armed Rin Kanzaki stormed in. Clad in a gas mask equipped with infrared detection capabilities, she swiftly discerned the silhouette of Ryo Kawakawa amidst the smoke. Aiming her weapon at Kawakawa, she fired. This peculiar handgun emitted not bullets, but crackling arcs of electricity. Struck by the arc, Kawakawa screamed and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Rin Kanzaki relentlessly squeezed the trigger, depleting the energy reserves of her stun gun entirely. Prepared for this confrontation, she had acquired this formidable weapon through the countermeasures department during her internship. Though vampires possess remarkable self-healing abilities, rendering them virtually immortal, they still bleed when cut and are paralyzed when struck by electricity. Once the energy was exhausted, Kawakawa lay motionless on the floor, her clothing ignited by the electric shock, producing a nauseating scent of charred fabric that mingled with the aroma of smoke grenades. Observing the fallen Kawakawa, Rin Kanzaki let out a cold sneer. She would not be fooled by such a trivial ruse. With a decisive flick of her fingers, flames erupted, illuminating the room and dispersing the smoke. Kawakawa was engulfed in flames, instantly transforming into a fiery figure. Fortunately, her position and the surrounding furniture were sufficiently distanced. Otherwise, it could have easily escalated into a raging inferno. Kawakawa shrieked as she was consumed by the flames. Unable to feign death any longer, she sprang to her feet, ablaze, and lunged toward Rin Kanzaki. Remaining composed, Rin retreated, striking Kawakawa's face with her stun gun before snapping her fingers once more. Flames erupted from her fingertips, colliding with Kawakawa and creating a dazzling explosion of sparks. Despite the onslaught, Kawakawa's speed remained unimpeded, and in an instant, she had closed the gap between them. Rin Kanzaki swiftly drew a silver military dagger, thrusting it towards Kawakawa's chest. The two collided forcefully, tumbling to the ground in a chaotic tumble. Utilizing her adept combat skills, Rin managed to pin Kawakawa beneath her. Though Kawakawa was still aflame, Rin's gas mask and combat gear boasted fire-resistant properties, rendering her unafraid of the flames. She felt the dagger pierce flesh, only to glance down and discover that Kawakawa had blocked the strike with her palm. The blade had penetrated her hand. Its tip lodged within Kawakawa's chest. With all her strength, Rin pressed down, but Kawakawa's grip on her hand was unyielding, thwarting her efforts. The once-charred figure of Kawakawa was visibly regenerating, her blackened skin returning to smoothness, and singed hair sprouting anew. In the blink of an eye, Kawakawa had restored her once innocent and charming visage. Yet, this lovely face now bore a frightening countenance, resembling a frenzied beast, fixated on Rin Kanzaki. Ignoring Kawakawa's wild gaze, Rin's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to drive the dagger deeper and eliminate this vampire once and for all. To this end, she exerted her entire weight, channeling all her strength into the diminutive dagger. Yet, the blade showed no inclination to descend further. Instead, it gradually rose. Kanzaki Rin possessed considerable strength, surpassing that of an average adult male, capable of cleaving through bricks with a single strike. However, after transforming into a vampire, Yakuwa Ryuka had consumed blood several times, significantly augmenting her power, far beyond what a relatively normal human like Kanzaki Rin could contend with. In this unadulterated struggle of might, Kanzaki Rin undoubtedly faced defeat. The tip of the dagger had already lifted from Yakuwa Ryuka's chest, and she wore a mocking smile, swiftly casting Kanzaki Rin aside with a forceful shove. Kanzaki Rin tumbled to the side, quickly regaining her footing. Yakuwa Ryuka lunged, landing a heavy punch to her abdomen. Kanzaki Rin stifled a groan, enduring the searing pain as she thrust the dagger forward, only to have Yakuwa Ryuka effortlessly seize her wrist and execute a shoulder throw, sending her sprawling across the living room into the kitchen, crashing against the refrigerator, which toppled over, spilling countless ingredients onto the floor. Struggling to sit up, she leaned against the refrigerator, gasping for breath. Upon glancing up, she saw Yakuwa Ryuka approaching her. Kanzaki Rin attempted to snap her fingers, but Yakuwa Ryuka kicked her hand away. She bent down, grasping Kanzaki Rin by the neck, lifting her off the ground and simultaneously removing her mask, revealing her flushed face. Yakuwa Ryuka paused slightly. She had long since discerned Kanzaki Rin's gender, but had not anticipated the beauty hidden beneath the mask. What a charming visage. Yakuwa Ryuka reached out to caress Kanzaki Rin's face, grinning as she remarked, "If I were to mar it, many boys would surely be heartbroken, wouldn't they?" The sharpness of her nails grazed Kanzaki Rin's smooth skin, sending shivers down her spine, raising the hairs on her body. The terror etched on Kanzaki Rin's face exhilarated Yakuwa Ryuka, who could not help but lick her lips. As she contemplated how to torment this audacious girl who had interrupted her plans, she suddenly noticed a change in Kanzaki Rin's gaze, an unexpected calmness, as if fear had dissipated. Curiously, Yakuwa Ryuka blinked. "Little sister, are you not afraid of me?" Kanzaki Rin managed a cold smile, barely articulating. "Do you understand what it means for a villain to perish due to excessive talk?" Yakuwa Ryuka was momentarily taken aback, her keen eyesight catching the reflection of her own figure in Kanzaki Rin's eyes, alongside a dark silhouette looming behind her. In that instant, Yakuwa Ryuka's heart nearly skipped a beat. She spun around, only to see a fist rapidly enlarging in her line of sight. Bang! The punch, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, struck Yakuwa Ryuka's face with a resounding thud. Instantly, half of her face was lacerated, the underlying bone shattered like fragile porcelain. She was propelled backward, her head colliding with the kitchen counter, resulting in a burst of crimson. Coughing, Kanzaki Rin also fell to the ground, clutching her throat. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Fang Cheng, who stood before her. Upon her entry, she had believed Fang Cheng to be dead. After witnessing, through the drone's broadcast, Fang Cheng's heart being extracted by Shikawa Ryo, she recalled the internal documents from the Disaster Response Department, which indicated that a vampire must consume the heart of their kin to eliminate them. The victim, once their heart is removed, stands no chance of survival. However, this situation defied her expectations, as the individual, despite having their heart taken, remained alive and active. Fang Cheng clenched his fists, putting forth all his strength in a punch that yielded satisfactory results, albeit at the cost of bruising his knuckles. Noticing the gaze of Kanzaki Rin, he turned to her, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurried over to extend his hand. Kanzaki Rin did not withdraw, reciprocating with her own hand. Fang Cheng pushed her aside and crouched before the refrigerator, letting out a wail. Which bastard did this? The contents of the refrigerator had spilled out, mingling chaotically, and had been trampled upon, with dozens of eggs shattered across the floor. He felt a pang of sorrow. The money spent on ingredients was earned through selling his kidney, and such waste was intolerable. Chapter 16. Please trust in my supportive abilities. Kanzaki Rin silently placed her hands down and stood up on her own. At this moment, the beautiful girl, who was adored both in the Disaster Response Department and at school, finally understood the meaning of unrequited affection. If it were possible, she would have liked to grab Fang Cheng's head and ask, "Am I a living person, less significant than a few eggs in your eyes? If you desire to eat, I can buy you several boxes." However, Kanzaki Rin refrained from voicing such thoughts, as she could clearly see that Fang Cheng was genuinely angry. Meanwhile, Yagawa Ryuka groaned as she struggled to rise from the ground. Half of her facial injuries had healed, but her face remained slightly deformed, likely due to fractured bones not healing properly. She stared at Fang Cheng in astonishment and stammered, Why are you still alive? This isn't right. Shouldn't one die immediately after having their heart ripped out by a fellow being? Her instincts dictated this, as naturally as the cold of winter and the heat of summer. Though she couldn't comprehend why, her instincts felt unequivocally correct. Yet, Fang Cheng's revival contradicted her inherent understanding, akin to winter being warm and summer being cold, leaving her disoriented. Fang Cheng slowly rose to his feet, fully aware of the reason for his resurrection. The number in his vision had changed from 3 to 2. Yagawa Ryuka had stealthily taken one of his lives, leaving him with 2 remaining chances to revive. This incited a deep anger within him, not only directed at Yagawa Ryuka but also at himself. He had sensed someone stalking him over the past few days and had assumed it was someone sent by Morishita Yamato. He never anticipated it was the vampire that Kanzaki Rin had warned him about, despite previously emphasizing the need to be cautious. He had let his guard down over the past few days, a blatant slap in the face to his own vigilance. At present, Fang Cheng had yet to discover a method to increase his chances of resurrection, making each life precious to him. Consequently, losing a third of his lives due to carelessness was infuriating. Yagawa Ryuka's clothing had been entirely incinerated by Kanzaki Rin's flames, leaving her completely exposed. While she possessed an appealing physique, she lamentably lacked in certain endowments. Although Fang Cheng harbored certain inclinations, he held standards for aesthetics and quickly lost interest. Turning to Kanzaki Rin to inquire, "Is this the vampire you mentioned?" "Indeed. She is now our adversary. Let us momentarily set aside our differences," Kanzaki Rin replied, her vigilant gaze fixed on Yagawa Ryuka since the latter had risen. Although Fang Cheng's assistance was welcomed, victory was not guaranteed, and a moment's negligence could lead to disastrous consequences. Upon hearing Kanzaki Rin's words, Yagawa Ryuka retorted furiously, "The Disaster Response Department is colluding with monsters? How can you justify the taxpayers' money?" Unlike Fang Cheng, whose memories had been affected, Yagawa Ryuka immediately recognized Kanzaki Rin as an intern from the Disaster Response Department, a department more renowned than the police. Kanzaki Rin smirked slightly, displaying a rather infuriatingly mocking expression. "Feel free to file a complaint against me." Yagawa Ryuka was at a loss for words. How could she possibly file a complaint? Would she call the Disaster Response Department and report that their intern was colluding with monsters to deal with her? A monster? The Disaster Response Department must be laughing their heads off. In the midst of an unspoken silence, Fang Cheng stepped forward and stood before Kanzaki Rin. As she gazed at his silhouette, her heart warmed slightly. Despite his lack of charm and his foul-mouthed demeanor, he still stood in front of her at a critical moment. And for that alone, he could be deemed a man. However, Kanzaki Rin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being underestimated. She was not the kind of delicate flower that required protection. "You need not concern yourself with me," Kanzaki Rin was about to assert when Fang Cheng suddenly turned to look at her. "Why are you hiding behind me? Come on, let us face this together." No slacking off. A vein popped on Kanzaki Rin's forehead. She took a deep breath, shot him a fierce glare, and retorted, "I'm a long-range fighter. There is no need to get too close to the enemy." Retracting her earlier thoughts, she concluded that this guy was simply a jerk, intent on aggravating her. Fang Cheng was taken aback by her glare, but soon understood the situation. He considered making a sarcastic remark, but ultimately refrained, wishing to maintain the fragile alliance between them. All right then, you can provide support from the back. He did not press the issue, given how Kanazaki-Rin had been overwhelmed by Yagawa Ryuka moments ago. Her joining the fray might diminish their combat effectiveness. Kanazaki-Rin silently stepped back, exuding confidence. No problem, please trust in my supportive capabilities. Yagawa Ryuka, witnessing this pair of bickering individuals easily assign roles to each other, felt her anger surge. However, her position in the kitchen was exceedingly awkward, leaving her with no escape. As the only exit was blocked by Fang Cheng and Kanazaki-Rin, she would dare to confront either of them alone, but together, they posed an uncertain threat. Particularly the resurrected Fang Cheng, the pain from the punch he had delivered lingered on her cheek. It was indeed true that vampires could inflict real damage upon one another. Yet, why was he alive? Yagawa Ryuka could not comprehend this, nor did she realize that Fang Cheng was not a vampire but rather perceived him as somewhat exceptional. With the situation having escalated to this point, there was no possibility of retreating, rendering further words unnecessary. Fang Cheng took a slow, deep breath, feeling a hint of nervousness, as it was his first battle against a being of another kind. However, he felt no fear. Perhaps the physical training he had undergone recently had instilled in him a sense of confidence. In this silent standoff, Fang Cheng suddenly sprang into action. He propelled himself forward with force, closing the distance to Yagawa Ryuka in the blink of an eye. So fast, both Yagawa Ryuka and Kanazaki-Rin gasped in astonishment. Although the distance between them was not great, Fang Cheng's speed was astonishing. He executed no elaborate maneuvers, merely drawing back his arm to deliver a straightforward punch. Yet, amplified by his speed and strength, the impact was formidable. Yagawa Ryuka, as a vampire, reacted swiftly, retracting her head to evade. The punch grazed past her head, striking the wall above the stove. With a resounding bang, debris scattered as the solid wall was shattered by a single punch. Ryuka Yagawa swiftly maneuvered around Fang Cheng, launching herself directly at Rin Kanzaki, seemingly intent on eliminating her first. Unfazed, Rin Kanzaki raised her hand and snapped her fingers, unleashing a torrent of flames from her fingertips. Ryuka, having anticipated the move, deftly evaded the fiery onslaught. Ignoring the blood dripping from his injured knuckles, Fang Cheng hastily turned to pursue Ryuka. However, as she dodged, the flames conjured by Rin collided directly with Fang's face, igniting him like a torch. Startled, Rin quickly retracted her hand, and to her astonishment, the flames that had engulfed Fang magically flowed back into her grasp. Yet, in that brief moment, Fang had been scorched to the point of dishevelment, his body marred by multiple burns. "What are you doing?" Fang Cheng bellowed at Rin Kanzaki. She blinked innocently, feigning detachment. "You brought this upon yourself." Chapter 17. Harmonious cooperation. Upon witnessing Fang Cheng and Shinkai-Rin embroiled in a heated dispute, Yagawa Ryuka hastily turned on her heels and fled. She had no desire to remain and engage in a battle of wills with these two youngsters. Just as she dashed out of the kitchen into the living room, a dining table came hurtling towards her with a deafening roar. With nowhere to evade, Yagawa instinctively raised her arms to shield her head. The table crashed down upon her with tremendous force, propelling her into the living room. After flinging the table aside, Fang Cheng leaped from the kitchen, pursuing her into the living room, where he unleashed a punch that connected with the table. Accompanied by a sharp crack, his fist penetrated the sturdy wood, sending splinters flying as it struck Yagawa's shoulder. She spun through the air, colliding with the sofa and sending it toppling over. Fang Cheng withdrew his arm from the wreckage of the table and advanced 2 steps. Suddenly, the overturned sofa soared into the air, hurtling towards him. Fang Cheng raised his hand to block it, the sofa's formidable momentum forcing him to stumble back 2 paces before he regained his balance. Yagawa Ryuka rose from the ground, her appearance transformed drastically. Her pupils glowed a vivid crimson, her sclera now pitch black, elongated canines protruded from her mouth, and her fingernails had sharpened to deadly points. Her once delicate and charming visage was now marred by swollen veins that writhed beneath her skin, reminiscent of crawling insects. In this moment, Yagawa embodied the very essence of a vampire. Fang Cheng was momentarily taken aback by Yagawa's transformation. She can still change form? Shinkai-Rin burst forth from the kitchen, urgently warning, "Be careful, she is about to lose control." It was apparent to anyone with eyes. Did she really need to state the obvious? Could she not offer something more insightful, such as the distinctions between her transformed state and her original? "I'm not certain," was the only response, eliciting a frustrated exclamation from Fang Cheng. Yagawa's shoulder was nearly dislocated from Fang Cheng's punch, her muscles writhing as they began to mend. Fixating on Fang Cheng, she rasped, "Must you truly fight me? There are other vampires in this city. If we both fall, it will only benefit them." If you allow me to leave, I promise to depart Tokyo and never return. Fang Cheng glanced back at Shinkai-rin, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Look, her offer is far more generous than yours. Just as Shinkai-rin prepared to retort, she noticed Fang Cheng gesturing behind his back towards her, furrowing her brow. She swiftly comprehended the meaning behind his signal, responding with an understanding glance. Their eyes met, and Fang Cheng turned to face Yagawa Ryuka once more. This vampire had come to ambush him. Now, when the situation was dire, she proposed peace. Such an idealistic notion was rare in this world. With Shinkai-rin's cooperation in the attack, he felt confident in swiftly subduing Yagawa, contemplating how to disguise his intent to strike. Fang Cheng found himself interrupted as Shinkai-rin dashed to the entryway, firmly blocking the door. Fang Cheng? Yagawa Ryuka? The two exchanged bewildered glances, while Shinkai-rin looked at Fang Cheng with a puzzled expression. Aren't you going to make a move? Fang Cheng slightly parted his lips, his expression one of disbelief. Are you certain you grasp my meaning? Kanzaki Rinya realized that there seemed to be a misunderstanding between the two. Did you not tell me to block the door and prevent her from escaping? Fang Cheng slapped his own face with a resounding crack. This was a disaster. There was not a shred of tacit understanding between them. The woman's thought process resembled a tofu truck on the treacherous roads of Akina, leaving him, a seasoned driver, utterly confounded. Kanzaki Rinya maintained a stern silence. Could she really be blamed? Who could fathom what Fang Cheng's gestures meant from behind? That she could even interpret the notion of blocking the door from his hints was already a considerable feat. Yagawa Ryuka, however, grasped the confusing exchanges between the two and understood Fang Cheng's intention to ensnare her like a turtle in a jar. With a scream that echoed her fury, she lunged at Fang Cheng. After her transformation, her speed had increased significantly, yet Fang Cheng still managed to perceive her approach clearly. And she threw a punch directly at him. Yagawa Ryuka skillfully dodged his fist, pressing her body against his, her sharp nails piercing into his flesh. Hiss. Fang Cheng inhaled sharply, seizing the opportunity to pry her off him. But Yagawa Ryuka was as agile as a serpent, quickly maneuvering to his back, her claws leaving deep gashes across his body. Fang Cheng grasped her hand and forcefully pried it away, only for her to bite down on the nape of his neck, drawing forth his blood. Suddenly, a burst of flames surged forth, engulfing both Fang Cheng and Yagawa Ryuka in a blaze. Yagawa Ryuka could no longer withstand the searing heat and let out a piercing scream. Fang Cheng felt the pain too, but his endurance was evidently greater than hers, and he seized the moment to throw her away from him with great force. As Yagawa Ryuka crashed into the wall, Kanzaki Rinya hurriedly retracted the scattered flames from the air to prevent a fire outbreak. Fang Cheng did not reprimand her for also attacking their ally. Instead, he strode purposefully towards Yagawa Ryuka, his wounds healing at a rapid pace. Yagawa Ryuka's recovery was noticeably slower. Her singed hair had just begun to regrow when Fang Cheng caught hold of her, delivering 2 heavy punches to her grotesque face. Yagawa Ryuka, battered and bloodied, retaliated by ripping off her scalp along with her hair, and with a vicious headbutt, she struck Fang Cheng's jaw. The impact jolted his head back, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. Yagawa Ryuka's fingers had already plunged into his chest, attempting to extract his heart once more. Fang Cheng swiftly grasped her hands, and with a sudden forward thrust of his head, he collided forcefully with her face. In terms of sheer tenacity, Fang Cheng had never feared anyone. The headbutt rendered Yagawa Ryuka's face a bloody mess, even knocking out her 2 sharp fangs. He did not show mercy simply because she was a woman. He continued to unleash a relentless barrage of blows. Dazed and disoriented, Yagawa Ryuka let out a sudden shriek as the veins protruding from her body erupted, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. This blood was highly corrosive, and upon contact with the ground, it immediately began to emit white smoke. Fang Cheng was too close, and the blood splattered all over him, enveloping him in thick smoke and rendering his visage unrecognizable from the corrosive effects. Ryoka Yagawa did not seize the opportunity to ambush Fang Cheng. Instead, she circumvented him and fled, rather than opting for the door, which was blocked by Rin Kanzaki. She chose the window of the living room, preparing to crash through it in her escape. Rin Kanzaki hastily snapped her fingers, conjuring flames that surged forth to seal the window. Undeterred by the flames before her, Ryoka Yagawa leaped directly through the fire, colliding with the window. The window, previously shattered by the smoke bomb deployed from Rin's drone, succumbed easily to the force of Ryoka's entire body crashing into it, shattering the remaining glass. In a moment of urgency, she glanced back, only to discover that Fang Cheng had already caught up, gripping her ankle tightly. Chapter 18. The joy of touching corpses. Fang Cheng's face and body were still emitting white smoke, yet the majority of his injuries were visibly healing at a remarkable pace. He grasped Shikawa Ryo's ankle and bellowed, "Come back to me." Shikawa Ryo let out a piercing scream of fury as Fang Cheng yanked her back into the living room, causing her to crash heavily onto the floor. In a sudden twist, She contorted her body, and the leg Fang Cheng held was twisted like a pretzel. Ignoring the pain, she sprang up on one leg, launching a frenzied assault with her sharp hands, emitting growls akin to a wild beast. Shikawa Ryo's densely packed blood vessels had burst and failed to heal. At that moment, she resembled a frenzied creature, utterly devoid of humanity. Her razor-sharp claws slashed through Fang Cheng's flesh, splattering blood and creating numerous wounds. Fang Cheng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his expression stern, as he relentlessly targeted Shikawa Ryo's heart and head with powerful punches. At this juncture, neither party employed any tactics or techniques. It was a sheer contest of physical strength and resilience, determining who could inflict greater damage in a short span of time. Kanzaki Rin watched the brutal struggle intently, her hands instinctively clenching. She wished to assist, yet found herself unable to intervene in such a bloody melee. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately restrained her impulse to unleash flames upon both combatants and began searching instead. The bloody clash between Fang Cheng and Shikawa Ryo swept across the living room, leaving a trail of blood and human tissue, resembling a slaughterhouse. Shikawa Ryo could no longer be considered human. She had transformed into a rabid beast, completely losing her sanity and attacking Fang Cheng solely on instinct. Fang Cheng felt as though he was on the verge of having dozens of pounds of flesh torn from him, desperately avoiding blows to his heart and head. A fatal wound would cost him another precious resurrection. Suddenly, Kanzaki Rin's voice pierced through the chaos. Fang Cheng turned to see her hurling a silver dagger his way, and he swiftly raised his hand to catch it. Sensing imminent danger, Shikawa Ryo lunged for Fang Cheng's head, her jaws opening wide. The corners of her mouth tore open to reveal a gaping maw, her teeth transformed into jagged fangs, with her limbs ensnaring Fang Cheng. He had no choice but to thrust one hand forward, inserting it into her blood-soaked mouth. She bit down fiercely, the sound reminiscent of a meat grinder, as Fang Cheng's hand was severed into pieces. Damn it! He cursed through gritted teeth, while his remaining hand gripped the dagger tightly, plunging it into Shikawa Ryo's heart. Though she attempted to bite again, her movement ceased as the silver weapon penetrated her heart. Fang Cheng felt the dagger grow searing hot, as if it were a glowing iron rod, forcing him to release his grip. Shikawa Ryo collapsed backward, falling to the floor like a lifeless dog. Panting, Fang Cheng retreated a couple of steps and beckoned Kanzaki Rin over. She approached cautiously, her expression wary, and inquired, "What is it?" Fang Cheng pointed to the lifeless body of Yagawa Ryoha and said, "Finish her off." Shinjisaki Rin understood the implication, glanced at the already cold Yagawa Ryoha, and shook her head, replying, "No need, she's already dead." Fang Cheng's body suddenly went limp, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Shinjisaki Rin quickly reached out to support him. Fang Cheng, bewildered, remarked, "What are you doing? Recruiting laborers?" In a swift motion, Shinjisaki Rin shoved Fang Cheng to the ground and rushed to the kitchen, turning on the faucet to wash her hands vigorously. "Ha!" Fang Cheng lay on the floor, laughing heartily. However, his laughter was short-lived. Soon his face turned pale, and his weakness became increasingly apparent. The severed arm and wounds on his body were healing, yet the swiftness of recovery only accentuated his frailty. Stumbling, he managed to rise and rushed into the kitchen. "What are you planning to do?" Shinjisaki Rin, still washing her hands, asked with immediate caution. Fang Cheng pointed to the scattered ingredients on the floor and whispered, "Quick, help me prepare a meal." Shinjisaki Rin paused, noticing that Fang Cheng was so weak he had fallen to the floor. Without further inquiry, she approached and gathered the usable ingredients, tossing them into a pot to make a simple oden, commonly known as a hodgepodge. Once it was prepared, Fang Cheng, disregarding the heat, dove into the food. The hastily concocted dish was far from gourmet, yet Fang Cheng had no time to be critical. He feared he might succumb to starvation if he did not eat. Observing Fang Cheng devour the meal ravenously, Shinjisaki Rin wore a contemplative expression. She had always been curious about why Fang Cheng lacked the impulse to consume blood. It seemed now that he could substitute ordinary food for blood to quell his hunger. Could he still be considered a vampire? Shinjisaki Rin felt a sense of confusion, gazing at Fang Cheng as if he were an irrational individual who did not indulge in sugary drinks. She did not dwell on this question for long, quickly setting it aside and turning to approach Yagawa Ryoha's corpse. After finishing the entire pot of hodgepodge, Fang Cheng patted his belly and exhaled a long breath. Although he was not fully satiated, he had managed to suppress the wretched hunger pangs, alleviating the fear of starving to death. Suddenly, Shinjisaki Rin tossed something in front of Fang Cheng, startling him to the point of nausea. Anyone who had just eaten would feel queasy when a bloody object was hurled their way. Shinjisaki Rin had thrown a heart, which she had extracted from Yagawa Ryoha's corpse. Fang Cheng asked her, "What do you mean by this?" Shinjisaki Rin cleaned the blood from her hands, and, turning back to see Fang Cheng's reaction, appeared equally puzzled. "Aren't you going to eat it?" Having reviewed internal documents from the Disaster Response Department, she understood the nature of vampires. aware that they hunted one another and consumed the hearts of their companions to enhance their power. Yagawa Ryoha had attacked Fang Cheng with the intention of acquiring his heart. Now that Fang Cheng had successfully turned the tables, Yagawa Ryoha's heart had become his trophy. Kanzaki Rin had no reason to prevent Fang Cheng from partaking in the spoils. Nor did she intend to. The stronger Fang Cheng became, the more advantageous it was for her. Are you out of your mind? What would I do with this? Fang Cheng retorted sharply, lifting the heart with 2 fingers, poised to discard it into the rubbish bin. However, the moment his fingers brushed against the heart, a sudden surge of warmth coursed through him. Simultaneously, several lines of text materialized within his field of vision. Energy absorption in progress. Advanced olfactory sense 1. Life fragment. 1-3-1. Blood of madness fragment. 1-5-1. Blood of flames fragment. 1-5-1. Chapter 19. One must have principles. Kanzaki Rin observed Fang Cheng, who was fixated on the heart in his hands, as if it were a precious treasure, and her frustration surged. You despicable fool. You say you don't want it yet scold me. Isn't it clear that you're simply tempted? With her arms crossed, Kanzaki Rin taunted. If you desire it so much, then indulge yourself. No one is stopping you, so spare me the pretense of refusal. Her words jolted Fang Cheng from his reverie. Rubbing his eyes, the multiple prompts before him gradually faded away. At that moment, he felt his sense of smell sharpen significantly, a myriad of complex scents flooding his senses. Yet he could distinctly differentiate each aroma. This, evidently, was the result of heightened olfactory perception. As for the remaining 3 types, their names alone suggested that assembling the fragments would yield complete skills or rewards, reminiscent of the reward mechanism in the mobile game he had played before crossing over. Madness Blood and Burning Blood were likely abilities possessed by Yagawa Ryoha as a vampire. However, what truly piqued Fang Cheng's interest was the life fragment. The number of revivals was crucial for his survival. He had been seeking ways to increase that number but to no avail. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a piece of life fragment at this moment, and it had come from scavenging a corpse. He owed a debt of gratitude to Kanzaki Rin. Had she not tossed the heart before him, he would have never considered rummaging through Yagawa Ryoha's remains, for he harbored no such morbid inclinations. Nonetheless, the method of acquiring the life fragment was evidently designed to compel him to confront monsters and level up. How perilous that was. He would prefer to have a system akin to the game's idle mechanics, where one could simply sleep and level up without engaging in bloodshed. Seeing Fang Cheng remain motionless, Kanzaki Rin pressed, "Are you going to eat it, or not? If not, I will take it away." Fang Cheng shot her a glance and tossed the heart back. "Eat what? I am not a savage who feeds on raw flesh." Kanzaki Rin clumsily caught the heart, astonished as she gazed at Fang Cheng. "You truly don't want it? Consuming this could enhance your strength. Are you not aware of that? Is that so?" Fang Cheng replied, though even if he knew, he would refuse, for he was not a vampire. Consuming it would serve no purpose. Rising to his feet, he declared to Kanzaki Rin with a sense of righteous indignation, "I seek strength, and I will earn it through my own efforts and training, not through these nefarious means." Fang Cheng gazed intently into Kanzaki Rin's eyes, earnestly stating, "I wish for you to remember, though I have been bitten by a vampire, I remain human, with my own principles. Do not regard me through the lens of a monster." Kanzaki Rin was momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by Fang Cheng's conviction. Had he made such a statement before, she would have scoffed, dismissing it as nonsense. Yet now, the reality was evident. Fang Cheng had indeed managed to suppress his primal instincts. The heart lay before him, and he had turned it down, a choice far more challenging than hunting down his own kind. It was akin to a severe addict, resisting the drugs laid out before him through sheer willpower. This is utterly absurd. The inherent instinct of a vampire is to prey upon its own kind, far more severe than mere addiction. Yet, Fang Cheng manages to resist such temptations. Kanzaki Rin is on the verge of re-evaluating her perception of Fang Cheng. She initially believed he possessed an extraordinary willpower, but now it is evident that his strength transcends humanity itself. "I understand now. And I hope you can uphold your promises and steadfastly maintain your principles. I shall not regard you as a monster." Kanzaki Rin extends her hand towards Fang Cheng. Introducing herself, "Let us start anew. I am Kanzaki Rin, an intern from the Disaster Response Department." However, Fang Cheng does not shake her hand but stands with his hands on his hips, smiling as he remarks, "Do you think a handshake will erase the discord between us?" Kanzaki Rin furrows her brow slightly, striving to keep her gaze steady. "If my previous actions have offended you, I can offer my apologies. My constant vigilance over you is solely for your safety." No, that's not it," Fang Cheng interrupts, shaking his finger and then gesturing towards the corpse of Yagawa Ryoha. "We can discuss that later. How shall we handle this?" Kanzaki Rin suppresses her confusion. "Leave it to me." "Very well, you attend to that. I shall change my attire." Fang Cheng turns to head back to his room, as his clothes had long been incinerated by Kanzaki Rin. After his departure, Kanzaki Rin discreetly exhales in relief. This man is utterly shameless, remaining composed while exposed before her. Yet, she cannot bring herself to mention it, lest it reveals her concern. Controlling a drone, she throws a hollow packaging bag through the window. Upon opening it, she finds a silver-gray body bag inside. Kanzaki Rin carefully places Yagawa Ryoka's corpse within the bag, ready to transport it via drone once night falls. When Fang Cheng emerges after changing, he straightens the toppled sofa and coffee table. He sits on the couch, his hands clasped in front of him, adopting a classic pose reminiscent of antiquity. Kanzaki Rin sits opposite him, appearing pained. What do you intend to do? We have no further conflicts, do we? No conflicts? Huh. Fang Cheng scoffs coldly. You claim to be protecting me, yet you are merely using me as bait to lure out vampires. Am I mistaken? Kanzaki Rin is taken aback, surprised at how quickly Fang Cheng has seen through her fishing tactics. She swiftly regains her composure and concedes. True. But I have warned you of the dangers posed by other vampires. Fang Cheng interrupts. Yet you have indeed exploited me. If your drone hadn't been following me, I would not have gone to school and subsequently exposed my whereabouts. Kanzaki Rin's expression remains serene, her tone devoid of any hint of panic. I do not deny that I have utilized you, but even without my involvement, these vampires would eventually seek you out. You cannot remain indoors perpetually. At the very least, I have provided you with assistance. Fang Cheng taps the coffee table with his fingers, mocking. I had already died once before your arrival. It was I who saved you in a moment of peril. Your so-called assistance. Surely it does not merely encompass disposing of my remains afterward? Kanzaki Rin falls silent for a few seconds, lowering her eyelids. Of course, that aspect is included as well. It even encompassed her own preparations. She had brought along 3 body bags prior to her arrival. Had Fang Cheng been aware of this, he would undoubtedly conclude that this woman was truly ruthless, unafraid of death in the least. Should you still harbor discontent? I could extend my apologies and even offer some form of compensation. Surprisingly, Kanzaki Rin was quite amiable, and upon hearing the mention of compensation, Fang Cheng's eyes gleamed with interest. Compensation was indeed welcome, and he had been awaiting such a statement from her. Seemingly oblivious to Fang Cheng's expression, Kanzaki Rin continued. Although the process has been fraught with complications, the outcome remains favorable. This is fortunate for both of us. Perhaps we should engage in a more constructive dialogue rather than casting blame upon one another. What do you think? At once, Fang Cheng comprehended her implication. Did she still wish to pursue entrapment tactics? Chapter 20. The tragedy of the love-stricken Kanzaki Rin corrected. It is not entrapment. It is collaboration. Collaboration? Indeed. Kanzaki Rin leaned forward slightly, her tone imbued with fervor. Our objectives align. You must vanquish all vampires to survive, and I too seek their annihilation. Rather than passively waiting, why not collaborate and take the initiative to eradicate them while they are still weak? Fang Cheng smirked. What distinguishes this from entrapment? You still wish to use me as bait. If you must frame it that way, so be it. Kanzaki Rin smiled faintly, seemingly confident in her ability to persuade Fang Cheng. However, you cannot deny that collaborating with me is the optimal choice. I can provide ample assistance, tracking, positioning, supplying equipment, strategizing, combat support, and post-battle management, including alleviating scrutiny from the authorities. Are you capable of achieving all that? Fang Cheng imagined Kanzaki Rin laughing maniacally in a dramatic pose. He quickly raised his hand to interrupt her. The rest is acceptable, but combat support is off the table. Kanzaki Rin defended. My combat assistance testing received a perfect score. Fang Cheng chuckled. Is the perfect score 1,000? You didn't endanger your teammates and coaches, did you? Kanzaki Rin's expression darkened. I can only say our synergy is not particularly high, but that can be cultivated. Fang Cheng responded with a silent scoff. Undeniably, collaborating with her offered substantial advantages and could be regarded as the sole option at present. Yet, he harbored doubts regarding her integrity in a dire situation. She might sell him out without hesitation. Kanzaki Rin sensed Fang Cheng's hesitation and urged, I understand your distrust towards me. We can engage in a limited collaboration initially to assess its efficacy. Noticing Fang Cheng's silence, she continued, I will allow you time to contemplate. There is no rush to respond. However, it cannot be delayed for too long. The remaining vampires are continuously growing stronger and engaging in combat. Once they determine their strongest, it will surpass what we can handle. I could retreat to the disaster response department, but you would face them alone. Fang Cheng retorted. I could also retreat to the disaster response department. Was it that your intention last time? And what about the food? Kanzaki Rin fell silent, her expression clearly mocking. Can you not aspire to greater things? Truth be told, Kanzaki Rin's proposal was indeed enticing to Fang Cheng. Whether for his own safety or to gather more life fragments, he would inevitably confront the other vampires. So why not act decisively now? Waiting until they had fully developed their powers would turn the hunt into a futile endeavor. akin to willingly offering oneself as prey. As Fang Cheng pondered, Kanzaki Rin's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Aoki Yusuke. Kanzaki Rin pressed to answer. What is it? Kanzaki, where are you? I am on a confidential mission. Do you need something? Nothing much. The response department has updated a batch of new data. I can help you subscribe if you need. Thank you. Is there anything else? No, you're busy. After hanging up the call, Aoki Yusuke stood by the roadside, gazing at the distant apartment building. Exhaling deeply with a thoughtful expression, Fang Cheng, upon hearing Kanzaki Rin end the call, curiously inquired, Is that your boyfriend? Kanzaki Rin shook her head. No. Then is it your father? Kanzaki Rin fell silent, her eyes silently piercing into him. Only a boyfriend or a father would exhibit such concern about your whereabouts and activities. Fang Cheng reclined on the sofa. Let me take a guess. The caller is undoubtedly a young man who clearly harbors feelings for you, yet you do not reciprocate. Thus striving to maintain a distance, am I right? Kanzaki Rin maintained her composure, though a hint of surprise flickered within her. How did you figure that out? Fang Cheng interlocked his fingers, donning an I know what's going on smile. You exchanged 3 sentences, each inquiring if there was anything important, indicating you wish to limit communication to mere business. If he cannot perceive this blatant detachment or feigns ignorance, he must indeed be a devoted admirer. At this point, Fang Cheng couldn't help but lament. The plight of the devoted admirer is indeed tragic, left with nothing in the end, even scorned by the solitary hearts. Can you imagine? Your dedicated admirer remains oblivious to the fact that his goddess sneaks into his single man's abode at the witching hour, engaging in physical intimacy, while deceiving him with tales of clandestine missions. It's quite pitiable. May fortune forever shield him. Kanzaki Rin nearly rolled her eyes at Fang Cheng, retorting, Doesn't the love letter you wrote to me count as you being my admirer? Fang Cheng, unfazed, chuckled. To lick is for dogs. To lick 100 times is for wolves. Lick 900,000 times, and one becomes a wolf among wolves. Apologies, but I, who have penned at least 200 love letters since middle school, am no mere admirer. I am a warrior, a simple admirer. Yet even looked down upon by the solitary hearts. Woof, woof. The barks of dogs outside the apartment coincidentally echoed, as if in harmony with Fang Cheng's words. Kanzaki Rin was momentarily at a loss whether to express admiration or disbelief. This was an elevation of devotion. Woof, woof, woof. At the roadside, Aoki Yusuke was about to depart when a stray dog, seemingly appearing from nowhere, began barking furiously at him. From the dog's raucous barks, Aoki Yusuke perceived a mocking tone from the solitary hearts. Usually calm and composed, he surprisingly lost his temper, shouting, Get lost. Go away. Woof, woof, woof. More stray dogs emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing ominously. The greenish glow made Aoki Yusuke's expression shift uncomfortably. I want to stoop to your level. You wretched mutts. He hurriedly turned to leave. Enough. I did not come here to listen to your theories on admirers. Kanzaki Rin struggled to steer the already derailed conversation back on track. Do you agree to collaborate with me, or not? Didn't you say I should think it over? I've changed my mind. Huh, women. Fang Cheng stroked his chin, pondering, I cannot coexist peacefully with other vampires, hence I must eliminate them. What about you? Why do you strive so fervently? Do you harbor a grudge against vampires? Kanzaki Rin refused to respond, stating, That is a personal matter. Integrity, integrity. Fang Cheng raised a finger, first pointing at her, then at himself. Collaboration necessitates sincerity. Your lack of cooperation places me in a difficult position. Kanzaki Rin clenched her teeth before finally replying, I need to swiftly achieve merits to ensure that I secure a higher position within the countermeasures department. Is that answer satisfactory to you? As she broached this topic, her demeanor transformed into one of cold detachment, as if she were exceedingly reluctant to discuss it. Chapter 21. I might as well support you directly. It turns out you are quite the official enthusiast. Fang Cheng found it hard to believe Shinozaki Rin's reply. Yet he refrained from pressing too hard, lest he provoke a confrontation, for he truly required her collaboration. I am generally inclined to agree to our partnership. But I have several stipulations, he stated. Shinozaki Rin took a deep breath, cautioning, do not overreach. Fang Cheng crossed his legs and chuckled. How can this be considered overreaching? Negotiation requires reciprocity. I cannot simply acquiesce to your terms without presenting my own. I am not your father, indulging you in every whim. You may listen to my conditions before deciding whether to acquiesce. The ball was now back in Shinozaki Rin's court. It was her turn to make a choice. She regarded Fang Cheng with a discerning gaze. Speak. Firstly, I require detailed information on all monsters, including vampires. The more comprehensive, the better. Secondly, I seek the ability to control flames. Fang Cheng had numerous demands, such as a promise from Shinozaki Rin to not turn against him after he eliminated all vampires. However, he deemed such a promise to be weak and unrealistic, opting not to mention it. As long as he was sufficiently strong, she would not dare to provoke him. And conversely, if he lacked strength, even a written promise would be futile. Everything depended on his own capabilities. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's two conditions, Shinozaki Rin merely furrowed her brow. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "The first condition is acceptable, but the second is not." "Why not?" Fang Cheng was genuinely curious about the origin of Shinozaki Rin's flame-controlling ability. Not only he, but the general populace was also intrigued and envious of the superpowers possessed by the Disaster Response Department. Yet, this remained confidential, with no substantial revelations to date, leading to rampant speculation. Shinozaki Rin could only explain, "The power I hold is a result of special talent and years of rigorous training. Therefore, I cannot grant you such an ability unless you join the Disaster Response Department and prove your inherent aptitude." Fang Cheng could not discern whether her words were truthful or merely evasive. He decided to propose an alternative condition, then provide me with detailed information regarding the abilities, acquisition criteria, and training programs. Moreover, you must be responsible for teaching me various combat techniques to enhance my fighting prowess. Shinozaki Rin took even longer to consider this proposition. Fang Cheng was in no hurry, allowing her the time to deliberate. From the outset, her calculated risk in releasing him as bait indicated that her commitment to eradicating vampires might surpass even his own. Their collaboration was reciprocal. Fang Cheng could not do without her assistance, and conversely, she required his aid to eliminate all vampires. She would struggle to find another like him, so accommodating and with such a low level of threat. After a prolonged contemplation of over 10 minutes, Shinozaki Rin finally made her decision. "Very well, I accept your conditions." Fang Cheng extended his hand toward her, "Then let us wish for a fruitful partnership." Kenzaki Rinya extended her hand, grasping his firmly. Fang Cheng suddenly said, "By the way, you mentioned compensating for my losses, right?" Kenzaki Rinya was tempted to deny it, asserting that it had merely been a ploy to persuade Fang Cheng to collaborate. However, having just agreed to work together, she found it difficult to retract her words and could only reply, "Name your amount, but please do not be unreasonable." Fang Cheng chuckled. "Rest assured, my demands are entirely reasonable." He surveyed the room and continued, "Compensate me with a new set of furniture. That should be manageable, no?" After the battle with Yagawa Ryuka, Fang Cheng's home resembled a disaster zone, with many items damaged. This request seemed quite fair and without much thought. Kenzaki Rinya nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will arrange for a new set of furniture for you by tomorrow." Just as she believed Fang Cheng's demands would end there, he wore an expression that conveyed, "You are rather naïve, my dear. Throughout our collaboration, all expenses will be your responsibility. That seems quite fair, considering I am merely a high school student without any income." Kenzaki Rinya wanted to retort, but the words stuck in her throat. She found it rather audacious for him to mention his lack of earnings, especially when he seemed to have no trouble selling his kidneys for profit. Furthermore, the cost for post-battle nourishment should also be reimbursed by you. Otherwise, I will lack the energy to slay so many vampires. Not to mention the wear and tear on my training equipment, travel expenses, and daily meals. With each passing word from Fang Cheng, Kenzaki Rinya's expression darkened, and her grip on his hand tightened. "You expect me to cover your meals? Why not just have me support you entirely?" She snapped. "I'll need to ponder this. Who knows what sordid habits a wealthy woman like you may harbor?" As Kenzaki Rinya's face darkened to an almost charred hue, Fang Cheng finally ceased his banter, fearing that she might withdraw from the agreement altogether. Kenzaki Rinya, suppressing her fury, spoke in a tense tone. "Is that all? What else is there?" Suddenly, her voice rose sharply, akin to an agitated cat. Fang Cheng pointed at her hand. "Additionally, how long do you intend to grip my hand? Are you taking advantage of me? I never expected you to be this kind of person." Kenzaki Rinya forcefully released Fang Cheng's hand. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger and regained her composure. "I will ensure everything is organized for tomorrow. We shall commence then." Fang Cheng expressed surprise. "So soon? What about school?" Kenzaki Rinya was tempted to mock him, wondering why a vampire would be so preoccupied with the notion of attending school. "You can take a leave of absence." "All right. Then please assist me in requesting one." As the topic of school arose, Fang Cheng suddenly recalled an incident. "Is the trouble with Morishita Yamada related to you?" Kenzaki Rinya shook her head. "It has nothing to do with me." Her nonchalant demeanor suggested she was well aware of the situation. Fang Cheng voiced his dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you intervene? I ended up being unjustly beaten." At last, Kenzaki Rinya found an opportunity to tease Fang Cheng, crossing her arms and revealing a mischievous smile. "Why should it concern me? After all, you wouldn't be killed. From what I understand, they gained nothing from it." But my tender, vulnerable heart was still frightened. "You wicked woman, does your conscience not ache?" "Aha." Kenzaki Rin interrupted Fang Cheng's nonsensical chatter, stating that Morishita Yamada would not trouble him in the near future, nor would it affect their collaboration. Fang Cheng pondered quietly, Realizing that the silence from Morishita Yamada was no coincidence, he had assumed he was plotting something significant, only to discover that Kanzaki Rin had intervened behind the scenes. Of course, it was also possible that Morishita Yamada was playing a deeper game, biding his time for a grand scheme. Regardless, Fang Cheng was convinced that he would indeed be plotting something substantial. Observing Fang Cheng's contemplative demeanor, Kanzaki Rin suddenly inquired, "Can you suppress the urge to feed on blood by consuming ordinary food?" Fang Cheng felt no such urge to feed, however. He required the guise of a vampire to conceal his true nature of immortality. While vampires were few in number, they were not rare creatures. It was Fang Cheng's unique condition of immortality, devoid of any after-effects, that was unparalleled. Should this truth be revealed, he feared that Kanzaki Rin might not shield him from the consequences. Thus, he could only respond ambiguously, perhaps. Kanzaki Rin probed further. "Do you need me to procure some fresh blood for you?" Should he genuinely require it, Kanzaki Rin would have to place him on a danger list, marking him for elimination once their collaboration concluded. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Cheng nodded, saying that would be acceptable. Kanzaki Rin's heart raced at his response. Yet, he quickly added, "But there's no need for human blood. Please just get me some pig's blood." Although he initially had no desire for it, he reasoned that acquiescing would allay Kanzaki Rin's suspicions while also allowing her to bear the cost. A win-win situation, indeed. Pig's blood? Kanzaki Rin was left bewildered. Could pig's blood even serve a purpose for vampires? An absurd image involuntarily surfaced in her mind, a vampire sneaking into a pig pen at midnight, chasing after sows to bite them. Suddenly, her prestige plummeted into the depths of absurdity. Chapter 22. We are now tied by a shared meal. Kanzaki Rin departed, taking with her the lifeless body of Yagawa Ryuka. This body served as her trophy, a means to garner accolades and promotions within the disaster response department. Fang Cheng pondered how she would fabricate a plausible combat scenario without revealing her true intentions. Observing her confident demeanor, he surmised that she would likely encounter no difficulties. After Rin's departure, Fang Cheng dedicated the better part of the night to tidying his home, not neglecting to invest over 2 hours in physical training to earn his fitness points for the day, before finally succumbing to fatigue and sleep. Rin's actions were swift. By the following morning, representatives from a furniture company arrived at Fang Cheng's doorstep, delivering a complete set of new furnishings. Naturally, these were not luxury items. Even Rin, regardless of her wealth, would not bestow such extravagance upon him. Nonetheless, Fang Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction. The joy of receiving something for free does not lie in its abundance but in its mere existence. As noon approached, Rin visited again, tossing a large bag of fresh pig's blood at Fang Cheng, the source of which remained a mystery. In addition to the blood, she brought a wealth of data that Fang Cheng required, contained not in paper form but rather within a diminutive USB drive. She tossed the drive to him, stating, "You have 1 day to review this information. After that, it must be completely destroyed." 1 day? Fang Cheng exclaimed, taken aback. "If it's too much, I won't be able to remember it all in a single day." Rin showed no sympathy, replying, "That is your concern. Regardless, this information must be destroyed by tomorrow. Neither of us can afford the consequences of any leaks." In other words, this data was illicitly obtained by Rin? Fang Cheng could not help but think that her mind must be shrouded in darkness, blatantly flouting the law. However, he refrained from engaging in further conflict over the matter, merely shrugging and saying, "I'll do my best." Rin's gaze fell upon the bag of fresh pig's blood, and she inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" It seemed she harbored a peculiar fixation regarding his consumption of blood. "Of course I will eat. Why else would I have you procure it?" Fang Cheng replied, taking the blood to the kitchen. Rin followed him, observing as he skillfully ignited the stove and boiled water, unable to suppress her curiosity. "What are you planning to do?" Fang Cheng retrieved several boxes of vermicelli noodles, which he had specifically purchased that morning, and replied, "I'm going to eat. What else would I do? This is how you eat?" Rin finally grasped the meaning behind Fang Cheng's earlier statement regarding consumption upon seeing the noodles. "Are you mocking me?" She retorted angrily. No matter how absurd, a vampire cannot possibly consume cooked pig's blood, that is food for humans. If a vampire's diet were the same as that of humans, what would it be called? One might as well call it a pig's blood noodle-eating ghost. Rin believed Fang Cheng was deliberately toying with her, especially after she had scoured the market to acquire fresh pig's blood for him. Upon witnessing the furious expression of Kamizaki Rin, Fang Cheng shook his head. "I cannot speak for other vampires, but I relish this cuisine. Do not confine an entire species to a single type of sustenance. Such a notion is a stereotype and a form of racial prejudice." At that moment, Kamizaki Rin was tempted to unleash a torrent of invectives. Yet her refined upbringing compelled her to restrain her emotions. Fang Cheng, still holding a bowl of sweet potato noodles, turned back to inquire, "Would you care to join me?" "You may enjoy it alone," she retorted coldly, turning away from the kitchen. "Thank you for the hospitality," she remarked, placing her utensils down and delicately wiping her cherry lips with a tissue. Fang Cheng cast a glance at the nearly empty pot of pig's blood stew with noodles, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the ample curves of Kamizaki Rin. Unlike Asaka Akihiko, she was unashamed, returning his stare with piercing eyes. "What are you looking at?" she challenged. Fang Cheng mused aloud. "Now I comprehend why your appetite exceeds mine, yet you remain slender. It appears all the nourishment is directed where it ought to be." Unfazed by Fang Cheng's borderline harassment, Kamizaki Rin replied stoically, "You have less than 24 hours to review this material. If you squander your precious time on such trivial matters, I will consider destroying the documents altogether. Since we are dining at the same table, can't we be a bit lenient?" he protested. "You have wasted several seconds thus far." "Humph, a heartless woman," he muttered as he tossed his utensils toward her for cleaning and retreated to the bedroom to examine the material she had brought. The documents were divided into two sections, a compendium of supernatural beings and a framework for the selection and training of superhumans within the Disaster Response Department. The mere catalog of supernatural entities exceeded 10,000 species, totaling at least several million words. It was utterly impossible to digest it all in a single day. Fang Cheng suspected Kamizaki Rin had orchestrated this deliberately, yet it was a blatant strategy he could not counteract. He attempted to copy and paste the information, but alas, Kamizaki Rin had anticipated such a maneuver. He found himself unable to extract a single character from the USB drive, nor could he print it. After several unsuccessful attempts, Fang Cheng ultimately abandoned the notion of duplicating the materials. In matters of legal transgression, one either commits the act once or countless times. As soon as Kamizaki Rin set the precedent, he would find myriad ways to persuade her to bring out the documents again. Beginning with the compendium of supernatural beings, he discovered that the materials categorized monsters into three main types. The first category encompassed the undead, represented by vampires and zombies, including all beings with immortal traits. The second category featured bizarre creatures, exemplified by ghosts and phantoms, which included unknown entities with religious connotations, such as malevolent spirits conjured by cults. The third category consisted of traditional yokai, evolved from folklore and customs, including entities like the Dragon Lady and fox spirits from East Asia, the Kappa and Tengu from the 11th District, and the goblins and gargoyles of Western Europe. Fang Cheng could not peruse the entirety of the compendium, so he extracted information specifically on vampires from the catalog and read it thoroughly. After finishing, he finally gained a basic understanding of vampires. The first confirmed vampire can be traced back to the medieval period in Western Europe. The second vampire was not discovered until the onset of the First Industrial Revolution. Following this, vampires began to emerge frequently. In fact, not only vampires but other supernatural beings also appeared en masse after the First Industrial Revolution. Prior to this period, sightings of supernatural entities were merely sporadic. Vampires are exceptionally brutal and terrifying creatures, posing a significant threat not only to humans but also to their own kind. Each newly born vampire instinctively seeks to hunt down its peers to augment its own power. This relentless hunting can lead to the emergence of catastrophic beings, such as the Blood Queen. Yet, perplexingly, high-ranking vampires seem to proliferate their kind only to incite them into mutual slaughter. Some vampires even fall prey to the very progeny they have created. This bizarre self-destructive behavior remains inexplicably elusive. Each vampire, when approaching a certain proximity to its kin, can detect a unique scent reminiscent of blood. This compels them to either hunt one another or flee, as not every vampire possesses the confidence to conquer its rivals. If they assess that their counterpart is significantly stronger, they will opt for retreat. After perusing the information on vampires, Fang Cheng found himself engulfed in a perplexing dilemma. He was not a vampire. Why, then, could Ryo Kawagawa locate him? Did he perhaps exude a vampire sin as well? Conversely, why could he also perceive the blood-like aroma emanating from Ryo Kawagawa? Instinctively, Fang Cheng touched his neck, and in a fleeting moment, the visage of the Blood Queen Isis materialized vividly in his mind. She bestowed upon Fang Cheng a knowing smile that enveloped him in an icy chill, akin to being submerged in glacial waters. What, indeed, has that woman done to me? Chapter 23. Do you suffer from depression? Part 2. The selection and training mechanism of supernatural beings. Although the word count pales in comparison to the compendium of monsters, the level of expertise is significantly higher. To put it simply, while each word is comprehensible, their collective meaning becomes perplexing, evoking a sense of admiration without understanding. Fang Cheng chose to forego the preliminary information regarding principles and techniques, opting instead to focus on the summary that followed. Indeed, there exist individuals among humanity who are born with supernatural abilities, yet their numbers are exceedingly rare, and each is rather feeble, proving nearly ineffective in combat. Often less potent than a mere pocket pistol, the fire control ability possessed by Kamizaki Rin is, in fact, the result of years of research into supernatural entities. Since the dawn of the first industrial revolution, nations have commenced the capture and study of these beings, and over the span of 2 centuries, substantial progress has been made in this field. The most advanced achievement among them is the technology of artificial superpowers. This technique combines the genes of various supernatural creatures with the DNA of natural superhumans, enabling the cultivation of artificial superpowered individuals. Kanazaki Ren's fire control ability originates from a traditional yokai known as Phoenix Fire, which continues to roam the vicinity of Kyoto. Unfortunately, this technology is not applicable to every human. It can only select those with the inherent aptitude, who must then undergo training from a young age. Upon finishing the content regarding the selection and training mechanism, Fang Cheng realized that the routine of administering vaccinations to all students by the government during elementary school was not merely to prevent diseases, but rather to identify gifted children. These talented youngsters would subsequently undergo several rounds of selection, with the few who excelled ultimately becoming interns in the disaster response department. After reviewing the materials, Fang Cheng finally understood that he was fated to be without artificial superpowers, having received vaccinations during his elementary years. The fact that he had not been chosen by the disaster response department indicated a lack of aptitude. Even if he were to acquire the technology, the time required for successful cultivation would be excessively lengthy. For instance, Kanazaki Ren had been selected by the disaster response department in the 5th grade and had undergone regular training for 6 years to attain her current abilities. Initially, her powers were even inferior to those of a lighter. By the time Fang Cheng finished the 2 parts of the material, night had fallen. Kanazaki Ren had accurately calculated that Fang Cheng would expend the entire day on the sections that piqued his interest. She remained in the living room, supervising him as he deleted the information. Fang Cheng had already captured images of the vampire-related documents with his phone, allowing Kanazaki Ren to erase everything from the USB drive. He discerned that this information likely did not rank as genuinely classified within the department. Otherwise, Kanazaki Ren would not have been able to procure it so effortlessly. You have reviewed the materials. Starting tomorrow, I will conduct a 3-day intensive training for you, after which we will venture to seek out other vampires. Kanazaki Ren said to Fang Cheng before departing. Fang Cheng expressed surprise. Is it so urgent? And won't 3 days of training be too brief? Kanzaki Ren elucidated. Time cannot be drawn out for too long. Recently, the police have received reports of several missing persons and have discovered numerous corpses drained of blood. The vampires are growing stronger, and prolonging our response will be detrimental to us. There was another reason Ren refrained from voicing. The disaster response department was orchestrating a demon hunting operation, specifically targeting the vampires left behind in Tokyo by the Blood Queen. Should we delay, these vampires may be captured or driven away, and as an intern, Kanzaki Ren would not garner any significant achievements from such a collective endeavor. Fang Cheng reluctantly acquiesced to her reasoning. Ren further added, the 3 days will merely constitute basic training. Thereafter, we will continue as time permits. As she spoke, a significant smile graced her lips. Basic training is no simple matter. I hope you do not find 3 days to be excessively prolonged. Fang Cheng raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying implications in her words. Was she perhaps planning to assert her authority under the guise of training? After Kanzaki Ren departed, Fang Cheng resumed his routine training, which consumed nearly 3 hours, yielding a mere point of stamina. At this rate, even a full day of exercise might not grant him a single point of stamina in the future. This severely limited the possibility of endlessly accruing stamina. Nonetheless, Fang Cheng was not disheartened, for the avenues to acquire power had expanded beyond mere physical exercise. There was also the thrill of examining corpses. Upon concluding his workout, Fang Cheng opened his computer and transferred the vampire data captured on his phone. Just as he finished, a message from Asaka Akiheim pinged online. Fang Jun, why didn't you come to school today? I had matters at home, he replied casually, then noticed that Akiheim had updated her signature. It changed from "Are there really heroes in this world?" to "Is there truly a paradise in this world?" Observing this new signature, Fang Cheng sensed a story and inquired. Akiheim, do you suffer from depression? She responded, no, why do you ask? Fang Cheng rephrased. Then let me put it another way. How do you perceive the phrase "I am sorry for being human"? Fang Jun, did you commit a mistake? Let me ask differently. Have you ever felt suicidal? Akiheim replied with 3 question marks. It's nothing. If you wish, do inform me in advance. I can collect your body. If you don't apologize, I might get angry. You know? It seemed that Asaka Akiheim was not one to dwell in the depths of despair. Nor did she harbor thoughts of self-harm. After shutting down his computer, Fang Cheng took a shower and played a few ranked matches. Today, luck was on his side as he did not encounter that incompetent support. He selected a hero adept at maneuvering, and amidst the astonished queries of his teammates, he logged off contentedly. The following morning, just as Fang Cheng was brushing his teeth, Kanzaki Ren was already ringing his doorbell, more diligent than a girlfriend. Upon opening the door, he discovered Rin carrying a bag of fresh pig's blood. He inquired, "Are you addicted to the pig's blood stewed with vermicelli?" With a delicate arch of her brow, Kanazaki Rin replied, "Isn't this what you desired? Then I shall discard it." Upon saying this, she feigned tossing it into the trash, prompting Fang Cheng to swiftly intervene. If she wished to keep it, so be it. After all, having free pig's blood to indulge in daily was quite a delight. If she grew weary of it, she could always switch to duck blood. Today, lacking vermicelli, Fang Cheng settled for stir-frying some scallions and tofu, alongside simmering a pot of porridge. Without hesitation, Kanazaki Rin devoured the majority, leaving Fang Cheng's gaze repeatedly drifting towards her unperturbed abdomen. After breakfast, Fang Cheng accompanied Kanazaki Rin outside, as they were about to commence a 3-day foundational training. His curiosity about the training regimen was piqued. This time, Kanazaki Rin had arrived in her own vehicle, an unbranded compact car. "Do you possess a driver's license?" Fang Cheng inquired, fastening his seatbelt before remembering to ask. "You ask too many questions," Kanazaki Rin retorted, clearly disinclined to answer. "So, you don't have one then? As an enforcer, you seem quite adept at flouting the law. Taxpayers' money is squandered by parasitic individuals like you within the system." Fang Cheng's complaints were cut short as Kanazaki Rin expertly ignited the engine and, with a sudden press of the accelerator, the car shot forward with a whoosh. Chapter 24. Today, it's either you who kills me or I who kills you. Half an hour later, Rin Kanzaki drove her vehicle into the underground parking garage of a towering edifice. Fang Cheng, his legs slightly trembling, alighted from the car, one hand gripping the door, his heart racing incessantly. He vowed that unless absolutely necessary, he would never again ride in the vehicle of this terrifying female driver. Rin's driving resembled a frenzied dash towards the afterlife, as she weaved through the dense traffic like a wild dog unleashed. Even with his immortal constitution, Fang Cheng felt his heart leap in trepidation, fearing that a mere misstep from Rin could transform them into a gruesome smear upon the asphalt. Such precious opportunities for resurrection could not be squandered in such a manner. Upon exiting the vehicle, Rin cast a glance at Fang Cheng, though she uttered no words. The slight curl of her lips unmistakably mocked him. "Is that all you've got?" Fang Cheng inhaled deeply, suppressing his irritation. He had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with this fearsome driver, especially since he might need to endure another ride with her later that evening. Rin guided Fang Cheng to the elevator in the parking garage, only to discover that access required a card swipe. Once inside, Fang Cheng was astonished to find that the underground facility extended to 5 levels below. Clearly, this was no ordinary establishment. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "What is this place?" "This is a training facility affiliated with the Disaster Response Department," Rin explained, casually pressing the button for the lowest level. "The equipment here is rather outdated, and few venture here on a regular basis." As the elevator descended, Rin continued, "I've arranged for you to have an excellent trainer. You'd best keep your mouth shut and not offend her." Fang Cheng, taken aback, responded, "Aren't you afraid of my identity being exposed?" His secret as a vampire was known only to Rin, concealed from the Disaster Response Department. Prolonged training would inevitably reveal his swift recovery from injuries, no matter how he attempted to slow the healing process. "Do not worry, she is someone you can trust absolutely," Rin reassured him. "Your current identity is that of an intern with self-healing abilities. Just ensure you do not reveal your immortality, and whatever you do, do not get yourself killed." Fang Cheng was quite certain that when she uttered the last phrase, a glimmer of delight danced in her eyes. This woman might very well be wishing for his demise. An ominous premonition regarding this so-called trainer washed over him. As they exited the elevator, they found themselves in a lengthy corridor devoid of any other souls. The corridor was lined with spacious compartments. Some were clearly training areas, while others had their doors firmly shut. At the end of the hall, a tall woman emerged, arms outstretched towards Rin, her voice ringing with warmth. "Rin, it's been ages." Fang Cheng's first impression of this woman was her remarkable height. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters and still growing, he could only imagine his future stature. In contrast, the woman before him towered at least 190 centimeters. Clad in military boots, camouflage trousers, and a black tank top, her exposed skin bore a healthy, sun-kissed hue, with well-defined muscle lines, particularly accentuated by her impressively sculpted pectorals. Kanzaki Rin embraced her briefly before turning to Fang Cheng and saying, "Allow me to introduce, this is Takeda Masumi, who will be responsible for your intensive training over the next 3 days. Please get acquainted." Takeda Masumi directed her gaze at Fang Cheng, her smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a rather impolite expression. "Rin, is this the rookie you have high hopes for? He doesn't seem impressive at all." The woman exuded an aura of dominance that overshadowed her beauty. Fang Cheng felt a twinge of annoyance at her tone but extended his hand nonetheless. "Hello. I am Fang Cheng." Takeda Masumi's lips curled into a slight smirk, her disdain evident. She carelessly reached out, grasping Fang Cheng's hand, and suddenly pinched it with force. Fang Cheng frowned slightly, not from pain, he had grown accustomed to it, but out of curiosity regarding this woman's inexplicable hostility towards him. That's enough, Kanzaki-rin interjected, halting Takeda Masumi's actions. Time is of the essence, let us not linger. Feeling tender already? Takeda Masumi teased, then released Fang Cheng's hand. Follow me. The trio arrived at a boxing ring, where Takeda Masumi tossed a pair of boxing gloves to Fang Cheng. I hear you want to learn combat? My training philosophy is simple, real combat. As she spoke, Takeda Masumi donned the gloves, striking her fists together with a resounding thud. Her gaze fixed on Fang Cheng. You still have a chance to back out. Once training begins, even if I beat you to a pulp, there will be no quitting. Fang Cheng glanced at Kanzaki-rin, who had stepped aside, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. He chose not to retort but instead removed his cumbersome jacket and silently put on the boxing gloves. Observing Fang Cheng's quiet demeanor in response to her provocation, Takeda Masumi spat on the ground with contempt. Heh, coward. Just as the words left her mouth, she witnessed Fang Cheng climbing onto the ring. Standing atop, he waved at Takeda Masumi from his elevated position. Today, either you beat me to death, or I beat you to death. Get up here. A flicker of surprise crossed Takeda Masumi's eyes before she broke into a defiant grin. Interesting. She vaulted onto the ring, twisting her neck with audible cracks. Come at me head on. Let me see what audacity you possess to speak such bravado. Fang Cheng took several deep breaths before suddenly launching forward, delivering a straight punch aimed at Takeda Masumi's infuriating face. She deftly sidestepped, evading his blow, while simultaneously, her fist rose with speed and precision, striking Fang Cheng squarely on the chin. Bang! Fang Cheng was sent flying, crashing against the ropes before rebounding and landing heavily on the mat. Is that it? Takeda Masumi laughed heartily. I expected more. Turns out you're just a loudmouth. Fang Cheng lay on the ground, briefly adjusting to the pain coursing through half of his face, before rising once more to mount another assault against Takeda Masumi. Takeda's long legs seemed to possess springs, nimbly bouncing from side to side, effortlessly evading Fang Cheng's attacks, all the while offering critiques. Not bad speed. But your intent is far too simplistic and direct. Do you fancy yourself a monkey? Even a monkey wouldn't be as foolish as you. What happened to the bravado you had earlier? Come and strike me. Fang Cheng struggled to keep his emotions from being swayed by Takeda's taunts. Yet his movements grew increasingly impatient. Ultimately, he fell prey to Takeda's keen observation and was once again knocked to the ground with a powerful punch. Below the arena, Rin Kanzaki shook her head slightly and turned to leave, disinterested in witnessing Fang Cheng's humiliation. Her intention in bringing Takeda to provide special training for Fang Cheng was not to watch him suffer, but rather to significantly enhance his combat abilities within 3 days, something only Takeda could potentially achieve. However, this was contingent upon Fang Cheng enduring Takeda's unrelenting and rigorous training regimen. It was known that over 99% of the interns who underwent Takeda's specialized training ended up hospitalized, which explained why she had been assigned to oversee this dilapidated training ground. As she departed, Rin could still hear Takeda's thunderous voice echoing. Stop lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Stand up like a man, hurry. Fang Cheng remained oblivious to Rin's exit, and even if he had noticed, he would have been indifferent. At that moment, his focus was entirely captivated by a line of text that materialized in his vision. Combat Training 1. Chapter 25. Donning the thickest armor and enduring the most lethal strikes in the battles Fang Cheng had previously endured, whether against Rin Kanzaki, several bullies at school, or Ryo Kawakami, no prompts had ever appeared. The emergence of this prompt was utterly unforeseen, yet it was a most welcome surprise. Get up quickly. Don't lie on the ground playing dead, you worthless scum. Masumi Takeda continued to provoke Fang Cheng with her insults. Fang Cheng had no time to ponder the differences between his earlier fights and the current training. He rose once more, still seething with anger. Yet his restless heart began to cool with the advent of the prompt. Once again, he launched an assault on Masumi Takeda, his attack straightforward and devoid of finesse. Takeda, however, danced around him with a mocking grace, evading his unrefined punches through agile lateral movements and swift upper body twists. This time, Fang Cheng refrained from rushing in. Instead, he patiently observed her movements and trajectories. It seemed that Takeda sensed his newfound composure, as even harsher words spewed from her lips in an attempt to incite him further. It would be amusing to have Rin Kanzaki hear this exchange and determine whose tongue was more venomous. Fang Cheng endeavored to block out Takeda's verbal assaults, feeling that he had finally grasped the pattern of her evasions, and began to launch tentative strikes. Bang! The attack failed, and he was swiftly countered by Takeda, who struck him down with a well-placed blow. Combat Training 1. The appearance of this prompt significantly diminished the sense of defeat that accompanied being knocked down. Get up. Don't lie there. Before Takeda could finish her tirade, Fang Cheng sprang to his feet and charged at her once more. He adhered to his previous strategy. Observing her movements while attacking, he discerned that Takeda's speed and strength did not surpass his own, and in terms of power, She might even be somewhat weaker. However, her combat skills were exceptional, coupled with a remarkable reflexive ability that compensated entirely for any disparity in strength, allowing her to toy with him. Bang! Fang Cheng was knocked down again. Combat Training 1. Before Takeda could utter another word, he was already scrambling to his feet, lunging at her. Bang! Combat Training 1. Bang! Combat Training 1. On the 12th occasion of rising again, Fang Cheng hardly took a moment to catch his breath before launching himself at Takeda with fervor. He had come to realize that Takeda exhibited no fixed evasion pattern. She consistently anticipated his intentions and utilized her superior reflexes to evade his strikes. Thus, to land a blow on her, he had only two options: to strike with such speed that she could not react, or to conceal his attack intentions. The former required him to enhance his speed by at least 50%, while the latter necessitated combat abilities on par with Takeda's. Achieving either of these feats in a short span was not feasible, yet Fang Cheng possessed his own unique methods. As he attempted to strike, he was once again caught off guard by Takeda, who landed a punch squarely on his chest, resonating like a heavy club striking leather. Fang Cheng let out a muffled grunt, swiftly pushing back with his foot to stabilize himself and prevent being knocked down, simultaneously launching a punch towards Takeda Masumi's face. This was his unique approach, to exchange injury for injury, to see who could endure more, whose blood ran thicker. Alas, this punch did not land as intended. At the crucial moment, she deftly blocked it with her palm. Impressive, you wretch, Takeda Masumi sneered, though inwardly she felt a twinge of surprise. Had she not reacted swiftly, that punch would have struck her squarely. Despite being knocked down numerous times, Fang Cheng did not falter. Instead, he capitalized on his advantages to retaliate, distinguishing himself among the many interns who crumbled into tears after just a few blows from Takeda Masumi. Even though Fang Cheng possessed the self-healing ability and felt no pain, the torment of being struck could greatly diminish one's resolve. While astonishment flickered within her, Takeda Masumi remained unyielding. Her words as sharp as ever. You think such a simplistic ruse could trick me? Do you believe others are as foolish as you? Even a monkey is smarter than you. Did you smear dung on your lips? Your words reek. Fang Cheng finally retorted, swinging another fist at her. Before he could connect, he lost his balance and was tripped by Takeda Masumi's foot, sending him sprawling. Lying on the ground, Fang Cheng gasped for breath before rising once again, charging towards her. Time and again, he was knocked down only to rise anew, resembling a relentless machine, impervious to pain and fatigue. Although Takeda Masumi maintained an undeniable advantage, she grew increasingly astonished as she fought, even questioning if Fang Cheng were a masochist. Each time he was felled, he sprang back up with renewed fervor. What else could this be other than a penchant for suffering? Ultimately, after being knocked down for what felt like the umpteenth time, a change appeared in Fang Cheng's vision. Rising from the ground, he sensed a newfound lightness enveloping him. With excitement coursing through him, he lunged once more at Takeda Masumi, aiming for her face. Aware that her words grated on others, she had fortified her defenses against such strikes. Thus, she easily anticipated the trajectory of Fang Cheng's punch and evaded it. The fist grazed perilously close to her cheek, the air of its passage causing a stinging sensation on her skin. What? Takeda Masumi's heart jolted. Her assessment had faltered. With one miss, Fang Cheng pressed on with relentless fervor. Although his attacks remained straightforward, they were no longer aimless. He began to consider the dynamics of their positioning and distance, selecting the most advantageous angles for his assaults. Takeda Masumi could still evade Fang Cheng's punches. Yet her astonishment grew ever more profound. She could discern his intent, but his strikes had transformed into concise and effective motions, devoid of any superfluous gestures. In a defensive stance, Takeda Masumi found herself at a disadvantage against Fang Cheng's suddenly formidable onslaught. Fang Cheng, with immense strength, launched a powerful punch towards Takeda Masumi's chest. She crossed her arms to block it, yet the force still propelled her backwards, crashing against the ropes. Enduring the pain in her arms, she lifted her gaze, revealing an unabashed look of astonishment directed at Fang Cheng. This individual, who once knew nothing of technique, had evolved into a fighter who could nearly be considered a novice in combat. How little time had it taken? Had she not witnessed it firsthand? Takeda Masumi would have found it unbelievable that someone could transform so astonishingly in mere dozens of encounters. Come on, Fang Cheng shouted exuberantly. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Let us see more of what you've got. After enduring so many blows, at last, he glimpsed the dawn of counterattack. How could he not be exhilarated? Takeda Masumi's expression darkened as she strode towards Fang Cheng. Do you think you can contend with me based on this little skill? You are sorely mistaken, boy. Allow me to show you what true combat really is. Fang Cheng did not perceive her words as mere bravado from the very beginning. She had consistently chosen defense and evasion, never once opting for an offensive approach. Now, however, she was finally prepared to attack. Rather than feeling intimidated, Fang Cheng was invigorated, ready to face her head-on. If he could not overcome this woman, how could he hope to survive in this perilous world? The two closed in rapidly. And just as Fang Cheng raised his hand, Takeda Masumi suddenly darted forward, vanishing from his sight. In a moment of panic, Fang Cheng swiftly turned his head, only to catch a glimpse of her fading silhouette. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw as he was launched into the air, spinning 360 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 26, Too Ruthless. Noon had long passed. Yet the two fighters on the arena remained oblivious to the passage of time, utterly absorbed in their fierce combat. Bang! Fang Cheng was struck on the head by a punch from Takeda Masumi, crashing to the ground, his limbs seemingly devoid of strength, his vision clouded with stars. He had lost count of how many times he had been knocked down since morning, perhaps 100? The agony from each blow had dulled to a mere numbness, rendering his body feeling foreign to him. Only a fierce spirit of resilience sustained him, compelling him to rise time and again. Breathing heavily, Takeda Masumi stood with her hands on her hips, drenched in sweat, resembling someone just pulled from water. Her flimsy tank top clung to her form, soaked through. After hurling insults for what felt like an eternity, she found herself pausing, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she repeatedly brought Fang Cheng to the ground. To demean someone of such tenacity with foul language was to insult oneself. Observing Fang Cheng sprawled motionless on the ground, Takeda Masumi exhaled heavily. It was finally over. She couldn't help but reflect that Rin's judgment had been correct. This young man was indeed worth nurturing. The days ahead promised to be intriguing. As she turned to leave the arena, a sudden voice halted her. "Where do you think you're going?" Slowly, Takeda Masumi turned back, her gaze complex as she regarded the man in the center of the arena. Fang Cheng propped himself up with one hand, gradually rising from the ground. "It's not over yet. Do you wish to flee?" Takeda Masumi, unperturbed, replied in a low voice, "I acknowledge your tenacity, but if this continues, you will truly perish." Fang Cheng grinned. "Whether I live or die is my concern, but before I go, I must ensure you are brought down. You will never achieve that. Then let us see." With that, Takeda Masumi strode toward Fang Cheng, her long legs propelling her forward like springs, swiftly closing the distance. This time, he did not lose sight of her, aligning his focus and body with her movements. Takeda Masumi moved with an ethereal swiftness, darting to the opposite side of Fang Cheng's vision, launching an uppercut aimed at his chin. In the instant of impact, Fang Cheng instinctively turned away, stepping sideways, his shoulder colliding into Takeda Masumi's embrace. With practiced agility, she planted her back foot, steadying herself as her fist surged into view. Reacting with remarkable speed, she raised her hand, catching his punch with a sharp snap. Unexpectedly, a counter uppercut emerged from below. Bang! Takeda Masumi was struck on the side of her face, staggering back a few steps before regaining her balance. Clutching her cheek, she stared at Fang Cheng with a mix of shock and disbelief. Fang Cheng wasted no words, raising a hand and beckoning her. "Come on, don't stop." Takeda Masumi's expression darkened, her thoughts inscrutable. Eventually, she drew a long, deep breath, her eyes glinting with determination as she charged fiercely at Fang Cheng. Until 10 o'clock in the evening, Rin Kanzaki returned to the training ground number 05. She took the elevator to the lowest floor and arrived at the boxing ring, where she found Fang Cheng lying motionless in a sprawled position. While Masumi Takeda was nowhere to be seen, it appeared he had suffered a severe beating. Although she had no intention of deliberately embarrassing Fang Cheng, Rin couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the thought of this foul-mouthed individual facing humiliation. She climbed onto the boxing ring, approached Fang Cheng, and kicked him. "Get up, we are leaving." As if awakening from a deep slumber, Fang Cheng suddenly grasped Rin's calf tightly, startling her considerably. His gaunt face resembled that of a zombie as he clawed his way up her leg. "Hurry, take me to eat. I'm starving. Let go of me. Stop pulling." Rin struggled, striking and kicking, nearly having her pants yanked down by Fang Cheng. Under such circumstances, there was no opportunity for a proper farewell to Masumi Takeda. Rin could only drag this famished wretch back to the car and drive to the nearest barbecue restaurant. "Go ahead and eat. Don't be shy," Fang Cheng said between mouthfuls, urging Rin, who was seated across from him. A vein throbbed on her forehead as she thought, "I'm the one paying. Why should I show you any courtesy?" However, considering Fang Cheng had endured a day of torment, Rin chose not to hold it against him. She picked up her chopsticks, reaching for a plate of grilled meat. Before she could even touch it, Fang Cheng snatched the entire plate and dumped it into his mouth. She reached for another plate, only to have it whisked away again. Targeting a grilled meat patty, she extended her hand. But Fang Cheng skewered several patties with a single chopstick and devoured most of them in one go. With a snap, Rin's chopsticks broke in her hand. After swallowing his food, Fang Cheng looked at her in confusion. "Do you think I'm eating too much? I reckon my appetite is about the same as yours. And didn't we agree that you would cover the daily expenses?" Rin gently set down her chopsticks, her expression neutral as she replied, "I'm not angry. Please continue eating." "Then why aren't you eating?" he inquired. "I have no appetite." "Oh, then don't eat. Just give it all to me. We can't waste food." Fang Cheng reached over and took all the grilled meat in front of Rin. She pressed her hand to her forehead, internally cursing him with the most vicious words. May you choke on your food, you bastard. After an extravagant feast, Fang Cheng, who had nearly starved, finally felt rejuvenated. Rin surveyed the chaos of the table and the stacked plates, secretly touching her wallet, feeling as if it were bleeding. The critical issue was that she hadn't eaten a single bite. Reflecting on this made her heart ache even more. Had she known, she would have simply sent this scoundrel home to fend for himself. Once Fang Cheng finished eating, Rin composed herself and inquired, "How was today's training?" As he picked his teeth, he grew irritated at the mention of it. That female gorilla is simply inhumane. Her strikes were merciless. She beat me to a pulp. Hearing Fang Cheng's complaints, Rin's heartache over her expenses eased somewhat, bringing her a sense of delight. The joy was fleeting, lasting only until the moment of checkout. When Kanzaki Rin produced her credit card and handed it to the cashier. "Miss?" The cashier grasped the card, tugging at it without success, and inquired with confusion. "Is there a problem?" Kanzaki Rin silently released her grip, feeling as though her very essence was being drained along with the card. After escorting Fang Cheng, the culprit, back home, Kanzaki Rin dialed Takeda Masumi. "Masumi, how did today's training go?" "It was passable, mediocre at best. That boy shows promise. If possible, please refrain from being too harsh over the next couple of days. We wouldn't want to scare him off." Takeda Masumi's voice, filled with surprise, responded. "Are you serious?" Kanzaki Rin, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" "Haha, it's nothing. Since you insist, I'll handle it accordingly tomorrow. Thank you for your efforts." "Hey, do we really need to say that?" After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Takeda Masumi tossed her phone aside. At that moment, she stood naked in the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, the reflection revealed a physique with well-defined muscular contours. Each muscle was proportionate, embodying strength while retaining an aesthetic appeal. However, numerous scars and bruises marred this body. Takeda Masumi carefully applied ointment in front of the mirror, exhaling sharply in discomfort. "That reckless boy, he sure is rough on women." Chapter 27. The youngster's disregard for martial virtue in the depths of the boxing ring. Fang Cheng and Takeda Masumi engaged in a fierce bout. Moving at a velocity surpassing that of ordinary humans, they darted around the ring, their punches resembling the blades of a whirling fan, leaving trails of afterimages and the sound of ruptured air in their wake. The resounding claps of their strikes echoed like a tempest, a testament to their relentless exchanges of attack and defense. Fang Cheng's movements mirrored those of Takeda Masumi, their legs seemingly equipped with springs, propelling them swiftly across the canvas, utilizing momentum to maneuver side to side. Their upper bodies twisted with remarkable agility, evading or blocking Takeda Masumi's rapid jabs. In the midst of this evasion, Fang Cheng sought opportunities to counterattack. Aside from their difference in height, the two appeared as reflections of each other, executing identical maneuvers with precision. However, this equilibrium could not persist indefinitely. Over the past 3 days, Fang Cheng had not only improved through combat training but had also diligently engaged in physical conditioning upon returning home each day. His speed and strength had significantly surpassed those of 3 days prior, placing him in a dominant position over Takeda Masumi. As the standoff continued, Fang Cheng gradually gained the upper hand. Realizing her impending defeat, Takeda Masumi unleashed a special technique, a fusion of judo and joint locks. Yet, Fang Cheng was prepared. He had learned from previous encounters. As Takeda Masumi attempted to ensnare him, the latent power he had been accumulating erupted suddenly, freeing him from her grip. And he delivered a powerful punch to her chest. Takeda Masumi was sent sprawling, her back colliding with the ropes of the ring before crashing heavily onto the mat. The scene mirrored the moment 3 days prior when she had first sent Fang Cheng flying. With a pained expression, Takeda Masumi sat up, tenderly touching her nearly crushed chest, while casting a furious glare at Fang Cheng. This little rascal showed no martial virtue, daring to strike at her beautiful face and chest. More infuriating was Fang Cheng's willingness to employ underhanded tactics, reminiscent of a monkey stealing a peach. "Get up, continue." Fang Cheng beckoned to Takeda Masumi, gritting her teeth. She rose to her feet and charged at him once more. Bang! Moments later, Takeda Masumi found her defenses shattered by Fang Cheng's brute force, collapsing under a single punch. "Stop playing dead on the ground. Stand up like a man, quickly." Fang Cheng roared, his voice brimming with exhilaration. After 3 days of being subjected to torment, he finally had the chance to return the taunt. Takeda Masumi, her teeth clenched in frustration, recognized her words from 3 days ago. Now thrown back at her with swift retribution, she rose from the ground, shook out her limbs, and steadied her emotions before launching another assault on Fang Cheng. Their combat techniques had become nearly indistinguishable. During the first day, through countless blows endured, Fang Cheng gained 2 points in combat prowess. On the second day, he earned 1 point through barely managing to defend himself, and on the third day, he acquired another point in a balanced exchange. ultimately surpassing Takeda Misumi and gaining the upper hand in the bout. In situations where skills are closely matched, victory can only be determined by experience and physical prowess. Takeda Misumi, undoubtedly, possesses greater experience. However, Fang Cheng's physical capabilities are exceptionally superior. His strength, speed, reflexes, resilience, and recovery are all significantly enhanced. Moreover, the combat benefits he has gained encompass not only technique but also experience. Consequently, within a mere 3 days, Fang Cheng managed to surpass and ultimately defeat the formidable fighter. Takeda Misumi. Bang. This time, the duration was even shorter. Within 2 minutes, Takeda Misumi found herself knocked to the ground by Fang Cheng. He delivered a kick to her rear, sending her sprawling sideways. Fortunately, as she slid out of the boxing ring, Takeda Misumi grasped the ropes just in time, preventing a humiliating fall. Again, Fang Cheng shouted exuberantly, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him, eager to find an outlet for his pent-up energy. Takeda Misumi rose from the ground, her expression resembling that of someone wearing a mask of pain. She waved her hand at Fang Cheng, saying, "No more. You've completed your training. We're done." Fang Cheng paused in surprise. "I've completed my training?" Takeda Misumi nodded emphatically. "Indeed, you are qualified now. No further combat is necessary." At that moment, she wished fervently to rid herself of this pest, fearing that if they continued, he might very well defeat her outright. "No. I believe there are still areas where I can improve." Fang Cheng strode purposefully toward Takeda Misumi. Her expression shifted to one of alarm. "What are you doing?" "I said that's enough." After enduring so much punishment, she felt it was unreasonable for him to declare it over just like that. Fang Cheng reached out to seize her. "Now I am in charge. Stand up and continue, and do not attempt to flee." On the first day, when Takeda Misumi had relentlessly beaten him, he had vowed to bring the sharp-tongued woman to her knees. Now that he finally had the opportunity, how could he allow her to dictate the end? Takeda Misumi hastily turned to escape the boxing ring, but Fang Cheng caught her by the ankle. "Come back," he commanded, yanking her back with force. Kanzaki Rin anxiously watched the numbers on the descending elevator, her impatience mounting to the point where she felt tempted to pry open the doors and leap out. Earlier, while on her way, she had received a frantic call from Takeda Misumi, who had urgently said, "Rin, hurry over," before abruptly ending the call. When Kanzaki Rin attempted to return the call, it went unanswered. This ignited a profound sense of foreboding within her, prompting her to rush over without delay. Throughout her journey, she pondered what could have transpired to elicit such an uncharacteristically frantic response from the usually composed Takeda Misumi. Indeed, Kanzaki Rin discerned the panic in her tone. Having known Takeda Misumi for many years, she had never witnessed her in such a state. Prior to her arrival, Kanzaki Rin had mentally prepared for the worst-case scenario, that Fang Cheng's identity had been discovered by the Disaster Response Department, resulting in an attempt to apprehend him. Of course, there was another possibility, that Takeda Misumi had inadvertently caused Fang Cheng's demise, to the extent that he could not be revived, leading her to avoid answering calls out of guilt. Regardless of the possibilities, it is a reality that Kanzaki Rin finds utterly unacceptable. As the elevator doors finally swung open, she dashed out with fervor, simultaneously drawing her stun gun. If Fang Cheng were still present, she was determined to take him away at any cost. Then, she beheld a scene that would be forever etched in her memory. Takeda Misumi was frantically dashing about the training ground, his face a portrait of panic, while Fang Cheng pursued him relentlessly from behind, shouting, "Do not flee. Face me like a man and duel." The entire training area was in disarray, clearly indicating that the two had been engaged in this cat-and-mouse game for quite some time. Chapter 28. Women only affect the speed of my punches. In a moment of bewilderment, Kanzaki Rin found herself struggling to comprehend the scene before her. She glanced back at the elevator doors, which had yet to close, and retreated. Once the doors sealed shut, she inhaled deeply, reactivated the door button, and brandished her stun gun as she charged out. Indeed, she was not mistaken, nor was she hallucinating. Fang Cheng was genuinely pursuing Takeda Misumi in an attempt to strike her. But how could such a thing possibly occur? Rin felt an overwhelming urge to shoot herself to jolt her dazed mind into clarity. Within the Disaster Response Department, Takeda Misumi was infamous, earning the moniker the Great Demon King due to her formidable combat prowess, her strikes being neither gentle nor restrained. When her temper flared, she would not hesitate to attack anyone. Even the commander had fallen victim to her wrath. Apart from a few elite individuals, the rest of the staff regarded Misumi with trepidation, relegating her to this place of idleness through administrative measures. To witness such a fierce tigress being relentlessly pursued by a novice who had only begun training 3 days prior felt like a cruel joke. Takeda Misumi, upon noticing Kanzaki Rin, immediately exhibited a look of surprise and hurriedly rushed towards her. "Misumi, what are you doing? Quickly, stop him." In a swift motion, Misumi ducked behind Rin, Fang Cheng followed closely behind. Rin quickly raised her hand to halt him. Stop. What on earth is going on? Upon seeing Rin, Fang Cheng finally ceased his advance, placing one hand on his hip. What else could it be? Training. Masumi poked her head out from behind Rin and exclaimed. Training is already over. Fang Cheng grinned broadly, but I believe I still have numerous shortcomings to address. Masumi, irritated, retorted, then go find someone else. There is only you here. I'm done. You don't get to decide that. You're the one who doesn't get to decide. As the tension between the two escalated, Rin swiftly intervened. Stop. Cease your arguing. She felt overwhelmed by the rapid changes in the world around her. It had always been Masumi relentlessly pursuing other trainees, and after all these years, it was her first time witnessing Masumi being pursued so tenaciously. Rin also discerned, albeit with disbelief, that Fang Cheng indeed seemed to be overpowering Masumi, to the extent that even this battle-hungry warrior no longer wished to continue. Masumi clutched Rin's shoulders, seeking sympathy. You must take this insufferable brat away. I've already declared the training over, yet he insists on continuing, showing no respect for the rules. Fang Cheng sneered. You appeared quite pleased when you were hitting me. Why is it unacceptable for me to retaliate? Where is the fairness in that? He pointed accusingly at Masumi. Come out. Hiding behind a woman is hardly impressive. Masumi, gritting her teeth, shot back. Are you blind? I am a woman too. Fang Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. What of it? I strike men just the same, so why not women? Both Masumi and Rin were rendered speechless. There was something inherently off about his words. Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? No, even if it were reversed, it would still reflect the sentiments of a scoundrel. Kenzaki Rin pressed her forehead and remarked, You will struggle to find a girlfriend this way. Fang Cheng, running a hand through his hair, retorted, Humph. Women only hinder my speed in combat. Then why do you write love letters to girls? She inquired. Not to girls. Surely I wouldn't write to boys. I have no such inclination, he replied. Kenzaki Rin felt a wave of exasperation. Was this guy beyond redemption, perhaps suffering from a concussion after being bitten by a vampire? Well, since the training has concluded, let us call it a day. She wished to refrain from passing judgment, but could not allow the two to continue fighting. However, Fang Cheng seemed eager for more, saying, No, I haven't had my fill yet, surprised by his refusal. Kenzaki Rin's expression darkened as she stared at him for a prolonged moment before coldly stating, Tonight at the barbecue restaurant, eat as much as you desire. Fang Cheng's face lit up with a smile, and he gave her a thumbs up, saying, I'll heed your words. One must not disregard the face of a long-term benefactor. Kenzaki Rin remained expressionless, as if she could already hear the lamentations of her wallet. How outrageous. Fang Cheng tossed aside his gloves and turned to take a shower. This left only Kenzaki Rin and Takeda Masumi, creating an awkward atmosphere. When Fang Cheng first arrived, Takeda Masumi had assumed he was merely a pretty boy pestering Kenzaki Rin, intending to have some fun at his expense. Kenzaki Rin had been concerned that Takeda Masumi might go too far and frighten Fang Cheng away, jeopardizing their plans. Yet the outcome had completely defied their expectations. Fortunately, this desolate place was usually empty. Otherwise, the reputation of the mother tiger would have been utterly tarnished. Kenzaki Rin felt a twinge of guilt for bringing trouble to Takeda Masumi and prepared to offer her some words of comfort. However, Takeda Masumi turned to her and asked, This fellow's abilities are not limited to mere self-healing, are they? Kenzaki Rin's heart skipped a beat. Had Fang Cheng's identity as a vampire been uncovered? Maintaining her composure, she inquired, Why do you say that? Why? Takeda Masumi laughed softly. Rin, I have trained you in combat for 3 years. Have you ever managed to defeat me even once? Kenzaki Rin pressed her lips together. If Takeda Masumi were to fight with only one hand, she might stand a slight chance. Yet Fang Cheng had managed to overwhelm Takeda Masumi in just 3 days. Was this the plot of a third-rate novel? She pondered whether this guy possessed some replication ability or super-learning capacity, but based solely on his determination and resilience, he was indeed a remarkable talent. Your judgment is commendable. Takeda Masumi patted Kenzaki Rin on the shoulder and whispered, Be careful and take care of yourself. Kenzaki Rin turned in surprise to look at her. Takeda Masumi waved her hand. I'm off to take a shower as well. Please close the door when you leave. Kenzaki Rin watched her retreating figure and quietly said, Thank you. She understood that Takeda Masumi had already discerned that Fang Cheng was certainly not an operative from the disaster response department. Such an exceptional talent could not possibly be brought here to be trained by Takeda Masumi. Takeda Masumi might have noticed this from the very first day but chose not to inquire further, instead focusing on training Fang Cheng earnestly. Fang Cheng emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, preparing to don his clothes. As he emerged, Fang Cheng was taken aback to find Masumi Takeda seemingly waiting for him at the entrance of the changing room. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? He inquired, his surprise evident. Masumi Takeda approached him leisurely, scrutinizing his face from an elevated position, and suddenly broke into a smile. You know, upon closer inspection. You're rather handsome, quite to my sister's aesthetic taste. Fang Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by her intentions. Was she resorting to seduction because she couldn't defeat him? Masumi Takeda extended a hand, gently caressing Fang Cheng's bare chest before trailing it down to his abdominal muscles. I know so many people. Yet only you can be considered a man, albeit barely. You can come find me when you have some spare time, she purred, licking her alluring lips in a low, magnetic voice. With a swift motion, Fang Cheng slapped her hand away, exclaiming, You lewd woman, what do you think you're doing? Masumi Takeda clasped her hand in disbelief. Staring at him incredulously, Fang Cheng took a towel and wiped his chest, expressing his displeasure. You can speak your mind, but keep your hands to yourself. Do we know each other that well? Masumi Takeda retorted angrily, Hey, I am, after all, a beautiful woman. Don't you think this is excessive? Excessive? Who granted you the right to touch someone of the opposite sex indiscriminately? The only reason I Haven T struck you is out of respect for Rin Kanzaki. Fang Cheng replied, casting a derisive glance at her chest and scoffing, You surely don't think I'm the type to blush and shy away at a mere tease. Do you? Masumi Takeda was rendered speechless, her face flushing with anger, and she could only glare fiercely at Fang Cheng as she retreated into the changing room. Once he departed, she took a couple of deep breaths, quickly regaining her composure, and chuckled softly. Rin, sister can assist you no further. Chapter 29. The development of neural pathways. After departing from the underground training facility, Rin Kanzaki took Fang Cheng to a barbecue restaurant. Adhering to their previous agreement to indulge him, Fang Cheng, without hesitation, ordered an extravagant feast, only to notice Rin Kanzaki discreetly clutching her wallet, her expression betraying a sense of distress. Contemplating this, Fang Cheng silently decided to forego a plate of sweet and sour cucumbers, subsequently ordering 3 substantial servings of grilled meat. Her financial concerns were of no consequence to him. Once they had eaten their fill, Rin Kanzaki drove Fang Cheng home. En route, she suddenly remarked, Masumi is truly a remarkable person. I hope you two do not fall into conflict. Fang Cheng rested his chin on one hand, gazing out the window. Her words reminded him of the earlier incident in the training facility, where Masumi Takeda had approached him with an unwelcome advance. He chuckled softly to you. She may indeed be a commendable individual, but not necessarily so for me. Masumi Takeda's actions were not merely the whims of infatuation, if Fang Cheng's intuition served him right. She was likely attempting to test his character through seduction, acting as a safeguard for Rin Kanzaki. Moreover, she had misjudged the nature of Fang Cheng and Rin Kanzaki's relationship, perceiving it as something more than a mere alliance of convenience, while in truth, they held a mutual disdain for one another. Rin Kanzaki did not dispute Fang Cheng's assertion. After a brief pause, she continued, Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me in searching for other vampires. Fang Cheng turned to look at her. So soon? Indeed. I had planned to procure additional equipment, but your training has proven effective. There is no need for further delay. What about school? I have already taken a 3-day leave. Why does a vampire like you concern yourself so much with attending school? Rin Kanzaki couldn't help but glance at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng nearly leapt from the passenger seat in alarm. Focus on the road. Why are you looking at me? Keep your eyes on the road. Only then did Rin Kanzaki redirect her attention forward, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to avoid an oncoming truck. Weaving through the congested traffic with an air of calm that starkly contrasted with Fang Cheng's taut demeanor. You still haven't answered my question. Why are you so preoccupied with school? Fang Cheng exhaled deeply, gradually relaxing his tense limbs. What if one day I lose my abilities? I will need my diploma to secure employment. This is a concern that those of your affluent background cannot fathom. Rin Kanzaki fell silent, and after a considerable pause, she uttered, In this life, who is without worries? Her voice was barely above a whisper, and had it not been for Fang Cheng's keen hearing, her words would have gone unnoticed. Rather than a response, it felt like a shared sentiment. After dropping Fang Cheng off at home, Rin Kanzaki drove away. Before departing, she said to him, Leave the school matters to me. I assure you will receive your diploma. Do not allow distractions during this time. In light of your assistance, I will refrain from reporting your misuse of authority. With that, Fang Cheng watched the taillights of her car fade into the distance. Suddenly aware that Rin Kanzaki was a girl with her own intriguing story. She is yet to reach adulthood, yet she seems to have already experienced the vicissitudes of life. Possessing a maturity in thought and a deftness in handling affairs that creates an effortless rapport with Fang Cheng, the seasoned veteran. However, in her demeanor, one cannot perceive the vivacity typical of girls her age. Alas, it would be far more endearing if she exhibited a bit more liveliness. Upon returning home, Fang Cheng first engaged in his 3-hour daily workout, honing his physicality, before opening his computer to continue his research on vampires. For the past 3 days, he has diligently revisited the vampire materials each time he returned home, committing them to memory with utmost seriousness, for these creatures would be his formidable adversaries. And caution was paramount. While engrossed in his readings, he received a plethora of class notes from Chao Xiang Ming Hui via line. Aware that Fang Cheng would be unable to attend school in the near future, she took the initiative each evening to send him notes, meticulously transcribing the key points she had recorded during class and sending them over later. Were it not for Chao Xiang Ming Hui's explicit refusal of any romantic interest, even Fang Cheng, the seasoned rogue, might misconstrue her fervent dedication as a sign of infatuation. Such enthusiasm and attentiveness were indeed uncommon. It can only be said that while being a central air conditioning figure may be rather off-putting, Chao Xiang Ming Hui is undeniably a genuinely gentle girl. Fang Cheng refrained from making any flirtatious remarks and accepted the notes she had provided, which cumulatively amounted to several tens of thousands of words over 3 days. The following morning, Shinzaki Rin arrived, already ringing the doorbell while carrying pig's blood. Oh, and some vermicelli. It appeared she distinctly preferred the pig's blood stew with vermicelli over the rather unclean pig's blood and large intestines from the previous day. After breakfast, their inaugural vampire hunting expedition commenced. Fang Cheng settled into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt as he inquired, with Tokyo being so hot, where do you intend to search? Hot? More like fervently passionate, Shinzaki Rin retorted, disregarding his peculiar comment, tossing him a map of the Tokyo metropolitan area before deftly starting the vehicle and accelerating away. Suppressing the sudden jolt of acceleration, Fang Cheng unfolded the map to find a route sketched out, starting from Idagawa Ward and nearly encircling the entirety of Tokyo. As she drove, Shinzaki Rin elaborated, the locations I selected are areas where recent disappearances and corpses have been frequently discovered. There must be vampires lurking nearby. Fang Cheng set the map aside, questioning, with such vastness, how do we locate them once we arrive? With a slight smile, Shinzaki Rin replied, of course. We shall rely on your sense of smell. I hope it surpasses that of a dog. Fang Cheng, unfazed, sniffed the air and quipped. Did you happen to release a flatulence in the car before arriving? Noticing Shinzaki Rin's incredulous expression, he realized that his acquired olfactory skills from handling corpses proved quite effective. From the composition of that flatulence, it seems you had quite the feast last night. Shinzaki Rin, uninterested in discussing the constituents of her flatulence, pressed on as they drove toward Idagawa Ward. Thanks to her reckless speed, they reached their destination by noon without pause, immediately embarking on their investigation of a low-rent apartment complex where a corpse had previously been discovered. Kanzaki Rin decelerated the vehicle, and Fang Cheng seized his nonchalant demeanor, instead rolling down the window to utilize his keen sense of smell in an almost desperate search. According to the records, the higher the rank of the vampire, the more acute their olfactory senses would become. Vampires that have never consumed their own kind possess a scent range of merely 500 meters. Having experienced the sensation of touching a corpse, Fang Cheng had acquired a heightened sense of smell, which, in a sense, could be interpreted as having absorbed a fragment of a vampire's power, allowing him a scent range that extended up to a kilometer. While vampires generally despise the daylight, it does not render them incapable of venturing out, provided they take precautions against sun exposure. Moreover, a kilometer's reach and scent can encompass numerous low-rent buildings. The compact car wove through narrow alleyways. As Fang Cheng filtered through a plethora of aromas that assaulted his senses, the fragrance of perfumes, the sharpness of gasoline, the musk of sweat, the stench of refuse. And then Fang Cheng suddenly opened his eyes wide, stopped the car. Kanzaki Rin slammed the brakes and turned her head towards him, her voice tinged with tension. Did you find something? She hadn't anticipated locating the target so swiftly. Fang Cheng remained silent, exiting the vehicle with purpose. Kanzaki Rin hastily gathered her equipment and followed suit, her gaze darting warily around them. Navigating through the bustling crowd, they arrived at Ayatai, a roadside stall. Fang Cheng settled himself at the stand and addressed the vendor. 5 skewers of grilled squid, a serving of takoyaki, and a bowl of udon, please. Kanzaki Rin stared at him, her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. In that moment, she desperately wished to draw her stun gun and fire it point blank at Fang Cheng's head, curious as to how his mind could operate with such casualness. Even at a time like this, the vendor's gaze also drifted towards the extraordinarily beautiful young woman, with her pent-up fury seeking an outlet. Kanzaki Rin noticed the vendor's attention and glared back defiantly. What are you staring at? Bring me an order as well. Chapter 30. The third vampire. Fang Cheng usually ate with remarkable speed, yet never had he devoured his meal as quickly as today. Just as Kanzaki Rin managed to take a few bites of her udon, Fang Cheng had already finished an entire bowl, slurping down the broth, and had voraciously consumed the grilled squid and takoyaki. Even the stall owner was taken aback, not to mention Kanzaki Rin, who was accustomed to his rapid eating pace and now stared at him in astonishment. Why are you eating so fast? No one is competing with you. Wiping his mouth, Fang Cheng stood up, casting her a fleeting glance. Stop dawdling. It's starting to move. What did you say? Coughing in surprise, Kanzaki Rin nearly choked. By the time she regained her composure, Fang Cheng had already turned to leave. She quickly covered her mouth and followed him, but after a few steps, she turned back, retrieving a yuan note and slapping it on the table. No need for change. The owner glanced at the money and immediately grew anxious. Wait, that's still short. Looking up, he noticed that the pair had vanished without a trace. The two hurried back to the car, where Kanazaki Rin started the engine and pursued the direction indicated by Fang Cheng. It was only now that she had the chance to inquire. When did you spot the target? While concentrating on capturing the distinct scent of blood that lingered in the air, Fang Cheng replied. Just as we got out of the car. Kanazaki Rin turned to him in surprise. Then why did you stop to eat? Focus on the road, pay attention to driving. Not me, he reminded her. But Kanazaki Rin was relentless. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why at first? If I had told you sooner, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy a nice lunch, he retorted, though he had no intention of provoking her further. Instead, he explained, it hadn't moved yet, and I was a bit anxious. I thought a bowl of noodles might help me relax. I can't believe you. Kanazaki Rin nearly twisted her mouth in irritation. This rascal had clearly intended to seize the opportunity for a free meal, fearing she would decline if he mentioned it earlier. It was unfortunate that she was the one footing the bill, and she barely had a chance to savor the warm noodles. Fuming, she pressed down on the accelerator, causing the car to lurch forward on the narrow street. Fang Cheng tensed, calling out, "Are you in a rush to meet your maker? Slow down, please." Ultimately, Kanazaki Rin refrained from speeding excessively, for they were not far from the vampire Fang Cheng had detected, and a careless move might bring them right before it. Fang Cheng's sense of smell extended about 1,000 meters, while the target was approximately 700 to 800 meters away, moving swiftly. He was uncertain whether the vampire had sensed their presence yet, but as long as they remained within the range of his olfactory perception, he could leave the rest to Kanazaki Rin. During the previous 3 days of intensive training, Kanazaki Rin had not been idle either. In addition to formulating strategies, she had procured a substantial array of equipment to address various unforeseen circumstances. The car's trunk opened automatically, revealing a narrow gap from which several drones, resembling small birds, soared out and darted ahead, crossing over the vehicle and heading toward the street. This is a miniature drone utilized by special forces, its sole purpose being reconnaissance. It boasts features such as silent operation and optical camouflage, rendering it nearly undetectable to the naked eye. Under the guidance of Shinzaki Rin, Fang Cheng retrieved the tablet from the back seat and opened it, revealing the live feed transmitted by the drone. In addition to the real-time visuals, there was a 3D model constructed from the drone's environmental scans, enabling the user to accurately assess the surroundings. As Shinzaki Rin took the wheel, the operation of the drone was entrusted to Fang Cheng. Fortunately, the controls were user-friendly, easily comprehensible with a brief explanation. Utilizing his keen sense of smell to provide location coordinates, Fang Cheng directed several drones to fly to the designated area. Simultaneously, he had to monitor Shinzaki Rin's speed. A stronger scent of blood indicated a decreasing distance between both parties, while a faint smell suggested an increasing separation. This delicate balance required Fang Cheng's utmost concentration. The drone swiftly reached the specified location, locking onto several suspicious targets, all of which were vehicles traveling at a high speed. Upon closer inspection, they quickly discounted the cars with multiple occupants, ultimately focusing on a solitary black sedan, occupied solely by the driver. This individual, inside the vehicle, wore a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, bundled in a thick coat, with gloved hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. Without a doubt, a single glance confirmed to Fang Cheng that this person was a vampire. Anyone with functioning eyesight would recognize the oddity of such attire in broad daylight. They had found their target. Fang Cheng commanded the drone to enter automatic tracking mode, firmly locking onto the black sedan. Shinzaki Rin, suppressing the urge to turn and look, inquired, "Has it detected us?" Observing the footage transmitted by the drone, Fang Cheng contemplated, "It should not have. I see no signs of urgency from him, and his speed remains steady." Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he advised Shinzaki Rin to reduce their speed, distancing themselves from the scent. With the drone already locked onto the target, there was no need for Fang Cheng's olfactory sense. Misjudging the distance could easily lead to their exposure. The vampire's vehicle departed the city, traversing several towns before entering a sparsely populated suburban area. Along the route, numerous abandoned structures stood as remnants. As the economic downturn and the threat of monsters drove the youth to flock to urban centers, leaving these places to become the refuge of the elderly and the homeless. The distance from the city to the outskirts was considerable, and it was not until dusk that the black sedan finally pulled into an abandoned warehouse. The drone, now in infrared mode, followed closely behind. Shinzaki Rin parked the car by the roadside, and together with Fang Cheng, they observed the transmitted images. The vampire emerged from the sedan and approached the trunk, revealing a bound and gagged high school girl inside. Her face was etched with terror as she curled into herself. But the vampire seized her and dragged her from the trunk into the depths of the warehouse. Fang Cheng and Shinzaki Rin braced themselves for a gruesome scene. Yet to their surprise, the vampire merely escorted her further into the warehouse. The drone trailed at a distance, hesitant to draw it too near. Despite its advantages of silent operation and optical camouflage, it remained vulnerable to detection by the keen senses of the vampire. The vampire seized a high school girl and retrieved 2 large bags of sustenance from the backseat of a car, proceeding to a locked room within the warehouse. He extracted a key from his person, unlocked the door, and unceremoniously tossed the girl inside, followed by the bags of food. Before he leisurely entered and secured the door behind him. During the brief seconds the door was ajar. The footage transmitted from the drone revealed a startling sight. The room was packed with a throng of individuals. Fang Cheng and Shen Qiling exchanged incredulous glances. They had presumed the vampire merely captured the girl as a source of food. To their astonishment, he appeared to be cultivating them, engaging in a sustainable food supply practice. In less than 2 minutes, the vampire emerged from the room, dragging a female corpse behind him. The deceased bore the semblance of a university student. Her skin an unhealthy pallor, wrinkled and evidently drained of blood. The vampire discarded the body outside the warehouse, carelessly tossing it into a nearby foul drainage ditch. Unperturbed by the risk of discovery. Chapter 31. The benevolent enforcer. Had it been solely vampires, the plan could have proceeded as initially devised. However, with the addition of a group of innocent civilians, adjustments to the original strategy became imperative. What to do? Fang Cheng posed the dilemma to Kamizaki Rin, who was, after all, the architect of their operational blueprint. Addressing such unforeseen circumstances fell squarely within her purview. Initially taken aback, Kamizaki Rin swiftly regained her composure. First, save the innocents. Then execute Plan B. She had come prepared for the possibility of death, realizing that even with Fang Cheng's assistance, defeating the vampire was not guaranteed. Victory would be a different narrative, but should they fail, those innocents would still perish at the hands of the vampire. It would be far better to rescue them first. Even in defeat, some lives could still be spared. Fang Cheng inquired, "Are you not concerned about alarming the enemy?" Kamizaki Rin cast him a sidelong glance, scoffing. "I understand your concerns. I am not so devoid of compassion. Moreover, our ultimate goal is the extermination of vampires." She had only begun to articulate her thoughts when Fang Cheng raised a hand to interrupt her. It seems Plan B is no longer viable. In the video, the vampire discarded the female corpse and entered a luxury vehicle, turning to depart the warehouse, presumably returning to the city. This presented 2 choices, either to ambush or to continue following. After a brief contemplation, Kamizaki Rin arrived at a third choice, first to rescue the innocents, then to lay in wait within the warehouse, for the vampire would surely return. Though she often skirted the law, as an enforcer, she could not abandon so many innocents. Without a moral compass, she would be no different from the vampire, equally devoid of humanity. "Very well, you are in charge," Fang Cheng acquiesced. Indifferent as long as he could ultimately examine the body, he was willing to expend additional time if necessary. The duo deliberately circled around to avoid detection by the vampire's acute senses. Fang Cheng dispatched a drone to follow and track their target's movements. Kamizaki Rin parked the vehicle near the warehouse, opting not to enter. Although the vampire had departed, both harbored suspicions that this was a trap, with the possibility of a return attack looming. Hence, it was prudent for one to remain outside to keep watch and provide support. Given their lack of coordination, Fang Cheng resolved not to accompany her, alighting from the vehicle alone and stealthily approaching the warehouse. The day had waned, and only a faint glimmer of twilight remained on the horizon. Beneath the cloak of night, the dilapidated warehouse loomed like a slumbering beast upon the earth. The drone had confirmed that the vicinity was deserted, yet Fang Cheng remained cautious as he crept closer. Instead of using the main entrance, he chose to scale the wall from the side. 2 miniature drones flitted overhead, under Kamizaki Rin's command, monitoring the surroundings for Fang Cheng. With a wireless earpiece in place, he maintained constant communication with her. The warehouse was expansive and eerily silent. Following the visuals from the drone, Fang Cheng ventured deep into the warehouse and located the room where the captives were confined. Through the tightly secured door, he could discern faint sounds emanating from within, the soft sobs of a girl. The door had been heavily fortified, equipped with a substantial lock from the outside. Fang Cheng retrieved the equipment bestowed upon him by Rin Kanzaki, known as the Universal Lockpick, capable of effortlessly breaching 90% of locks currently available on the market. He affixed the lockpick to the lock, and within mere seconds, a soft click resonated, signifying its successful unlocking. Cautiously, Fang Cheng pushed open the door, mindful not to startle those inside. Upon hearing the door's creak, the occupants huddled together in fright, emitting hushed gasps of terror. The drone trailing behind Fang Cheng promptly illuminated the room, casting a bright light that elicited several startled exclamations. As the door swung open, a foul stench wafted forth, indicating that these individuals had been confined for quite some time, resolving their basic needs within the room. It was astonishing that the vampire had resorted to such grotesque behavior. Did it not fear the unsavory consequences of its actions? Fang Cheng quickly counted, noting 7 individuals in total, 5 women and 2 men, all youthful. The youngest appeared to be a child of elementary school age, while another bespectacled male was merely a high school student. This vampire not only had a taste for the macabre, but also a preference for tender flesh. "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you," Fang Cheng asserted, striving to infuse his tone with gravitas and maturity. Yet, the 4 women and 2 boys remained tightly clustered together, casting skeptical glances towards him, seemingly unable to believe his words. Only the recently captured high school girl exclaimed in delight, "Really? Are you truly here to save us?" Strangely, she was still bound, while the others lacked the courage to assist her in freeing herself. Fang Cheng recalled the vampire's sanguinary acts within this room. It appeared that its gruesome appetite served not only to satiate but also to instill dread, robbing these prey of their courage and resolve. "Indeed, I am from the Disaster Response Department, specifically here to rescue you," Fang Cheng declared, advancing towards the girl and severing the ropes that restrained her. Upon closer inspection, he noted her striking beauty, though her face was marred by tears and mucus. "Oh, how wonderful. My mother must be so worried. I want to go home." In what felt like a mirage, Fang Cheng momentarily perceived dog ears sprouting from the girl's head. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Perhaps it was the contagion of her tears or the poignant desire to return home that stirred the others, as they too began to weep softly. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of collective sobbing. Fang Cheng felt overwhelmed. Had he known, he would have allowed Rin Kanzaki to handle this emotionally charged scene, for he was ill-equipped to navigate such heartfelt moments. At that moment, his earpiece crackled with Rin Kanzaki's voice. "There's a situation. Hurry and extract the individuals." Fang Cheng was taken aback. "Is the vampire returning?" "No." Rin Kanzaki's tone was peculiar. "You must evacuate them, but do not use the main entrance." "How am I to lead them out while they are sobbing and wailing?" He retorted. "Your current role is that of an enforcer. Be more amiable, and they will follow you." Rin Kanzaki's suggestion held merit. Taking a deep breath, Fang Cheng bellowed, "Everyone, please, quiet down." Aside from the high school girl, the others had been so thoroughly intimidated by the vampire that they cowered once more, trembling in fear. Outside the warehouse, Rin Kanzaki heard a sharp reprimand through her headset, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. "What is wrong with you? Do you have a misunderstanding of amiability?" Fang Cheng approached, casually seizing 2 individuals and dragging them outside, disregarding their struggles and screams. The female high school student had already risen from the ground. Instead of fleeing alone, she pulled the young boy along with her. The remaining individuals, not lacking in awareness, hastily followed suit, escaping the room. Fang Cheng led the way, turning back to admonish, "Stay close to me. Don't wander off or make a sound. Anyone who dares to speak will face dire consequences." The group was thoroughly intimidated. Such a threat from an officer was unprecedented. Concealed within the vehicle, Rin Kanzaki felt a wave of frustration. This fool was tarnishing the reputation of the Disaster Response Department. Yet, she had to concede that it was remarkably effective. No one dared utter a syllable. To enter the premises, one must scale a wall. And since Kanzaki insisted on avoiding the main entrance, they were left with no choice but to find an alternative route. As they passed a window, Fang Cheng glimpsed the scene outside and finally grasped Kanzaki's intent. A dozen motorcycles idled in the open space adjacent to the warehouse, their headlights ablaze, while a group of young individuals clad in Yuru Shikaku attire engaged in a heated dispute. What was this? A gang transaction? Or perhaps a brawl among delinquent riders? Fang Cheng had little interest in lingering, so he guided the group toward the rear. As they traversed a staircase, a swarm of bats suddenly erupted from below. Upon witnessing the bats, Fang Cheng braced himself for the inevitable. Sure enough, the startled woman let out a piercing scream, although she hastily covered her mouth. The shrill cry echoed throughout the silent warehouse. The woman looked at Fang Cheng with wide, terrified eyes, to which he responded with a glare. "What are you staring at? Do you think I would praise your shriek as alluring? Hurry and move." There was no need for him to deliberately modulate his volume, for Kanzaki's urgent voice crackled through the headset. "Get everyone out quickly. That vampire is back." Chapter 32. Constructive proposals. When Fang Cheng arrived at the back door of the warehouse with his group, they were confronted by a dozen members of a motorcycle gang, who had blocked their path. While the female high school student managed to maintain a semblance of composure, the others were visibly stricken with panic and dread. The girl's calm demeanor was merely superficial, as she clutched Fang Cheng's clothing tightly. Their fear was not unwarranted. in the poorly governed suburbs. Various criminal factions roamed freely, and the motorcycle gang was notorious for their lawlessness, often leading to fatalities. One of the gang members, sporting a mohawk hairstyle, halted his motorcycle, planted one foot on the ground, lit a cigarette, and with a sly grin inquired, "Hey there, kid. What are you doing hiding here with a bunch of women on a night like this?" The other gang members circled Fang Cheng and his companions on their motorcycles, occasionally erupting into laughter and making mocking sounds, relishing the sight of the women trembling in fear. Fang Cheng chose to ignore the Mohawk leader and turned to Kanzaki Rin, asking, "How long until the vampires arrive?" "They'll be here soon." Kanzaki Rin's voice was laden with an inescapable gravity. On one side, the vampires were returning, while on the other, a band of reckless thugs loomed. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng was burdened with a group of terrified individuals. The situation had escalated to a perilous level, rendering all previously devised countermeasures useless. The dire scenarios Kanzaki Rin had anticipated did not compare to the present predicament. "What will you do?" "Let it be." The Mohawk leader's inquiry was blatantly disregarded, prompting one of his lackeys to jump in. "Hey, kid, why are you playing mute? Didn't you hear what the boss said?" Finally, Fang Cheng raised his gaze and replied, "What do you intend to do?" All eyes turned to the Mohawk leader, the one who held the power to decide their fate. Having finished his cigarette, the leader flicked the butt aside and casually commanded, "Kill the men and keep the women for some fun." The gang erupted into a synchronized cheer at their leader's decree. The women nearly collapsed in terror, some already in tears. They had just escaped one perilous situation, only to find themselves ensnared in another. "Wait." Fang Cheng suddenly raised his hand and declared loudly, "I have something to say." All eyes fell upon him, eager to see what this young man could possibly propose in such dire circumstances. Even Kanzaki Rin, who was hiding in the vehicle, leaned in to listen, curious about how Fang Cheng would navigate this treacherous predicament. Amidst the palpable tension, Fang Cheng spread his arms and smiled. "Why not kill the women and let the men stay behind to entertain you instead?" The atmosphere shifted abruptly into silence. Not only the thugs, but even those beside Fang Cheng stared at him in disbelief. One of the leader's lackeys scratched his chin. That suggestion doesn't sound too bad." Before he could finish, the Mohawk leader smacked him on the head. "What did you say? Would you like a trip to a brothel for some fun?" The other gang members burst into laughter. The lackey, thoroughly embarrassed, redirected his anger towards Fang Cheng. "Hey, are you mocking us?" As he spoke, he drew a dagger from his person and hurled it forcefully towards Fang Cheng. The female high school student let out a terrified scream, hastily shielding the young boy with her hands. Fang Cheng raised his hand to catch the spinning dagger, then took a deep breath, detecting the rapidly intensifying scent of blood in the air. This act did not intimidate the group of thugs. Instead, they erupted into raucous laughter. "Hey, Kansai kid, your skills are lacking. You couldn't even throw it with enough force for a high school kid to catch. Indeed. You're bringing disgrace to our Night King group. You owe us an apology, haha. You might as well go work in a host club." The Kansai thug's face flushed crimson. Unable to vent his frustration on his companions, he could only bellow in anger, twisting the throttle and pulling hard with both hands. The motorcycle roared like a beast, its front lifted by the Kansai thug as it surged forward towards Fang Cheng. The women shrieked, yet none dared to flee. Huddling tightly behind Fang Cheng, the high school girl attempted to pull Fang Cheng away, but before she could move him, the Kansai thug lost control, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. He rolled a considerable distance before landing supine, a dagger embedded in his chest. Once again, the scene fell into eerie silence. The thugs glanced at the Kansai thug's lifeless body, then at Fang Cheng, who stood empty-handed, their expressions betraying confusion. None had seen when Fang Cheng had made his move. Mashi, the leader, was in the midst of lighting a cigarette when his actions abruptly halted. He stared at Fang Cheng, his eyes narrowing, lips curling into a sinister sneer. "Can't you smell the blood?" Fang Cheng waved his hand in front of his nose. "It reeks." This statement instantly enraged the thugs, who interpreted it as a provocation. "You bastard." Mashi crushed the cigarette in his grip, ready to command his lackeys to charge when his voice abruptly ceased. Beside him stood a gaunt middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat, his skin pallid, eyes deeply set and devoid of any visible sclera, resembling a specter, utterly lifeless. Mashi turned to face this unexpected figure, a chill creeping up his spine as his body bristled with apprehension. The others soon noticed the sudden apparition as well. An unmistakable stench of urine began to permeate the air. Among the women behind Fang Cheng, one had succumbed to fear. As the middle-aged man appeared, they pressed closer to Fang Cheng, too frightened to lift their heads, trembling like frightened animals. The high school girl pointed a trembling finger at the man, her face ashen, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. "Hey, who the hell are you? Get away from the boss." The thugs, believing Mashi was under threat, began to shout. The middle-aged man ignored their outcries entirely, his gaze fixed solely on Fang Cheng. In turn, Fang Cheng remained locked in the same intensity of focus on him, each disregarding the presence of all others. "Silence," Fang Cheng commanded. The mohawk-haired man suddenly let out a furious roar, silencing the clamorous ruffians. Positioned closest to the middle-aged individual, he instinctively sensed the terrifying presence of this seemingly fragile man, as if he could collapse at the slightest gust of wind. In a world rampant with monstrous beings, it was impossible to survive without a modicum of common sense. The mohawk-haired man endeavored to maintain a calm tone, yet a tremor betrayed his anxiety. "Sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" It was only then that the middle-aged man slowly turned his head to regard him, revealing a benign smile. "Fear not. There is nothing to worry about." Before the mohawk-haired man could exhale in relief, he felt himself being hurled into the air, his surroundings spinning into a dizzying whirl. As he descended to the ground, he caught a glimpse of his own headless corpse seated upon a motorcycle, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Chapter 33, a heart-wrenching scene. The middle-aged man extended his elongated palm to his mouth, using his tongue to lick away the remnants of blood that clung to his fingertips. His nails, sharp and elongated, resembled the claws of a feline from a distance. It was with these very claws that he severed the head of the Mohican. Fang Cheng observed this with clarity. It was indeed more effortless than slicing tofu with a swift knife. After the Mohican was dispatched, the raucous cries of the marauders were abruptly silenced, as if someone had throttled them by the neck. Their pent-up fury was doused like a bucket of ice water poured over them, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a chilling aura in its wake. As previously mentioned, in this world plagued by monsters, ordinary individuals must possess certain knowledge to prolong their existence. Among these insights, the most vital is to avoid provoking the beasts. The underworld figures are particularly mindful of this. After all, when dealing with the underworld, the government still requires some semblance of evidence and face-saving. Even if one falls into the hands of the authorities, there remains a possibility of averting disaster through financial reparations. Conversely, monsters are devoid of such considerations. Before taking a life, they show no interest in discerning whether one is an innocent civilian or a powerful crime lord. After the middle-aged man employed extraordinary means to behead the Mohican, he did not evoke the wrath of the marauders, but rather encountered faces filled with terror. He displayed an expression of sheer delight. His name was Heishi Yudo. Not long ago, he was merely an inconsequential cog in the machine, enduring the relentless exploitation of society. The harsh demands of his superior and the incessant nagging of his wife weighed upon him like a death knell, leading him to contemplate suicide, even penning a farewell note. Following a fateful night of drunkenness on the streets, Heishi Yudo transformed into a monster. He felt no anger. Instead, he was euphoric, rushing home to slay his wife's lecherous neighbor, Old Wang. On another night, he secretly abducted his boss to the outskirts, where he savagely tortured him. Amidst his superior's wails, Heishi Yudo experienced a profound sense of transcendence, feeling as though he had surpassed the masses, rising above all. No longer bound, he reveled in a life of unrestrained freedom. The cries and fearful gazes of ordinary people brought him a thrill that far surpassed the simulated writhing of women in hotels. Beside him, the headless corpse finally slipped off the motorcycle, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. This seemed to act as a catalyst, igniting the suppressed panic of the marauders. Amidst the rising cacophony of screams, they turned and fled in terror, some colliding in their frantic escape, resulting in a chaotic scene of carnage. Heishi Yudo suddenly vanished from sight. Almost immediately, scenes of the fleeing marauders being cleaved in two unfolded, their heads rolling away to join the Mohican's severed head. Ordinary onlookers could only perceive a shadow darting through the night, each flicker heralding the dismemberment of a marauder. However, Fang Cheng saw everything with crystal clarity. Heishi Yudo opened his trench coat, rendering him akin to a colossal bat. He did not run on two legs, but rather leapt. With each bound, he glided through the air, catching up to the fleeing marauders, swiftly severing their necks with a single motion. The speed and strength displayed were undeniably far superior to that of Ryo Takashiro. Both Fang Cheng and the distant observer, Rin Kenzaki, concealed behind a drone, felt their hearts sink with each act of slaughter perpetrated by Yudo Kurwashi. This was no ordinary vampire. He was a predator that had devoured his own kind, an entity beyond the realm of mere physical confrontations. It was likely that he had already noticed their surveillance. Damn it, a fierce battle awaited them tonight. In less than 30 seconds, the fleeing delinquents had been utterly annihilated. The open space had transformed into a slaughterhouse, drenched in blood and strewn with dismembered limbs. The acrid scent of gore inducing nausea. Yudo Kurwashi returned to stand before Fang Cheng, producing a handkerchief from his pocket to delicately wipe the blood from his hands. With a curious gaze fixed upon Fang Cheng, he remarked, "To think you would associate with humans and even rescue my meal. If it weren't for the unmistakable scent, I might almost believe you were not a vampire." Fang Cheng felt a sudden tightening on the corner of his clothing. Turning his head, he noticed the high school girl beside him wearing a look of existential doubt, her uncertain eyes fixated on him. He gently pushed her hand away, whispering, "Take them and leave this place." The girl opened her mouth to protest. "But you," Fang Cheng, growing impatient, urged, "your presence here will only hinder me. If you accidentally injure me, I won't cover your medical expenses. Hurry and go." "I understand," she replied with surprising decisiveness. Unlike the typical hesitation of a girl her age, grasping the hand of a young boy, she addressed the others. "Everyone, this place is perilous. We must leave quickly." Yet the others quivered in fear, having been thoroughly intimidated by Yudo Kurwashi, too terrified to flee in his presence. Yudo Kurwashi watched them with keen interest and suddenly spoke. "If you wish to leave, then go ahead. Before true delicacies, you lot would merely whet my appetite." As he uttered this, his gaze remained fixed on Fang Cheng. The phrase true delicacies leaving little doubt as to whom he referred. "Everyone, this monster has said we can leave. Let us hurry." The high school girl, frantic, tugged at the others. Through her persistent efforts, they finally hesitantly took their first step towards escape. Noticing that Yudo Kurwashi had made no move to stop them, they began to stumble away. After covering some distance, the girl turned back to Fang Cheng and suddenly shouted, "I'm Miku Uka. You must survive." Fang Cheng glanced back and retorted, "Curse your ill omens. Even if you perish, I shall not. Get as far away as possible." What madness was this woman displaying? Invoking such a fatalistic proclamation in the face of danger? He had to act quickly to dispel this foreboding omen, lest he face death anew that very night. Mikuuka, startled by Fang Cheng's intensity, promptly turned and fled. This poignant scene elicited laughter from Yudo Kurwashi, who dabbed at the corner of his eye with the handkerchief, remarking, "It seems you are quite concerned for these morsels. Perhaps I cannot let them go after all. They might serve as leverage against you." With that, Yudo Kurwashi lifted his hand and snapped his fingers, targeting those who were fleeing. With a sudden pop, the woman at the forefront burst open. A multitude of blood-red spikes erupted from her body, transforming her into a grotesque hedgehog. The onlookers behind her were overwhelmed by horror, unleashing a cacophony of panicked screams. Blackstone Yudo gazed at Fang Cheng with eager anticipation, hoping to witness the tumult of anger and shock on his face. Yet, all he beheld was Fang Cheng's impassive countenance, his expression seemingly unaltered. "Are you merely suppressing your rage?" Blackstone Yudo chuckled, snapping his fingers once more, causing another woman to be pierced through by the spikes that had emerged within her. He had already tampered with these individuals, deliberately allowing them to escape in order to provoke Fang Cheng. However, the outcome appeared lackluster. Even after witnessing 2 deaths, Fang Cheng's breathing remained unchanged. Having endured 3 days of relentless beating from Takeda Masumi, he had long since mastered the art of emotional control. "I was mistaken. You, like me, are a cold-blooded monster. How could you possibly be enraged over a mere group of prey? Let us dispose of them all." Blackstone Yudo laughed, spreading his arms wide. Pop. Chapter 34. Words unfit for a man. The sharp sound that reverberated was not the snap of Kurwashi Yudo's fingers, but rather the stealthy drone that had approached from behind. Projecting a small sphere, Kurwashi Yudo swiftly caught the projectile aimed at his head, releasing a dense cloud of smoke that engulfed him. In that fleeting moment of obscurity, Fang Cheng stomped forcefully on the gravel-strewn ground, sending dirt flying. He propelled himself forward in a series of rapid strides, resembling an arrow released from its bow. As he charged into the smoke with a powerful punch directed at Kurwashi Yudo, momentarily incapacitated by a fit of violent coughing due to the smoke, was struck squarely in the face by Fang Cheng's fist. The impact was merciless. Kurwashi Yudo's visage was left mangled, sending him hurtling several meters away, leaving a long trail as he slid across the ground. With bated breath, Fang Cheng emerged from the shroud of smoke, his heart ablaze with fury as he strode purposefully towards Kurwashi Yudo. Though not a man prone to meddling in the affairs of others, sometimes even he considered his empathy to be beneath that of the average person. Yet, he was still human, bound by an unwavering moral threshold. Kurwashi Yudo's wanton cruelty against innocent lives had crossed that line. He was determined to bring an end to this beast. Simultaneously, another drone hovered above Yu Guang and the others, emitting the voice of Kanazaki Rin. "Everyone, do not linger. Evacuate immediately." The survivors gazed apprehensively at Kurwashi Yudo, who lay motionless on the ground. Although they trembled at the fate of their comrade, the sight of Kurwashi Yudo's downfall ignited their instinct for survival, prompting them to struggle and flee towards safety. Yu Guang followed suit, yet could not resist glancing back, her eyes capturing the fleeting silhouette of Fang Cheng, engraving the moment into her memory. As Fang Cheng drew closer, Kurwashi Yudo suddenly erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, you thought I would be injured? I was merely deceiving you, ha ha ha." Fang Cheng, with agile leaps, darted left and right, abruptly vanishing from Korwashi Yudo's line of sight. Reacting instinctively, Korwashi Yudo turned his head, only to be struck by a powerful blow reminiscent of the Lushan Rising Dragon technique, sending him soaring into the air, spinning at a dizzying angle. This technique, once employed by Takeda Misumi against Fang Cheng just 3 days prior, was now adeptly wielded by Fang Cheng against another adversary. Observing from a distance through the drone, Kanazaki Rin felt a quiet relief. It seemed that sending Fang Cheng for specialized training had been a prudent choice. The Fang Cheng of 3 days ago would not have exhibited such prowess. However, Kanazaki Rin did not remain a mere spectator. Once the innocent women had escaped, she began her preparations. The vampire, having consumed its kin, posed a formidable threat, classified as a mid-level danger according to international standards, presenting a significant risk to human safety. Relying solely on Fang Cheng's strength would not suffice. As Kanazaki Rin readied herself, the scene began to shift. After landing, Heishi Yudo seized the opportunity to swiftly dart across the ground, creating distance between himself and Fang Cheng. Rising to his feet, his battered chin was rapidly healing. Ouch. That hurts. Heishi Yudo murmured, caressing his jaw, his lips twitching in pain. The attacks among vampires inflict genuine harm, although Fang Cheng's assault was significantly less damaging than anticipated. The agony was undeniably real. He had presumed that having consumed his kin, dealing with the novice Fang Cheng would be effortless. To his surprise, Fang Cheng exhibited formidable combat prowess, nearly leaving him dazed with just 2 punches. As Fang Cheng approached with increasing speed, Heishi Yudo inhaled deeply and smirked coldly. You are strong, but your speed is lacking, boy. Allow me to demonstrate what true velocity looks like. In response, Fang Cheng chuckled derisively. It's my first time encountering a man boasting about his speed. Are you impotent or prematurely ejaculating? Heishi Yudo understood the jibe, and his expression darkened instantaneously. You will regret provoking me, boy. As soon as the words left his lips, Heishi Yudo flared his coat, resembling a bat unfurling its wings. He transformed into a shadowy figure, hurtling towards Fang Cheng with remarkable speed. Fang Cheng clearly perceived Heishi Yudo's intent, sidestepping to the left while delivering a powerful hook aimed at his abdomen. However, the punch missed entirely. Like a bat, Heishi Yudo adeptly evaded Fang Cheng's strike. Haha. His triumphant laughter echoed as he darted around Fang Cheng, leaving behind black afterimages that almost encircled him. This is speed. Speed is power. The velocity was far greater than before, and Fang Cheng could scarcely track it with his eyes, relying solely on instinct to throw punches, all of which landed in vain. Meanwhile, Heishi Yudo extended his fingers during his movement, utilizing his sharp nails to inflict numerous bloody wounds upon Fang Cheng. Realizing he could not land a hit, Fang Cheng refused to remain a stationary target. Instead, he opted to engage. He began to move as swiftly as Heishi Yudo. The 2 figures danced across the open space in front of the warehouse, their pace dizzying. Useless, useless. Every action of yours is under my control, Heishi Yudo cackled, maintaining a relentless pace that kept Fang Cheng firmly under pressure. Although Fang Cheng's enhanced physicality could overpower Takeda Misumi, it was no match for a vampire who had consumed his kin. He possessed immense fighting strength, yet it was futile. He could not touch Heishi Yudo. In merely a short time, Fang Cheng had nearly transformed into a bloodied figure, his body riddled with countless wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. As drones approached rapidly, Kanzaki Rin, witnessing Fang Cheng's pitiful state, could no longer restrain herself from intervening. Stay back, Fang Cheng suddenly commanded, halting her advance. These drones will prove invaluable. They should not be squandered in this manner. Do not be obstinate. Enough, now heed my words. Rin Kanzaki bit her lower lip, silently redirecting the drones. Yudo Hekishi also heard Fang Cheng's voice and laughed heartily. Do you not wish for your companion's assistance? Such bravery deserves commendation, yet this stubbornness may cost you your life. As he spoke, Yudo Hekishi inflicted several grievous wounds upon Fang Cheng, the depth of which exposed bone. Fang Cheng abruptly halted, swinging a punch towards Yudo Hekishi, only to strike nothing but air. It was merely an illusion. Yudo Hekishi had already maneuvered behind him, reaching for his heart. It is over. Your heart shall be mine. At the moment of contact, Fang Cheng swiftly turned and caught Yudo Hekishi's outstretched hand. His sharp nails pierced Fang Cheng's palm, yet Fang Cheng's grip was unyielding. Their hands entwined. Yudo Hekishi pulled back with great force, but to no avail. Fang Cheng, his face smeared with blood, lifted his gaze and grinned at him. So noisy. You wretched fool, prattling on endlessly, have you had your fill of beating? Yudo Hekishi's expression contorted as he thrust his other hand towards Fang Cheng's chest. Fang Cheng seized it, yanking him back with considerable force, then delivered a crushing headbutt to his face. Bang. Chapter 35. Why engage in a duel when you can gang up? Bang. The 2 heads collided violently, producing a sound akin to skulls clashing, reverberating even through the flesh. Heishi Yudo's face became a gruesome tapestry of blood and flesh, the the splattered blood resembling a blooming crimson flower. Ah! He let out a wretched scream, his head tilting back as he launched a powerful kick to Fang Cheng's chest, attempting to leverage the force to escape. However, his hands were firmly grasped by Fang Cheng, and despite exerting all his strength, he could not break free. Fang Cheng, enduring the dizziness in his head, exerted his strength to pull Haishiyudo back, leaping up for another ferocious headbutt. Haishiyudo, equally determined, retaliated with his own headbutt. Was it merely a contest of resilience? Who would falter first? Bang! Another resounding clash of skulls echoed as their heads collided once more. Amidst the splattering blood and viscera, Haishiyudo staggered backward, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Why was this person's head so unyielding? His forehead was visibly dented, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath the mangled flesh. Fang Cheng's own injuries were no less severe, yet he had long grown accustomed to such agony and blows. He stepped forward, delivering a third headbutt. Haishiyudo's face was battered, his upper body tilting backward, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. Fang Cheng pulled Haishiyudo back, simultaneously releasing his right hand to unleash a series of powerful punches. The first strike landed squarely on his abdomen, rendering his insides a mess. The second struck his face, causing it to cave in. The final blow was a crushing hit to Haishiyudo's heart. With all his might, Fang Cheng's fist penetrated deep into Haishiyudo's chest, reaching for a grasp but finding only emptiness. The vampire's vital point lay in the heart, yet Haishiyudo possessed none. His chest was hollow. With a sudden snap, Fang Cheng's right wrist was caught. Haha, surprised, are you? The bloodied visage of Haishiyudo twisted into a grin reminiscent of a malevolent specter. Fang Cheng attempted to pull back, but found himself unable. He noticed the blood on Haishiyudo's body seemed to come alive, rapidly converging upon his hand, forming 5 slender, elongated crimson crystals upon his fingertips. In an instant, Fang Cheng comprehended the nature of the two women who had self-destructed. With a fierce grip, Haishiyudo's fingers tightened, the sharp red crystals resembling 5 bloody blades, effortlessly severing Fang Cheng's wrist. He raised his hand, fingers aligned to form a lethal sword, and swung down towards Fang Cheng's head. In response, Fang Cheng executed a powerful kick to Haishiyudo's chest, simultaneously loosening his grip. The red crystals sliced through Fang Cheng's clothing, leaving a long gash across his chest, blood flowing profusely. Fang Cheng quickly maneuvered, darting away from Haishiyudo. Instead of pursuing immediately, Haishiyudo extended his tongue, savoring the remnants of blood on the crystals, a look of profound enjoyment spreading across his face. Ah, what a delectable flavor! I can hardly contain my desire to consume your heart. How exquisitely tantalizing it must be. Haishiyudo, akin to a grotesque fiend, reveled in his hunger as he gazed upon Fang Cheng's blood. Fang Cheng, with a cold glare, accelerated the healing of his wounds, restoring his severed wrist. Haishiyudo's injuries also began to mend autonomously, and soon both were back to their original states, devoid of any visible harm. The distinction lay in the blood that lingered on Haishiyudo, coalescing in his other hand to form 5 crystalline structures. At that moment, he resembled Edward Scissorhands, wielding blood-congealed red crystals sharper than any ordinary blade. Yet, most critically, Haishiyudo's heart was nowhere to be found. Fang Cheng spoke into his wireless earpiece. He has relocated his heart. I am uncertain of its hiding place. Over the past 3 days, Fang Cheng had meticulously studied numerous records regarding vampires, committing them to memory. The heart is the vampire's Achilles heel. They would not be unprepared for such an assault. A capable vampire can shift their heart within their body to evade attacks, a feat typically beyond the grasp of newly turned vampires, requiring extensive practice. However, there exists a shortcut, the awakening of inherent abilities. Beyond their immortality, each vampire possesses unique traits. For instance, Yagawa Ryo, whose ability allows her blood to exude a potent corrosive property known as burning blood. Haishiyudo may have acquired the ability to shift his heart at will upon his transformation into a vampire. Were it not for this, Fang Cheng would have already shattered his heart. I am ready, Kanazaki Rin replied eagerly. Draw him over. Without the need for Fang Cheng to intentionally lure him, Haishiyudo lunged at him once more, fingers splayed wide, the 5 gleaming crystals casting a crimson glow. If previously Haishiyudo resembled a meerbat, now he appeared as a draconian creature armed with claws. Fang Cheng, exercising wisdom, chose to turn and flee. This was not an act of cowardice but a strategic retreat. He had successfully compelled Haishiyudo to reveal 2 of his trump cards. It was time to summon his allies. Why engage in a solitary battle when a group confrontation awaited? He was resolute, not foolish. Fang Cheng's speed surpassed the human world record for sprints. Yet Haishiyudo's velocity eclipsed his, effortlessly closing the distance. With fingers poised, the 5 crystals formed a short sword aimed directly at the heart's location on Fang Cheng's back. Instinctively sensing the imminent danger, Fang Cheng spun around, executing a sweeping kick. Haishiyudo promptly halted his assault, nimbly leaping backward to evade. Aware of Fang Cheng's formidable combat prowess, Hekishi Yudo denied him the opportunity for close-quarters grappling, instead opting to exploit his speed, intending to toy with Fang Cheng until the end. Fang Cheng managed to push Hekishi Yudo back with a kick, then turned to flee once more. Under Kanazaki Rin's guidance, he darted into the thicket of wild grass beside the warehouse, which reached halfway up to his height. Hekishi Yudo followed closely behind, yet he heightened his vigilance, aware that Fang Cheng had another companion who might be lying in ambush nearby. Had it been any other day, Hekishi Yudo would never have acted so recklessly. However, Fang Cheng was akin to a potent drug, deeply enticing him, a severe addict. The two delved deeper into the thicket, with Fang Cheng sprinting in the direction indicated by Kanzaki Rin. Hekishi Yudo attempted to close the distance several times but was repeatedly repelled. Yet he managed to inflict grievous wounds upon Fang Cheng, exposing flesh beneath the surface. How much longer? A few more times and I won't be able to hold on. We're almost at the position. Trust me. Jump. Fang Cheng leaped fiercely from his spot and witnessed a crimson laser sweep across the path ahead, severing a plethora of wild grass in its wake. The laser sliced beneath his feet, trimming thin strips from the soles of his shoes. Hekishi Yudo, trailing closely behind, noticed the phenomenon, but the laser's speed was too swift. And without Kanzaki Rin's warning, he was instantly caught in its deadly path. Hekishi Yudo instinctively cried out in agony. In truth, there was no immediate pain. Only after he had moved a distance forward, separating his upper and lower body, did the excruciating torment surge through his nerves and invade his consciousness. Chapter 36. It's not that I'm not trying, but the rich woman is irresistibly tempting. Hekishi Yudo's body was severed in two by a laser. Stumbling forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. Hekishi Yudo turned to gaze at his dismembered form, emitting a wail of anguish. Even if he could recover, the agony of being bisected was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. After Hekishi Yudo fell to the ground, a vast amount of milky foam erupted from the grass on either side, engulfing him entirely. Fang Cheng had halted his advance, turning to observe the source of the foam, which emanated from devices resembling air conditioning units. One was concealed on each side, aimed directly at Hekishi Yudo in the center. The foam was not ordinary. It was a rapid condensing agent that hardened to a consistency comparable to cement. Fang Cheng recalled that before Kanazaki Rin arrived, she had stuffed numerous pieces of equipment into the vehicle. These two rapid condensing machines and the device that had just emitted the laser were her handiwork. Seeing this, Fang Cheng couldn't help but marvel at the extravagant wealth of a young, beautiful, and shapely affluent woman. Perhaps he should consider living off her generosity in the future. It's not that I do not strive, but the allure of the rich woman is simply overwhelming. While Fang Cheng's mind wandered, his vigilance never wavered as he kept a close watch on Hekishi Yudo. The latter required time to restore his severed body, but the surging foam interrupted his recovery. Initially, the rapid condensing agents flowed like water, but they quickly transformed into a viscous mire with significant stickiness. Hekishi Yudo hesitated to flee at first, but by the time he reacted, his upper body was thoroughly ensnared. Despicable and shameless, let me go. Hekishi Yudo struggled furiously, but his body was firmly confined by the solidified condensing agent. Fang Cheng removed one of his shoes and hurled it with force, striking Hekishi Yudo on the forehead. You keep yapping, and tonight you'll endure your incessant whining. If you're not annoyed, I certainly am. Hekishi Yudo's fury intensified, his eyes glowing crimson as the whites were completely engulfed in darkness. Simultaneously, the exposed skin of Hekishi Yudo swelled with pulsating veins, and his mouth tore down to his ears, revealing a mouthful of saliva-soaked fangs. Great. Transformed again? Fang Cheng's expression shifted as he recognized that Hekishi Yudo's condition mirrored that of Yagawa Ryuka. This was undoubtedly the effect of the blood of madness skill. The transformation heightened his strength significantly. Fang Cheng, undeterred, knew that vampires were not invincible during their transformation. He closed the distance with 2 swift steps and delivered a powerful punch to Hekishi Yudo's head. A beastly roar erupted from the depths of Hekishi Yudo's throat. As Fang Cheng's fist collided with his face, a multitude of crimson crystals exploded from Hekishi Yudo's body, piercing outward in all directions, instantly forming a colossal red sea urchin. The already solidified condensing agent was shattered into pieces, littering the ground. Quick on his feet, Fang Cheng dodged but was still pierced in the shoulder and thigh, becoming ensnared on the urchin. In the midst of the sea urchin, the visage of Hekishi Yudo loomed, his mouth agape as he unleashed a spittle-laden roar directed at Fang Cheng. Much like Yashikawa Ryo, Hekishi Yudo, upon transformation, succumbed to madness. According to the chronicles of the vampires, once overtaken by frenzy, their minds are consumed solely by the desires for slaughter and destruction. Only through the release of such impulses can they regain their composure. Of course, there exists another method, complete annihilation. Enduring the pain, Fang Cheng sought to extricate himself from the sea urchin when suddenly, a robust crystalline spike shot forth, aimed directly at him. With no time to evade, he instinctively thrust his hands forward in a futile attempt to shield himself. The force accompanying the crystalline projectile was overwhelming. His hands could not withstand it, and it violently pierced through his abdomen, emerging from his back. The crystalline structure propelled Fang Cheng across the ground, leaving a deep gouge in its wake. With a thunderous roar, the engine erupted, and two headlights blazed to life like the eyes of a colossal beast, casting twin beams into the night. The car burst through the underbrush, charging towards Heishi Yudo with relentless momentum. At the moment of collision, Kanzaki Rin flung open the driver's side door and leapt out, narrowly avoiding being skewered by the multitude of crystalline spikes that subsequently pierced the vehicle's front and glass, rendering it a mere shell of its former self. Had she been a moment slower, she would have been impaled, for unlike Fang Cheng, she did not possess immortality. A fatal injury would spell her doom. The out-of-control car continued its reckless advance, battering through the undergrowth as it plowed into Heishi Yudo, sending a rapid condensation machine flying, erupting into a flurry of powdery condensate that danced through the air like snowflakes. The vehicle finally came to rest against a dirt embankment, pinning Heishi Yudo against it. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, Kanzaki Rin remained unflustered. Rising from the ground, she bore a lengthy plastic bag on her back, summoning a few police drones. She retrieved an electric stun gun and cautiously approached Heishi Yudo. He lay motionless against the hillside, seemingly lifeless. Yet, Kanzaki Rin was not so easily deceived. She had witnessed too many feigned deaths before. Once within a certain proximity, she halted. Catching the scent of gasoline, the car had begun to leak. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, but she quickly steeled her resolve, raising her hand to ignite the fuel tank and deliver a decisive blow to Heishi Yudo. Her instincts proved correct. As she paused, the crystalline structures enveloping Heishi Yudo fused into one. With a flash of crimson light, the car was instantaneously cleaved into several pieces. Now regaining his lower body, Heishi Yudo sprang upwards, lunging towards Kanzaki Rin. With a swift motion, Kanzaki Rin propelled herself backward, simultaneously pressing the control button on her wrist. The drones promptly deployed large nets, ensnaring Heishi Yudo with precision. These nets, crafted from specialized fibers, possessed remarkable resilience and were designed by law enforcement for the capture of dangerous criminals. As Heishi Yudo became entangled in the net, Kanzaki Rin aimed her stun gun at him, ready to pull the trigger. Arc after arc of shimmering electricity erupted, causing Korwashi Yudo to convulse and wail within the net. The crystalline structures adorning his body reassembled and coalesced into a multitude of short blades at his fingertips. With a flourish of his hands, the sharp crystals effortlessly sliced through the large net. Kanzaki Rin's expression shifted slightly as she depleted the energy of her electric gun in a single breath, then snapped her fingers several times, unleashing torrents of searing flames from her fingertips. Enduring both the electric shocks and the flames, Korwashi Yudo leapt from his position. Fingers spread wide, diving directly towards Kanzaki Rin. In a swift motion, she retrieved a silver longsword from a bag at her back, gripping it with both hands, advancing rather than retreating, and thrusting fiercely towards Korwashi Yudo's head. A glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes as she recognized that there was no escape from Korwashi Yudo's relentless pursuit. Thus, she resolved to launch a full frontal assault in a desperate gamble. Chapter 37. Fang Cheng's last wish. The distance between the two narrowed rapidly. Heishi Yudo disregarded the piercing silver sword. For a vampire, the heart was the crucial target, while the head was not vital and did not require special defense. He extended his arms forward, and 10 slender crystalline structures completely enveloped Kanzaki Rin's body. This onslaught was sufficient to rend Kanzaki Rin into numerous fragments. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A deep, resonant howl suddenly invaded their ears as a thick crystalline shard soared through the air, colliding forcefully with Heishi Yudo, sending him soaring away. Fang Cheng's figure darted past Kanzaki Rin like a flash, pursuing the airborne Heishi Yudo. Kanzaki Rin's silver sword struck nothing but air, leaving her momentarily stunned. Once again, she found herself teetering on the brink of death by the time she regained her senses. Her once resolute courage ebbed away like a receding tide, cold sweat instantly drenching her. Had it not been for Fang Cheng's timely intervention, she would have been unable to slay Heishi Yudo and would have easily fallen victim herself. Turning to look, Kanzaki Rin saw Fang Cheng had already caught up with Heishi Yudo. Since the onset of the battle this evening, Fang Cheng had never encountered such an ideal environment for unleashing his full potential. Heishi Yudo was exceedingly cunning, refusing to afford Fang Cheng any opportunity to close the distance, attempting to keep him at bay. Without Kanzaki Rin creating openings, it would have been exceedingly challenging to approach Heishi Yudo. Once close enough, Fang Cheng seized Heishi Yudo, yanking him back and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, launching him upward. In the next moment, Fang Cheng unleashed his full might, his fists moving with such speed that they left behind shadows. His strikes fell upon Heishi Yudo with a ferocity akin to a torrential downpour. If there were to be a voiceover, it would undoubtedly be accompanied by a stirring and resounding roar. Haishiyudo was left dazed, his vision clouded by the incessant barrage of fists. His body barely touched the ground before being lifted again by Fang Cheng's relentless assault. At that moment, Fang Cheng even forgot the painstakingly learned fighting techniques. He relied solely on instinct and rage, seeking the quickest, most direct means to maximize his output. A copious amount of blood and shredded flesh erupted, visibly degrading Haishiyudo's form. Fang Cheng's final punch struck Haishiyudo's chest, penetrating deeply, and he felt a swift, fleeing object within. It was Haishiyudo's heart. Fang Cheng's hand swiftly pursued, grasping several blood vessels attached to the heart. Now a mere mass of blood. Haishiyudo let out a howl, wrapping his arms tightly around Fang Cheng, the crystalline shards embedded deeply into Fang Cheng's body. The blood within Haishiyudo's chest solidified, transforming into slender, sharp spikes that pierced Fang Cheng's arms, leaving them riddled with wounds. Simultaneously, Haishiyudo opened his gaping maw, lunging fiercely at Fang Cheng's head. Fang Cheng quickly raised his hand, gripping Haishiyudo's neck, halting the menacing jaws before him, allowing him to clearly see the menacing fangs within. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate, each resisting the other. "Hurry! I have grasped his heart," Fang Cheng shouted, without needing his reminder. Kanazaki Rin had already rushed forward with her silver sword, preparing to circle behind Korwashi Yudo for a lethal strike. Under the looming threat of death, Korwashi Yudo astonishingly snapped out of his frenzied state. He let out a thunderous roar, and countless crimson crystals erupted from his body, reforming into a massive sea urchin. Fang Cheng, who was almost pressed against him, was naturally pierced all over, while Kanazaki Rin, separated by a long array of crystals, found herself unable to strike. She desperately swung her sword against the crystals, producing sparks, yet the crystals remained unscathed, while her silver sword suffered a gash. "You cannot kill me," Korwashi Yudo bellowed. "I will eliminate both of you, draining your blood, devouring your flesh, and crushing your bones to swallow them whole." Fang Cheng glared coldly at him and suddenly shouted, "Make your move on me." He was riddled with wounds from Korwashi Yudo's assault, his heart affected and bleeding profusely. Prolonging the struggle would lead to certain death. Rather than squander a chance at resurrection, it was better to fight with all his might. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Kanazaki Rin instantly grasped his intent. With Korwashi Yudo transformed back into a sea urchin, he was virtually untouchable. Fang Cheng, entangled with him, was their only avenue of escape. Korwashi Yudo recognized this vulnerability and attempted to shove Fang Cheng away, but the two remained tightly intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. Fang Cheng's grip on Korwashi Yudo's heart was relentless, making any attempt to shift positions impossible. In a panic, he shouted at Kanazaki Rin, "Don't be reckless. Our hearts are connected. If I die, he cannot survive either." Kanazaki Rin had swiftly maneuvered around to Fang Cheng's back, and upon hearing his words, she smirked coldly. "Thank you for the reminder." Before her words could fully escape, she seized her silver sword with both hands and thrust it with all her strength into Fang Cheng's back. "Stop!" Korwashi Yudo screamed in terror as the silver sword pierced Fang Cheng's heart, then drove through his chest and impaled Korwashi Yudo's body, penetrating his desperately evasive heart as well. The struck heart contracted violently, blackness rapidly seeped from the wound, spreading swiftly throughout Korwashi Yudo's entire being. He remained frozen in a state of sheer horror, his skin turning ashen, breath extinguished. The abundant crimson crystals on his body swiftly transformed into black, crumbling into fine powder. Kanazaki Rin withdrew the silver sword, and with the dissolution of the crystal entanglement, Fang Cheng and Korwashi Yudo finally separated, both collapsing onto their backs. Kanazaki Rin hurriedly supported Fang Cheng, but upon seeing his face, she was taken aback. His visage was devoid of color, mouth slightly agape, eyes vacant, clearly on the verge of death. "Are you all right?" Kanazaki Rin asked in surprise. She recalled Fang Cheng's immunity to the silver sword, which had emboldened her to strike without hesitation. Upon hearing her words, Fang Cheng's eyes flickered, and he emitted an almost inaudible whisper, "I can't go on." Kanazaki Rin coldly laid him down on the ground. "Take your time." Fang Cheng remained motionless, his breath growing fainter until it ceased entirely. Kanazaki Rin stared at him expressionlessly, her face gradually betraying discomfort as she lifted her foot and kicked him. "Get up. Stop playing around." Fang Cheng's skin had taken on a pallid hue, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. "Enough of this? Is this truly amusing to you?" Suddenly, Shinzaki Rin's expression shifted dramatically. She seized Fang Cheng's inert body, shaking it fervently. "Hey, weren't you fearless? Speak to me. Stop pretending and get up. Rise." No matter how vigorously Shinzaki Rin shook him, Fang Cheng remained utterly unresponsive, his body already chilling noticeably. Staring at him, Shinzaki Rin's gaze turned vacant. Abruptly, she sprang to her feet, rushing towards the car that had been reduced to fragments, desperately searching until she unearthed a small medical kit. She hastened back to Fang Cheng's side, extracting a syringe filled with a transparent serum, and forcefully plunged it into his chest. "You are not allowed to die, do you hear me? You cannot die. You've consumed so much of my money and haven't repaid a single cent. You scoundrel. As she shouted, she injected the substance into Fang Cheng's body. This was the very medication she had prepared for herself before her arrival, never anticipating it would be used on him. Miraculously, as soon as the serum was administered, Fang Cheng's body temperature began to rise. He slowly opened his eyes, his lips moving slightly. Shinzaki Rin leaned closer. What did you say? I'm dying and have never experienced intimacy in this lifetime. Before I depart, could I perhaps touch your bosom? Chapter 38. Fang Cheng's unrequited sentiment as a virgin. Fang Cheng's final wish before death was a mere desire to touch a woman's bosom, devoid of any other inappropriate intentions. This illustrates that it was a completely harmless yet poignantly humble request. With tears in her eyes, Kanzaki Rin nodded, then seized the specially crafted elongated silver sword, aiming it at Fang Cheng's chest and thrusting it down with force. Startled, Fang Cheng dodged to the side, rolling away to create distance. What the hell? Are you heartless? We just defeated the boss, and now you want to kill your teammate? Kanzaki Rin pointed the sword at him, her voice laced with fury. Do you find this amusing? You still wish to touch my bosom? Why don't you just die? She had genuinely believed Fang Cheng was on the brink of death, her anxiety palpable, only to find herself being toyed with by this scoundrel, becoming the subject of his mockery. Fang Cheng dusted himself off and stood up. I was merely trying to lighten the mood with a joke. Besides, what's wrong with wanting to touch a bosom? Isn't that its purpose? Kanzaki Rin found herself momentarily at a loss for words against his twisted logic. Fang Cheng continued, I even politely inquired for your consent, unlike you, who rudely conscripted me without a word last time. I didn't hold it against you. Yet even if you had asked, I wouldn't have obliged. Men value their chastity too. He trailed off as he noticed Kanzaki Rin's expression grow increasingly frosty, her gaze becoming more perilous. If he continued, she might not resist the urge to plunge the sword into him. Having just fought side by side against the boss, another internal conflict would be quite unfortunate. Approaching the corpse of Korwashi Yudo, Fang Cheng plunged his hand deep into the chest cavity, seeking the heart. Nothing mattered more than this macabre touch. He had followed Kanzaki Rin to this distant place, risking his life for this very moment. Upon contacting the heart, a wave of warmth surged through his fingers and into his body. Fang Cheng mused that he had previously touched a heart without any reaction, leading him to conclude that perhaps he needed to deliver a fatal blow. It was uncertain if he would have to take matters into his own hands. As the warmth coursed through him, several lines of text materialized in his vision. Energy absorption and progress. Life 1. Short distance charge 1. Iron blood 1. Life, fragment 131. Blood of madness, fragment 152. Initially taken aback by the notification, Fang Cheng soon felt a rush of exhilaration akin to striking gold. Korwashi Yudo, having consumed his kind, proved to be a far richer source than Yagawa Ryuka. The heart of Yagawa Ryuka granted him a singular complete ability, advanced olfaction, with the remainder being mere fragments, offering little enhancement to his combat prowess. In contrast, Korwashi Yudo's heart provided 2 complete abilities, 1 resurrection opportunity, 1 life fragment, and 2 fragments of the blood of madness. To eliminate Korwashi Yudo, Fang Cheng had allowed Kanzaki Rin to pierce his own heart, thereby depleting 1 resurrection chance, reducing the number displayed in his vision to 1. After examining the lifeless body, the numbers in his eyes transformed once more into a 2. He had accumulated 2 fragments of life, and with 1 more, he could achieve a resurrection. However, the most crucial aspect remained the ability known as Iron Blood. This power, a red crystalline essence that had subjected Fang Cheng and Shinjo Rin to considerable suffering, was now instinctively engraved upon Fang Cheng, guiding him in its utilization. Upon witnessing Fang Cheng's interaction with the corpse of Korwashi Yudo, Shinjo Rin could not suppress her delight. Though a frown soon marred her expression, she was now certain that Fang Cheng could survive without resorting to vampiric consumption of his kind. Yet, did he harbor a peculiar fascination for corpses? Why did he always appear so exhilarated whenever he touched one? Fortunately, Fang Cheng promptly withdrew his hand from Korwashi Yudo's remains. Had he lingered longer, Shinjo Rin would have felt compelled to refer him to a psychologist. It seemed that he was truly unafraid of silver weapons. Shinjo Rin cast a glance at Fang Cheng's chest, where the fatal wound had completely healed, the skin smooth and taut, devoid of any trace of injury. She then looked down at the silver sword in her hand. Due to the inadequacy of her dagger when confronting Yagawa Ryuka, she had commissioned a longer silver sword, which had been consecrated by an onmyoji from the countermeasures department and blessed with holy water by a priest. The results were indeed commendable, as it had effortlessly dispatched Korwashi Yudo, a vampire who had devoured his kind. Yet, it seemed to have no effect on Fang Cheng. Perhaps my immunity to silver weaponry is particularly strong. Fang Cheng fabricated a rationale. He had previously contemplated distancing himself from vampires, regarding himself merely as a superhuman. However, after reviewing the information Shinjo Rin provided, he entirely dismissed that notion, solidifying his resolve to masquerade as a vampire. Although this world featured naturally gifted superhumans, the most formidable among them could only manipulate paper from a distance. All superhumans, including Shinjo Rin, were government-trained, with comprehensive dossiers on each. Should someone like Fang Cheng, possessing immortality and not government-trained, suddenly emerge, his value would be immeasurable, at least thousands of times more significant than that of a vampire. While Fang Cheng was unafraid of being dissected, his freedom would undoubtedly be severely constrained, and he had little faith in the integrity of the government in District 11. Thus, it was prudent to continue masquerading as a vampire. Even if his true identity were revealed, it would likely not attract undue attention, not wishing to jeopardize their hard-won partnership. Shinjo Rin refrained from pressing Fang Cheng for the truth. The efficacy of their collaboration was already evident, having successfully eliminated a second vampire. Individually, neither could contend with Korwashi Yudo. At this moment, the tension that had gripped Shinjo Rin began to ease, and a faint smile graced her lips as she envisioned accolades coming her way. However, her expression soon hardened upon witnessing the wreckage of a shattered car and a damaged rapid condensing machine. This is a disaster. I will have to pay for this, she murmured to herself. Fang Cheng, intrigued, inquired, wasn't this purchased by you? Kanzaki Rin cast a fleeting glance at him. Do you really believe that such items can be acquired with money? Not to mention the 2 rapid condensing machines, that small-scale laser apparatus is simply non-existent in the market. It is specialized military equipment. It was only through the merits of Yakuwa Ryuka that I managed to borrow it from the countermeasures department last time. And any damage incurred must be compensated. Fortunately, only 1 unit was damaged. Had it been entirely wrecked, I would have faced a substantial financial loss. Fang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Wealth is but a transient aspect of life. One cannot take it with them upon departure from this world. The preservation of life is paramount. Kanzaki Rin shot him an incredulous glare. Then will you compensate me? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Cheng nodded affirmatively, certainly. Kanzaki Rin's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Could this miser actually be willing to part with his money? Fang Cheng rummaged through his tattered pocket and produced a 50-cent coin, solemnly placing it in Kanzaki Rin's hand. This is my allowance for the day. Do not squander my goodwill. Kanzaki Rin crumpled Fang Cheng's gesture into a ball and tossed it back at him. Get lost. Then, cradling her head in her arms, she crouched down, lamenting. I should never have expected anything from you, you scoundrel. Her head throbbed, despite having vanquished the enemy. Why did her heart feel as though it were bleeding? Fang Cheng retrieved the coin and tucked it back into his pocket, addressing Kanzaki Rin. Are you weary? Would you like me to carry you back? Kanzaki Rin muttered. No need. Then I shall carry you back, for I am utterly exhausted, Fang Cheng declared, before leaning against her. Chapter 39. I caution you not to overstep. Fang Cheng ardently insisted that Kanzaki Rin accompany him to a barbecue restaurant, where a hot pot establishment would suffice. Shortly after his resurrection, an overwhelming hunger surged through him, rendering him nearly incapable of standing. He needed sustenance to restore his strength. However, Kanzaki Rin categorically declined his request, citing her need to address subsequent issues. While this rationale was indefensible, it also stemmed from a touch of selfishness. She had suffered considerable losses and was obliged to compensate for the rapid cooling machine, her finances experiencing a significant hemorrhage. Her funds were not conjured by the wind, and she could not allow Fang Cheng to squander them indiscriminately. But I am so famished I can barely move. You promised that post-battle nutritional supplementation would be on your tab. This is the foundation of our collaboration. You cannot renege on your word, Fang Cheng protested. Sprawled on the ground, Kanzaki Rin crossed her arms and explained, I merely refused your unreasonable extravagance. I did not say I would not cover your nutritional needs. Fang Cheng weakly lifted his head. Then how do you intend to provide me with nutrition? Let it be clear, sex is not a form of nutritional supplementation. Kanzaki Rin kicked Fang Cheng, interrupting his inappropriate remarks, and turned toward the dismembered car. The vehicle had been sliced into several pieces by Korwashi Yudo, yet the items in the trunk remained relatively undamaged. Kanzaki Rin rummaged through it and retrieved a sealed bag, returning to Fang Cheng to unveil a collection of small package cubes. Fang Cheng felt a sense of foreboding. What are these? Military ration bars and energy snacks. Specially prepared for you, Kanzaki Rin replied, a hint of pride in her tone. She was acutely aware of Fang Cheng's urgent need for nutrition after battle, hence her discreet preparation of these inexpensive yet practical foods. It was a misconception that only gourmet barbecues could satiate hunger. Even junk food could suffice. Fang Cheng retorted angrily. Do you have no conscience? After my near demise, you offer me such fare? Kanzaki Rin squatted down and tore open an energy bar's packaging for him. Enough chatter. Eat quickly, and then we shall return home. I refuse. I want barbecue. I want hot pot. I will feed you. Is it so remarkable that you would feed me? I am not a pig. I do not require your feeding. Ultimately, Fang Cheng faced reality and consumed the entire ration and energy bars. Surprisingly, the energy bar was rather palatable. Though seemingly small in quantity, it was entirely sufficient to quell his hunger. What excuse did he have left to act like a tyrant? After replenishing his strength, the two parted ways. Kanzaki Rin needed to remain to handle the aftermath of the dismembered motorcycle gang members and the women captured by Korwashi Yudo, which were quite troublesome matters. She had to contact the Disaster Response Department for assistance. And Fang Cheng's presence would not only be unhelpful but could also expose his identity. Thus, he had to depart first. With the car in ruins, Fang Cheng could only leave on a motorcycle belonging to the gang. He felt a sense of moral conflict about taking possession of items belonging to the deceased. Feeling quite embarrassed, the only regret was that he could not take more vehicles with him. After changing into the clothes Kanzaki Rin had provided, Fang Cheng rode the motorcycle home. Upon entering the city, due to the excessive speed, he was targeted several times by police patrol drones. Fortunately, he possessed the countermeasure credentials given to him by Rin Kanzaki, allowing him to pass without the fear of being reported to the traffic bureau for driving as minor. By the time he returned home, it was already past 4 in the morning. After taking a shower, Fang Cheng did not rush to sleep. Instead, he began to test the 2 newfound abilities he had acquired. The first ability was a short-distance dash, which significantly enhanced his speed in brief sprints and could be activated repeatedly. The only drawback was its rapid depletion of stamina, preventing prolonged use. The second ability, known as Steel Blood, was the very power that enabled Yudo Korwashi to inflict such severe injuries upon him. As the name suggests, Steel Blood allowed one's blood to solidify into a substance akin to steel. Fang Cheng retrieved a fruit knife from the kitchen and made a small incision on his fingertip, letting the crimson blood drip forth. He promptly activated the Steel Blood ability, and the droplets of blood at his fingertip quickly solidified into a red crystalline structure identical to that of Yudo Korwashi. How incredibly hard! Fang Cheng tested it with the fruit knife and discovered that the crystal was indeed as tough as steel. He could scrape and saw at its surface without leaving a single mark. The solidified crystal initially took on a droplet shape, but Fang Cheng concentrated and managed to reshape it into a pointed spike, reminiscent of Yudo Korwashi's form. After much effort and perspiration, he finally succeeded in solidifying the crystal into a spike. Steel Blood, Training 1. The prompt startled Fang Cheng momentarily. It seemed that this absorbed ability could also be enhanced through training. Why had he not received a similar prompt for his advanced sense of smell? Oh! He realized that he had never trained after acquiring that ability, hence the absence of any notification. He then attempted the short-distance dash once again, and sure enough, after several uses, the training prompt appeared as well. This discovery filled Fang Cheng with delight. If he could enhance his abilities as swiftly as in combat training, his combat prowess could be significantly augmented in a short span of time. However, after several attempts, he reluctantly abandoned the notion of rapid advancement. While the short-distance dash was manageable, honing the Steel Blood ability proved exceedingly challenging. It appeared that a prolonged period of practice was necessary to achieve proficiency akin to Yudo Korwashi. Initially, Fang Cheng had been curious as to why Yudo Korwashi had not crafted his crystals into armor for defense, which would have substantially increased the difficulty of defeating him. Now, with this ability in hand, Fang Cheng understood that Korwashi was not unwilling but rather incapable of such a feat. Transforming the crystals into armor for personal defense demanded an extraordinary level of finesse and concentration. Yudo Korwashi had only recently become a vampire and was still unable to master the delicate manipulation of Steel Blood, resorting instead to creating crude spikes. Fortunately, Fang Cheng and Rin Kanzaki had managed to eliminate Korwashi at this juncture, giving him more time to grow stronger. The question would shift from whether he could be killed to whether he could escape. Regardless, Steel Blood undeniably represented an ability with immense untapped potential, akin to winning a grand prize for Fang Cheng. Previously, he had envied Rin Kanzaki's superpower, but now he felt no need for such envy, as he was capable of acquiring even greater abilities. After toying around for a while, Fang Cheng finally commenced his daily exercise regimen. He persisted in his activities until shortly past 8 in the morning, and after acquiring his physical stamina, he wearily nestled into his blankets and succumbed to a deep slumber. This sleep lasted a full day and night, and it was not until the incessant ringing of the doorbell roused him the following morning that he finally awakened. Stifling a yawn, he made his way to the door, where he found Kanzaki Rin standing outside, holding a bag of duck blood. Dressed in a simple yet elegant manner, with subtle makeup accentuating her features, she radiated beauty and youthfulness. It was no wonder that admirers flocked to her from Edagawa all the way to Shinjuku. Upon seeing Fang Cheng answer the door, she was about to greet him, but her expression swiftly shifted, akin to that of someone encountering an exhibitionist. "What are you staring at?" Fang Cheng casually scratched his head. "Haven't you seen this before? Are you doing this on purpose? You're such a weirdo. If you want to see, just say so." Suddenly, Kanzaki Rin raised her hand, startling Fang Cheng. "I warn you, Don't go too far. With a disdainful snort, Kanzaki Rin pushed him aside and strode into the house, treating it as if it were her own. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Fang Cheng emerged to find Kanzaki Rin already tying her long hair up and preparing the duck blood, while also soaking the vermicelli from the fridge. Kanzaki Rin was indeed capable of cooking. It was difficult to determine whose culinary skills were superior. Fang Cheng preferred to prepare dishes from his hometown, while Kanzaki Rin excelled in Japanese cuisine, each believing their prowess surpassed the other. It appeared that Kanzaki Rin intended to showcase her skills today by making a Japanese duck blood vermicelli soup. Fang Cheng had no intention of assisting. Instead, he settled onto the sofa and began trimming his toenails with scissors, casually inquiring, "How did everything go yesterday?" Without turning her head as she chopped scallions, Kanzaki Rin replied, "That was the day before yesterday. Were you muddled from sleep?" Checking his phone, Fang Cheng realized with dismay that he had indeed slept for an entire day and night. He rubbed his face in frustration, lamenting the squandered opportunity to gain stamina. "How did everything go the day before yesterday?" "Everything went smoothly. When shall we continue?" Fang Cheng was increasingly addicted to the thrill of slaying a vampire, as it granted him abilities and resurrection opportunities, far more exhilarating than playing a game. Moreover, the longer they delayed, the stronger the vampire would become. Fang Cheng now agreed with Kanzaki Rin's sentiment that they must swiftly eliminate the threat before it escalated. Kanzaki Rin paused momentarily, and after a brief silence, she softly stated, "We need to take a hiatus. If all goes well, we may not need to intervene again." Chapter 40. Do you still see me as a younger brother? Fang Cheng looked up at her in surprise. "How can you just stop doing something that was going so well? I was counting on slaying more vampires, acquiring additional skills, and increasing my chances of resurrection. You're not afraid, are you? Or perhaps you've run out of funds. I can lend you a little." Kanzaki Rin replied with irritation, "I've already informed you that the countermeasure department has been preparing for a demon hunting operation to eradicate those rampaging vampires within Tokyo. This time, all official members will be mobilized. If all goes smoothly, we are likely to capture the vampires in one fell swoop." Fang Cheng blinked. "Did you tell me this?" Kanzaki Rin blinked back. "Didn't I? Or did I?" "Well, let us assume you did." Fang Cheng, exasperated, slammed his hand on the coffee table. "But why is the countermeasure department arriving just as we open shop? Isn't this akin to stealing our prey? How is that fair?" Kanzaki Rin was somewhat taken aback. Previously, Fang Cheng had shown reluctance to cooperate with her in eliminating vampires. Why was he now so passionately upset? Shouldn't he be relieved and merely spectating? Suppressing her surprise, Kanzaki Rin responded, "Getting angry with me won't change anything. The decision has been made. Eradicating vampires is the responsibility of the countermeasure department. Failing to act would be a dereliction of duty." Besides, she shot a glance at Fang Cheng. "The department is still unaware of your identity. How could they possibly be here to usurp your efforts? Isn't it beneficial for us to assist you in eliminating potential threats?" Fang Cheng found himself unable to counter her words. He was still indecisive about revealing to Kanzaki Rin that he could acquire skills from vampires. Emotionally, he was reluctant to disclose his trump card, yet rationally, he recognized that their collaboration would continue, and Kanzaki Rin would eventually discover his abilities, akin to those of Hekishi Yudo. If he concealed the truth, given Kanzaki Rin's intelligence, she might uncover the clues, leading to a rift in their partnership and ultimately parting ways. This was not an outcome Fang Cheng desired, as Kanzaki Rin's assistance had been invaluable. The preparations and aftermath she handled significantly alleviated his burdens, saving him from wasting time on trivial matters. And her support during battles was considerable. Most importantly, without Kanzaki Rin, where would Fang Cheng find such a benefactor to provide for his daily sustenance? Yet, a lingering concern gnawed at him. Once all the vampires were eradicated, would Kanzaki Rin and the countermeasure department treat him like a mere pig for slaughter? This was the deepest worry hidden in Fang Cheng's heart. While he was mired in his thoughts, Kanzaki Rin adeptly prepared the duck blood vermicelli soup. Once seated at the dining table, Fang Cheng inquired, "Will you also participate in the demon hunting operation?" Kanzaki Rin nodded. "Yes, interns are required to join as well." She had already eliminated 2 vampires, and the countermeasure department placed great importance on her contributions, considering leveraging her combat experience in the upcoming operation. In addition, the achievements of these 2 vampires significantly elevated Rin Kanzaki's status within the countermeasure department, granting her access to numerous internal documents and equipment permissions. There have even been proposals to allow Rin Kanzaki to graduate early from her internship and become a full-fledged member. Naturally, this consideration hinges on her own preferences, as interns are primarily part-time positions, mostly occupied by underage students with their own lives. Transitioning to a full member would necessitate her departure from school, formally integrating her into the ranks of the 996, thereby drastically reducing her personal time. However, the advantages of becoming a full member are plentiful. such as the right to carry a firearm and enhanced privileges. Upon hearing Rin Kanzaki express her intention to participate, Fang Cheng's eyes brightened. If you manage to eliminate the vampires, could you possibly procure a heart for me? What do you intend to do with it? A flicker of caution flashed in Rin Kanzaki's eyes. I wish to conduct an experiment. You will understand in due course, Fang Cheng replied ambiguously. His curiosity piqued by the possibility that he might acquire abilities from a vampire he did not personally slay. If this were feasible, why would he need to engage directly with those vampires? Isn't it far more enjoyable to observe from a safe distance? Rin Kanzaki silently consumed her noodles for a while before stating, I will try my best, but do not harbor any expectations. If one has no expectations, what distinguishes them from a despondent fish? Just eat your duck blood. The two focused on their breakfast when suddenly Fang Cheng remarked, You could have just called regarding these matters. There was no need to come in person. Oh, I see. He raised his voice, a mocking expression adorning his face. Rin Kanzaki joined him in a cold chuckle. Did you think I came solely to see you? Were you merely here to mooch a meal? They simultaneously uttered nonsensical remarks, then paused in surprise. It became evident that their thought processes were entirely misaligned. Fang Cheng expressed his dissatisfaction. Are you suggesting I am being overly sentimental? It seems to me that you are the one being delusional. Rin Kanzaki retorted, equally displeased. I purchased the duck blood. The noodles were also bought by me recently. And I prepared the meal. How dare you claim I am here to mooch off you? They exchanged silent glares for a moment, then both huffed and returned to their meals. In the following days, Rin Kanzaki indeed refrained from ringing the doorbell early in the morning, remaining conspicuously absent as she presumably participated in the countermeasure department's demon hunting operations. Fang Cheng relished the respite, the sole downside being that he now had to cover his own meals. However, he was not idly lounging at home. He had devised a rigorous training regimen. In the mornings, he engaged in intensified exercises, moving beyond mere sit-ups to incorporate activities such as lifting the sofa and performing weighted push-ups. This method proved effective, allowing him to gain physical stamina more rapidly. After lunch, he trained in the abilities of iron blood and short-distance charge. Following dinner, he dedicated time to studying documents, reading news, and enriching his understanding of the external world to avoid becoming out of touch. Before bed, he indulged in 2 hours of gaming. Recently fortunate enough to avoid the aggravatingly incompetent assistant, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Every day, Asaka Akiya diligently sends classroom notes to Fang Cheng, and she takes the initiative to explain any questions he may have, displaying a dedication that surpasses even that of a devoted mother. Nowadays, parents explaining homework to their own children hardly exhibit such earnestness. Fang Cheng once thought that Asaka Akiyu was overflowing with maternal affection, mistaking him for her own son. Jokingly, he mused about wanting to caress her rabbit while she seemed to aspire to be his mother. However, through subtle conversations, Fang Cheng gradually discerned that Asaka Akiyu did not wish to play the role of a mother. Rather, she regarded him as a younger brother. Truly, it was perplexing. What a peculiar notion, to think of him as a sibling. After ending the chat, Fang Cheng stroked his chin, recalling her flustered demeanor when she hastily deleted a rescue image he had inadvertently sent her. Unable to contain himself, he let out a light chuckle. The past few days had been quite leisurely for Fang Cheng, until the morning of the 4th day following Kanzaki Rin's disappearance, when he was preparing to indulge in some spicy hot pot. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Could it be that this woman actually came just to mooch a meal? As Fang Cheng approached the door, he opened it, only to find not Kanzaki Rin, but 2 fully armed young men standing outside. Chapter 41. Strange noises every night. Strictly speaking, standing outside the door were a young man in his 20s and a high school-aged boy. Fang Cheng's expression subtly shifted, for the attire of these 2 individuals mirrored that of Kanzaki Rin, unmistakably revealing their identities as members of the Disaster Response Department. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Fang Cheng's mind. Has my identity been exposed? Has Kanzaki Rin betrayed me? Did these 2 mistakenly come to the wrong door? Fang Cheng made no effort to mask his expression. Anyone confronted by 2 fully armed individuals at their door would inevitably feel a surge of anxiety. A demeanor that exuded too much calmness would only serve to betray his predicament. Who are you? Is there something you need? Fang Cheng inquired, his voice tinged with tension, gripping the door as if he were ready to slam it shut at any moment. The older youth produced an identification badge from his pocket and unfolded it before Fang Cheng. Hello, we are special police officers from the Disaster Response Department. The badge resembled that of Kanzaki Rin, but it was distinct in that it represented a full member rather than an intern. The name inscribed upon it read, Maeda Kenichi. Fang Cheng then turned his gaze towards the younger one. What about your identification? Both individuals outside the door were momentarily taken aback, as it was their first encounter with a citizen demanding to see identification from all parties. However, the request was entirely legitimate and beyond reproach. The youth fumbled slightly as he retrieved his evidence to present to Fang Cheng, It was an intern badge bearing the name Kujugo. There's no need to be afraid. Wait a moment. Maeda Kenichi was about to clarify their purpose when Fang Cheng interrupted him, pulling out his phone. Let me check your officer numbers. I hope you aren't impersonators. Recently, there have been numerous cases of individuals posing as police officers to commit fraud. Maeda Kenichi and Kujugo felt an overwhelming surge of indignation rising within them, yet they could find no words to express their frustration. How could someone so blind as to not recognize their righteous demeanor question their authenticity? It was utterly unreasonable. Nonetheless, Fang Cheng's actions were indeed lawful and above board, leaving no room for dispute. However, his unexpected approach eased the previously tense atmosphere considerably. Fang Cheng managed to find Maeda Kenichi's information on the Disaster Response Department's official website. But he could not locate any details on Kujugo, as his information was confidential under intern regulations. Lowering his phone, Fang Cheng offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I tend to be a bit timid. May I ask what brings you here? It was then that Maeda Kenichi stated, We received a report indicating that there may be a monster lurking within your apartment building. A monster? Fang Cheng's expression turned fearful. What kind of monster? Maeda Kenichi scrutinized Fang Cheng's expression closely and replied, At present, we are unsure. Have you seen any unusual individuals or heard any strange noises recently? Let me think. Fang Cheng furrowed his brow in contemplation before quietly admitting, I have indeed heard some peculiar sounds at night. Maeda Kenichi and Kujugo exchanged a glance, their expressions immediately growing grave. What sounds? Please elaborate. Every night around midnight, peculiar sounds emanate from the space above me, repeatedly uttering a few simple phrases. What phrases? Kuju eagerly inquired. Kenichi Maeda cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Fang Cheng gestured for them to lean in closer. It is the phrase Yamit, Yamit, followed by I can't take it anymore, please spare me, among others. Kuju's face flushed instantly. Kenichi Maeda glared at Fang Cheng in annoyance. We are on official duty. Please refrain from jesting. Fang Cheng, with an air of mystery, replied, I am not joking. You may find these sounds commonplace. But what if I told you they are all uttered by men? Kuju gasped, exclaiming, could it be a case of humiliation? Both Fang Cheng and Kenichi Maeda turned to stare at him. Kenichi Maeda retorted angrily, what nonsense are you spouting? Kuju quickly covered his mouth and bowed his head apologetically to Kenichi Maeda. I'm sorry, Senior Maeda. With a cold huff, Kenichi Maeda turned to Fang Cheng. His expression stern. We need to inspect your home. Please cooperate. Just then, Fang Cheng's phone rang. After a few murmurs, he activated the camera aimed at the two. Please. Come in. This blatant distrust left Kenichi Maeda feeling quite vexed. However, he could not truly argue with a high schooler and merely muttered pardon the intrusion before leading Kuju into Fang Cheng's residence. Upon entering the foyer, Kenichi Maeda and Kuju's vigilance heightened noticeably. Their stances indicated they were ready to assist one another should any unexpected situation arise, showcasing their remarkable training. Fang Cheng's home was quite simple, from the living room. One could observe everything. Kenichi Maeda noticed the duck blood Fang Cheng had prepared for a spicy hot pot. And a glint of concern flashed in his eyes as his hand instinctively moved towards his firearm. Unlike Rin Kanzaki, Kenichi Maeda, as a formal member of the countermeasures department, was authorized to carry a gun. Why is there blood in your kitchen? Kenichi Maeda asked gravely, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Cheng. Kuju had already positioned himself out of Fang Cheng's line of sight, ready to call for backup. Fang Cheng endeavored to keep his tone casual, of course. I bought it at the market. What's the matter? Kenichi Maeda's voice rose in pitch. Why would you buy blood? To make spicy hot pot, Fang Cheng replied. Spicy hot pot? Both Kenichi Maeda and Kuju thought they must have misheard. Stop joking around. Kenichi Maeda swiftly drew his firearm, aiming it at Fang Cheng. His voice laced with fury. Did you procure human blood from a hospital? The gun was loaded with silver bullets. And should Fang Cheng display even the slightest hint of wrongdoing, Kenichi Maeda would be ready to shoot him in the heart. Fang Cheng sighed, then set down his phone and quietly approached the kitchen. Kenichi Maeda's gaze was icy as the gun remained steadfastly trained on Fang Cheng. The tires screeched sharply against the pavement. Kanzaki Rin deftly maneuvered her vehicle into the parking space with an almost graceful drift. Paying little heed to the wear on her new tires, she exited the car and dashed into the apartment building with utmost urgency. She scarcely had time to take the elevator, opting instead to sprint up the stairs. Just moments prior, in the strategy department, she had received news that nearly halted her heart. An anonymous tip had reported the presence of vampires lurking in a particular apartment, which happened to be the residence of Fang Cheng. By the time Kanzaki Rin learned of this alarming information, the strategy department had already dispatched personnel to investigate. She was too late to intervene and could do nothing but hastily drive to Fang Cheng's home. Along the way, she called to inform him, only to find that he responded with vague murmurs of agreement. Instantly, Kanzaki Rin realized that the agents from the strategy department must have already located him, perhaps even standing right before him. This thought ignited a frantic urgency within her. If Fang Cheng's identity were to be exposed, all her hopes would come crashing down. Recklessly running several red lights and exceeding speed limits, Kanzaki Rin finally arrived as swiftly as possible. She raced up the stairs to Fang Cheng's door, finding it ajar, and rushed inside. As she burst through the threshold, she steeled herself for the worst, determined to protect Fang Cheng at all costs and ensure he was not taken away. Upon entering the living room, however, the anticipated confrontation did not unfold. Instead, she was met with a bewildering scene. Fang Cheng, Maeda Kenichi, and Kudogo were seated at the dining table, gathered around a pot of spicy blood stew, their lips smeared with crimson oil. As Kanzaki Rin stormed into the room, all three turned their heads in unison to gaze at her, exchanging stunned looks of confusion. Chapter 42. How it came to be consumed. Time rewinds slightly. Fang Cheng is approached by Kenichi Maeda, who is brandishing a gun. As he cautiously steps into the kitchen, he rolls up his sleeves and addresses Maeda, stating, "This is duck blood. If you have any doubts, I can provide proof." Maeda is acutely aware that his reaction has been somewhat excessive, particularly upon seeing blood. However, such a response is entirely understandable. Countless law enforcement officers have lost their lives due to negligence or carelessness. Having learned from the bloody lessons of innumerable predecessors, Maeda would rather preemptively shoot a suspect than risk becoming a victim of a monster. Moreover, Fang Cheng's composure under the threat of a firearm only heightens Maeda's vigilance. This is not the psychological fortitude expected from someone of that age. How will you prove it? He inquires. By preparing a spicy hot pot, as I have mentioned before. Fang Cheng replies, turning to begin preparing the ingredients, treating the two uninvited guests as if they were mere air. His movements are decisive and adept, with no superfluous actions. The knife in his hand dances with a dazzling brilliance, the sound of chopping vegetables akin to a melodious tune. At this moment, Fang Cheng appears less like a cook and more like a culinary performer. Maeda and Kujogo widen their eyes in astonishment, momentarily believing they have stepped into the kitchen of a five-star chef. Predecessor, Kujo whispers, seemingly wary of interrupting Fang Cheng. What exactly is a spicy hot pot? It's a type of food, I suppose. Maeda responds hesitantly, admitting he has never actually tasted it, having only heard of it in passing. I believe it's made with blood. Is that something humans can consume? Under the watchful gaze of Maeda and Kujo, Fang Cheng swiftly prepares a steaming pot of spicy hot pot. As he sets the pot on the dining table, both Maeda and Kujo notice a small cut on Fang Cheng's finger, likely from the knife just moments prior. Their attention instantly shifts from the hot pot to the wound. The most renowned characteristic of vampires, aside from their blood-sucking tendencies, is their immortality. Their remarkable self-healing abilities mean that the smaller the wound, the faster it heals. As both men observe, Fang Cheng becomes aware of his injury. He places his finger in his mouth and sucks, yet the bleeding does not cease. He turns to the two, saying, "Please wait a moment. I need to stop the bleeding." "Use mine," Kujo offers, producing a pink handkerchief adorned with an image of two muscular figures wrestling in their underwear. Fang Cheng, Maeda, I apologize. I took the wrong one. Kujo hastily retracts the handkerchief and retrieves a medical adhesive bandage. "Thank you," Fang Cheng responds, hesitantly taking it with two fingers, feeling as though using it might somehow imbue him with an air of effeminacy. Maeda and Kujo exchange relieved glances, realizing that the continued bleeding indicates that the individual before them is not a vampire. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Cheng has already mastered the ability to control the speed of his wounds healing, even managing to slow it down more than that of an ordinary person. Certainly, he is indeed not a vampire, yet no one believes it. Do take a taste. Fang Cheng deftly picked up a piece of duck blood with his chopsticks and placed it into his mouth, subsequently pushing the spicy hot pot towards the two. "Then I shall indulge," Kenichi Maeda declared, seizing the chopsticks to sample a piece of duck blood himself. Though he had ascertained from the wound that Fang Cheng was not a vampire, he could not dismiss the lingering doubt. Although he had never tasted duck blood before, he could discern that it was not human blood, a vital knowledge that every formal member must possess. Kenichi Maeda chewed with a furrowed brow while Gokujo anxiously observed him, feeling a wave of admiration. How arduous it must be for his senior to consume such peculiar fare for the sake of work. He then watched as Kenichi swallowed the duck blood, reaching for another piece. The third, the fourth, the fifth, Kenichi's pace quickened with each morsel. "Senpai, what on earth are you doing?" Gokujo interjected, nudging Kenichi. "Were we not just to sample it? Why are you devouring it?" Kenichi snapped back to reality, offering Fang Cheng an awkward smile. "I apologize. It's simply too delectable to resist." This spicy hot pot was both fiery and numbing, tender and smooth, evoking a profound pleasure akin to that of a lover's caress. It was undeniably to Kenichi's taste. "No need to be polite. I specifically prepared a portion for 3. You must not have had breakfast yet, so please partake." I cannot possibly consume all of this alone. Fang Cheng quickly set bowls and chopsticks before them, eagerly serving them with a spoon. No, this feels inappropriate. Gokyujo hastily declined, reminding them that they were there for work, not to partake in the breakfast of a stranger. Do not be so formal. You are enforcers of the city's safety. As a protected citizen, it is only fitting that I prepare a meal for you. Kenichi had long since dispelled his suspicions of Fang Cheng, his thoughts now solely focused on the sumptuous dish before him. Seeing Fang Cheng's enthusiastic invitation, he readily acquiesced. Ha, in that case, we shall not hold back. Gokyujo quickly pulled at him and whispered, Senpai, we still need to investigate. It won't take long to enjoy breakfast. Feeling a tad awkward about eating alone, Kenichi promptly beckoned Gokyujo to join in. Come, you must try it. The flavor is truly remarkable. No, I shall pass. Do not be shy, come on. Oh, my dear. With the combined efforts of Kenichi and Fang Cheng, Gokyujo was successfully drawn into the fray. The three of them set about feasting heartily. The staple was not merely the hot pot but also a pot of rice that Fang Cheng had prepared. Drizzling the fiery broth over the rice was simply divine. Midway through their meal, Rin Kanzaki burst in with great fervor. The four exchanged bewildered glances, with Kenichi and Gokyujo simultaneously exclaiming, Kanzaki, what brings you here? Kanzaki Rin gazed at the scene of the three dining together, her mind swirling with confusion. How had they arrived at this juncture? Prior to her arrival, she had envisioned the worst-case scenario, Fang Cheng revealing his identity, refusing capture, and subsequently engaging in a battle with Kenichi Maeda, resulting in casualties. Even in the best-case scenario, she imagined Fang Cheng successfully concealing his past and dismissing Kenichi Maeda and his companion. Never did she anticipate that the three would be joyfully sharing a meal. Were they harboring some hidden camaraderie? Upon hearing Kanzaki Rin's words, Kujogo also came to a startling realization. Indeed, they had come to investigate the traces of vampires. Yet here they were, inexplicably dining together. Kenichi Maeda, seasoned and astute, swiftly brushed aside the question of how they had ended up eating and instead inquired, Kanzaki, how did you find us? Has something occurred? He presumed that something must have happened within the countermeasure department that prompted Kanzaki Rin to seek them out. But why had she not called? A cold sweat broke out on Kanzaki Rin's brow. She had rushed over, her mind solely focused on how to protect Fang Cheng. Entirely unprepared for the current predicament. Now, she faced a dilemma, how to explain her hasty arrival and her knowledge of their whereabouts. Any casual excuse could easily be seen through by someone as experienced as Kenichi Maeda, potentially arousing his suspicion. In that moment, Kanzaki Rin found herself at a loss for words. Her intention had been to rescue Fang Cheng, yet he had managed to resolve the situation on his own, leaving her ensnared in a predicament. Under the increasingly bewildered gazes of Kenichi Maeda and Kujogo, Kanzaki Rin felt her heart race and the pressure mount. And the more anxious she became, the less she could find an appropriate excuse. Amidst the peculiar silence, Fang Cheng finally spoke up. Chapter 43. Just a humble lackey. Fang Cheng slammed his chopsticks onto the table, glaring at Kanzaki Rin. Did I not tell you to stay away? Kanzaki Rin responded. Huh? Kujogo added. Huh? Maeda Kenichi echoed. Huh? Fang Cheng addressed the two. I apologize. But I felt a bit intimidated when I saw both of you behind me through the cat's eye, so I intended to inquire about Rin's situation. I did not expect her to come rushing over. Such astonishing words caused Maeda Kenichi and Kujogo to spring from their chairs in shock. Kujogo was left speechless, while Maeda Kenichi stammered, what is your relationship? Though he had little interaction with Kanzaki Rin, he was well aware of her recent rise to fame and the multitude of suitors vying for her attention, including several formal members. The revelation that she was involved with another man, oh no, perhaps it should be termed as having a boyfriend, was utterly unexpected. If this news were to circulate, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. What is our relationship? Fang Cheng replied with a faint smile. We are merely ordinary friends, nothing more. I don't believe you. You even called her name and dare to claim it's just a casual relationship? Fang Cheng gestured towards Kanzaki Rin. If you don't believe me, ask her. Simultaneously, Maeda Kenichi and Kujogo turned their heads. At that moment, Kanzaki Rin had regained her composure and realized Fang Cheng's intent was to absolve her. However, his deliberately ambiguous statement could easily lead to misunderstandings. Faced with the curious gazes of Maeda Kenichi and Kujogo, she decided to align with Fang Cheng's narrative to avoid any further complications, considering their lack of mutual understanding. She brushed her long hair behind her ear and nodded gently. Yes, we are just ordinary friends. I was concerned you might misinterpret the situation, which is why I came to check. Ah, I see. Maeda Kenichi feigned enlightenment, though he remained unconvinced. If they were merely friends, a phone call would suffice. Why go to the trouble of coming in person? Clearly, she was extremely worried. He interpreted her earlier silence upon entering as the fluster of a clandestine relationship being exposed. Since she was a friend of Kanzaki, there should be no issue. My apologies for the intrusion. We shall take our leave, Maeda Kenichi said, signaling to the dazed Kujugo. Why the rush? It wouldn't hurt to sit down and have some tea before departing, Fang Cheng remarked with a smile, then called out to Kanzaki Rin. What are you standing there for? Hurry and come wash the dishes. Maeda Kenichi and Kujugo were taken aback. The tone was incredibly provoking. Kanzaki Rin was known for her pride and independence in the strategy department. Would she allow him to domineer over her? However, there was no sign of her rebelling. Taking a deep breath, she approached slowly, like a submissive wife, gathering the dishes from the table and expertly rolling up her sleeves to begin washing. Maeda Kenichi and Kujugo watched in astonishment, particularly when they saw Kanzaki Rin effortlessly retrieve dish soap from beneath the counter. How many times have you washed dishes here to be so adept at it? Jiao Tiao already bore a countenance filled with existential doubt. Fang Cheng proceeded to explain to the two, she often comes over to mooch off our meals, and in exchange, she does the dishes. There is really nothing more between us. I understand. Maeda Kenichi responded with a rather dismissive tone, nearly bursting into laughter. Do you take me for a fool? Is this the sort of nonsense you think will deceive me? He pulled the dazed Jiao Tiao along and hastily took his leave. Remaining any longer would surely shatter the young subordinate's worldview. Fang Cheng remarked to Kanzaki Rin, you ought to see off your colleague for someone of her age. She shows a remarkable lack of awareness. Kanzaki Rin shot him a fierce glare, wishing she could wield a kitchen knife and silence him on the spot. Suppressing her anger, she wiped her hands and escorted her two colleagues out. The trio walked in silence to the corridor. And it was only before the elevator that Maeda Kenichi could no longer restrain himself, saying, Kanzaki, surely this isn't the case? In his eyes, Kanzaki Rin was completely at a disadvantage in her relationship with Fang Cheng, being summoned and commanded like a mere sycophant. With so many promising young talents in the countermeasures department, Kanzaki Rin could easily attract admirers with a mere gesture. Why would she choose to play the role of a subordinate? Was there truly something about that insufferable young man that made Kanzaki Rin willingly adopt the role of an admirer? If there were any unspoken troubles, we would understand. Jiao Tiao suddenly seemed to awaken, gazing at Kanzaki Rin with hopeful eyes, expecting her to provide an explanation. Surely there must be some unavoidable reason. What more could Kanzaki Rin say? She could only swallow her words and feign nonchalance. There is nothing unspeakable. I am willing. Her declaration struck like a bolt from the blue, transforming Jiao Tiao's demeanor to a pallid gray. Even Maeda Kenichi, who had previously held no particular feelings for Kanzaki Rin, felt as if he had bitten into a sour lemon, the bitterness nearly overwhelming. How could such a vibrant beauty be so devoted to an insatiable boar outside? Kanzaki Rin looked at the two and said, I hope you won't speak of today's events. Maeda Kenichi quickly assured her, of course, rest assured, we are not the type to gossip. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar, and they had nothing to gain by offending anyone. Once Kanzaki Rin turned to leave, the dazed Jiao Tiao finally succumbed to the urge to cover his face with his hands, his shoulders trembling incessantly. He too was one of Kanzaki Rin's secret admirers. Yet this budding romance seemed to dissipate before it could even begin. Maeda Kenichi placed a comforting hand on Jiao Tiao's shoulder, sighing deeply, fully empathizing with his current plight. Love truly blinds one. The goddess you idolize may very well be nothing more than someone else's humble admirer. Returning home, the humble admirer Kanzaki Rin faced Fang Cheng's furious gaze. Are you enjoying this little game of yours? Fang Cheng laughed heartily. Can't you tell whether I am enjoying myself or not? Upon observing the increasingly dark expression on Kanzaki Rin's face, Fang Cheng decided to temper his demeanor. You truly lack conscience. Am I not assisting you in your predicament? With gritted teeth, Kanzaki Rin retorted, Of course, I am aware. Otherwise, I would have ended you long ago. It was precisely because Fang Cheng was aiding her that she had managed to endure until now. Otherwise, she would have severed their ties long ago. This scoundrel had deliberately led Maeda Kenichi and Kujo Wataru to harbor misguided thoughts, making them believe she was nothing more than Fang Cheng's humble sycophant. It was lamentable that her illustrious reputation was being tarnished by this rogue. Noticing the signs of Kanzaki Rin's potential descent into darkness, Fang Cheng refrained from further provoking her and shifted the conversation to matters of importance. You mentioned over the phone that they came here to investigate the vampires due to a tip-off. What is the situation? Upon this serious topic, Kanzaki Rin's demeanor grew earnest. Indeed, there has been an anonymous report. I suspect that your identity may have been compromised. Have you inadvertently revealed your immortality to anyone recently? Not at all, Fang Cheng replied with an innocent shrug. I have scarcely ventured beyond my door, living like a man kept by others. Are you truly intent on turning against me? Do not take offense. I am merely engaging in self-deprecation. You provide for my every meal, and daily I am subjected to the humiliation of being fed scraps. Is that not akin to being kept? You need not endure it. On the contrary, I find the life of a kept man to be quite promising. After a prolonged discussion, they were unable to reach any conclusions and decided it was best to leave the investigation of the anonymous informant's identity to Kanzaki Rin. By the way, how is your vampire hunting operation progressing? Fang Cheng inquired, as he had not heard any updates from Kanzaki Rin in recent days. Nor had he come across any related news online. In response, Kanzaki Rin's expression turned grave. The operation has failed. Someone tipped off the vampires at the locations we had targeted. They have all gone into hiding now. Chapter 44. Condemnation of your heinous conduct. Is this a matter of concern? Fang Cheng inquired in astonishment. How could there be a traitor within your strategy department? Wait. How did they manage to notify all the vampires in advance? As a mere fake ghost, Fang Cheng had to rely on his keen sense of smell to gradually locate each vampire. How did the traitor from the strategy department manage to disseminate information to all vampires so swiftly? That is precisely our conundrum, Rin Kanzaki remarked with a furrowed brow. The strategy department relies on patrolling drones, ubiquitous surveillance cameras, and big data analytics to pinpoint the locations of certain vampires. Logically, a single individual cannot relay information to so many places in such a short time. Could there be more than one traitor within the strategy department? Fang Cheng pondered aloud, stroking his chin. Or perhaps a vampire has infiltrated your strategy department. Impossible. Rin Kanzaki shook her head in disagreement with Fang Cheng's conjecture. Vampires seldom venture out during the day, and the security measures of the strategy department are exceedingly stringent. Any vampire attempting to infiltrate would have been apprehended long ago. However, it is plausible that there is more than one traitor. We have been investigating the source of the leak for the past few days. It is only a matter of time before we unearth the traitor. Fang Cheng chuckled heartily, clearly amused. Then I wish you the utmost failure. Rin Kanzaki's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Isn't it better for your strategy department to spend some time cleansing its ranks while the two of us deal with the vampires? Fang Cheng was secretly pleased at the thought of the strategy department failing to identify the traitor, thereby preventing them from competing with him for prey. Rin Kanzaki smirked slightly. Taunting, are you so eager to expose yourself and drag me down with you? Now it was Fang Cheng's turn to inquire, what do you mean? However, he quickly grasped the implication without further explanation. The strategy department was currently seething with frustration over the traitor. If Rin Kanzaki were to uncover the whereabouts of a vampire at this moment, the blame for the traitor would undoubtedly fall upon her. Wait a moment, Fang Cheng exclaimed, pointing at her in astonishment. Could the traitor be you? This woman clearly viewed the vampires as her opportunity for advancement. Might it be that she leaked information out of fear of losing credit to someone else? Rin Kanzaki was displeased with Fang Cheng's suspicion and snorted coldly. I am not so despicable. If we are discussing suspicion, yours is far greater than mine. Come now, if you were to say I excelled in other areas, I might concede that point, she added, already immune to the crude remarks from this unpredictable individual. What shall we do now? Are we to allow those vampires to grow stronger in secret while we can only watch? Fang Cheng addressed Rin Kanzaki. Did you not assert that your strategies are formidable? It is time for you to put them into action, Doryman. Why the urgency? Rin Kanzaki crossed her arms. Those vampires likely will not dare to engage in activities for the time being. We are still on even footing. Once this period of scrutiny passes, we can act at our leisure. You should remain at home and continue your training. Could you provide a specific time frame? It will not exceed half a month. With that, Fang Cheng resigned himself to reality. After all, he could not force Rin Kanzaki to take risks and accompany him on reckless ventures. She probably wouldn't agree to fool around at home. By the way, why haven't you asked for your photo back all this time? Fang Cheng suddenly recalled something. Since their collaboration began, he had been anticipating Shinjo Rin to request the return of those artistic photographs. However, it seemed that Shinjo Rin had completely forgotten about this matter, prompting Fang Cheng to remind her. With a cold smirk, Shinjo Rin remarked, You haven't even looked at those photos after using my USB drive, have you? Fang Cheng was utterly astonished. Did you infect my computer with a virus through that USB drive? What do you have to say for yourself? Rest assured, I did not touch the other treasures in your computer. Eeheehaha. Kanzaki Rin crossed her arms and laughed with unbridled joy, a mirth she had never experienced since meeting Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng stared at her unusually radiant smile and indignantly rebuked. How could you be so shameless? If not for the backup I had made on my USB drive, these priceless photographic masterpieces would have been utterly destroyed by you. Kanzaki Rin's laughter abruptly ceased. You made a backup on a USB drive? Otherwise, what do you think? How many did I use? By deliberately pointing it out, you simply wish to witness my embarrassment. Don't you? No, my primary intention was to condemn your despicable act of planting viruses on others' computers. Watching you suffer was merely an added amusement. Seeing Kanzaki Rin's flustered expression, Fang Cheng couldn't help but grin with delight. Trying to outwit me? You're still far too naive, little girl. Suddenly, as if her emotions had snapped, Kenzaki Rin grabbed a chair and hurled it at Fang Cheng. Go to hell, you bastard. Fang Cheng caught the chair effortlessly. Don't be reckless. If you break it, you'll have to buy me a new set. This only fueled her fury. She shot him a venomous glare before turning on her heel to leave. If she stayed any longer, she feared she might actually try to kill him. Wait, there's something I need to tell you, Fang Cheng called out suddenly. Reluctantly, Kenzaki Rin turned back, seething. What now? Wash the dishes before you go. Screw you. Time rewound several days prior. Within a dimly lit apartment, a young man hummed a cheerful tune as he busied himself in the kitchen, his spirits evidently high. After mincing and simmering the ingredients into a fine paste, he carried the meal to a bedroom door and rapped lightly against it. I'm coming in, he announced breezily, pushing the door open without awaiting a response. Inside the room, 3 figures awaited, a haggard middle-aged couple, bound tightly to their chairs with ropes, and a strikingly beautiful high school-aged girl lying motionless on the bed. Her skin bore an unnatural pallor, her lips drained of color, were it not for the faint rise and fall of her chest. One might have mistaken her for a corpse. Dinner time, the young man chimed with a smile, approaching the couple first. He peeled the tape from their mouths and began spoon-feeding them the meal. Neither parent screamed nor resisted. Countless futile attempts had taught them the futility of protest. Nor did they refuse to eat, for that would invite unspeakable retribution. After feeding the couple, the young man meticulously applied tape to them once more and approached the bedside, cradling the remaining food. In a gentle tone, he addressed the girl. Yame, today I prepared your favorite curry rice. It will surely bring you joy. He seated himself beside her, slowly feeding the food to her with a spoon. Once she was nourished, he adjusted her posture, revealing her alabaster neck, and bit down, beginning to draw her blood. The middle-aged couple watched in despair, tears clouding their vision as they could only emit faint, helpless struggles. The young man's thirst for blood did not last long, and the girl's complexion grew increasingly pallid, as if death were imminent. Yame, please don't die, he whispered tenderly, caressing her face. We promise to be together forever. The girl, her eyes vacant, stared at the ceiling as a tear slipped down her cheek. The young man refrained from taking advantage of her well-developed body. Prior to becoming a vampire, he had utilized her clothing and photographs as materials for spells for years, longing to possess her entirely. Yet, after his transformation, his desires seemed to vanish, reduced to mere kisses at most. Vampires can only create offspring through the method of siring, not through sexual reproduction, thus their libido diminishes to a state of indifference, not from inability, but from utter disinterest. The young man continued to converse with the girl, lost in dreams of a hopeful future. He endeavored to transform her into a vampire, but alas, he had yet to succeed, a skill reserved for the more advanced vampires. Suddenly, a chime interrupted his reverie. Frowning, he left the bedroom with his bowl and utensils, wiping the blood from his lips before sauntering to the door. He anticipated the presence of salespeople, perhaps offering opportunities to bolster his food reserves. Upon opening the door, however, he was met by a figure clad in a hooded coat, obscured by sunglasses and a mask, rendering their identity, age, and gender indiscernible. May I inquire who you are? He asked, puzzled. The mysterious individual chuckled, their voice remarkably resembling an artificial synthesis from a tech company. Nakuni Kyuhei, you have caught the attention of the Disaster Response Department. Are you aware? Nakuni Kyuhei's pupils constricted slightly, his fingernails sharpening. I do not comprehend what you were saying. No, you do understand. Your parents and sister have not been seen for quite some time. They have not gone missing, have they? In a flash, Nakuni Kyuhei's hand clawed through the door, leaving several gashes. His eyes turned crimson, the white shrouded in darkness, as he spat coldly. Do you seek death? Faced with the blatant threat, the mysterious figure's synthetic voice remained devoid of emotional fluctuation. Seek death? No. I am here to propose a collaboration, one that would be mutually beneficial for us both. Collaboration? Nakuni Kyuhei raised an eyebrow. What kind of collaboration? The enigmatic figure remained unhurried. Shall you not invite me in for a seat? It is rather unfavorable to be seen at the entrance. Nakuni Kyuhei slowly stepped aside, allowing the enigmatic figure to enter. With a resounding thud, the door was forcefully shut behind him.